Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Zhao Wei looked down at Nan Gongfen, who felt as if Zhao Wei's figure was increasingly growing bigger with each passing second. He then looked at the tornado, which was picking up clouds by itself, before waving his hand horizontally. His simple action caused the tornado to gradually die down before returning to its docile original form at the palm of his hand. Zhao Wei then clenched his hand close, snuffing the little tornado out of existence. He had wanted to try out an elemental burst of sort, but he feared that he would accidentally cause a lot of casualties and bring himself negative attention. Well, it matters not how you conduct yourself. Zhao Wei rubbed his palms against each other. You are strong. Very strong. The most unexpected person to speak, people might think that he was dumb, suddenly uttered his very first heartfelt words ever since he came with Nan Gongfen to the Sky Guards battalion. Who would have thought that this place would house a defiant of the norm? As expressionless and emotionless as he looked, Moi was a young man of a few words, which made him seem snobbish. He preferred cultivating and improving his martial arts over needless chatter that would get him nowhere. That was his mindset. The mindset of a super genius. He was never lazy, he had never been. He couldn't tolerate the idea of sloth. The people he had met thought he didn't need to put much effort into his cultivation journey, only he knew what had to be sacrificed, what he had to cut off. When man can prove more with his actions in his journey of self-discovery and self-improvement, when were mere words going to be part of the equation? Moi abided by his own self-made rules and those of the people that had helped him improve significantly, like his master, Lord Guanjun, who took pride in him. Benefits, unearthed potential, and unimpeded growth was what described a true genius. Moi had never had a true rival ever since he set foot at Guanjun Palace and became the Lord's only core disciple. He was allowed to be arrogant as he trampled over thousands of geniuses. Seeing someone as incredible as Zhao Wei emerge from a group of unremarkable youths, gave rise to a new feeling inside of him, the feeling of wanting to suppress him, to show who was better, smarter. It was just a show of youthful indulgence and competitiveness. Deep within him, Moi recognized that he liked being the alpha and never a second to none, just like a few other geniuses. Being defeated or being tarnished didn't conform to his ideals, for he was Moi. Moi hoped, no, wanted the remarkable silver-eyed youth to live up to the hype he had caused. Could he mitigate his lack of enthusiasm? Could he cure his monotonous life? Is that supposed to be a compliment? Zhao Wei lifted his brows and realized a sudden shift in Moi's aura. He knew it very well. He could smell it, he could taste it, that ingrained arrogance, the signature feature of a capable genius. But Moi's was different. It wasn't half-baked. It stemmed from boredom and a lack of enthusiasm when it came to others around him. He was bright and blazing like an everlasting light that outshined his peers. He was light, he was the shadow. No, Moi replied coldly and ignored Nan Gongfen, whose pure jealousy he had always recognized but chose to ignore it. When has an elephant ever cared about the feelings of an ant? That jealousy and envy only reminded him that he was better than them. That he had achieved another milestone in his arduous training, never getting complacent. Haha, you are something else, friend. Zhao Wei began walking slowly in circles. He looked like Virgil before teaching Dante a lesson. I am not your friend. I know. Bastard. Zhao Wei cracked an evil smile, his silvery eyes feeling joy at seeing the emotions of Moi go into disarray. He didn't like it. That was his first time being blatantly insulted in front of his face. How sharp-tongued? Come at me. Moi merely scoffed at Zhao Wei's cheekiness. What mattered most was how the brazen youth was going to fare against him. He wanted to spar with him. But how was Zhao Wei going to respond? Chapter 81, Our eyes don't meet. I like your arrogance, but aren't you acting up with such a condescending attitude? Zhao Wei smiled widely, his white teeth radiating stellar lights for a moment. Zhao Wei unhurriedly walked towards Moi as if he were taking a casual walk inside a park. Moi blinked once and he found Zhao Wei to have already covered half the distance. Despite how damn slow a tortoise is, it always reaches its destination, friend. Zhao Wei touched his chin in introspection. You're done. I gave you a chance to make up for your weak cultivation base, but you didn't take heed to my kind consideration. Moi smiled coldly. The difference between us. Moi seemed to materialize into grey mist, and before long, he was already within the striking range. He then raised his hand and expelled his inner strength to attack Zhao Wei, whose eyes seemed not to be concerned by his attack. His mind was still on the movement technique used by Moi. An analysis of the technique was heavily being carried inside his mind realm. The minute details, the transition from tangible to intangible, the calculated circulation of inner strength, everything could be deduced. To know his enemy, his opponent, Zhao Wei had taken it to the next level. The movement technique was interesting, and it honestly reminded him of mist-breathing 7th form, almost like how Nightcrawler could teleport, but it was just a super fast forward motion. Magnify ripple of destruction. Moi's voice was low and lethal as his inner strength rumbled with the intent to destroy everything. Vibration? The laws of vibration? Zhao Wei thought as he used his hand to have a taste of Moi's attack. Bang! Zhao Wei felt a destructive intent wreak havoc in his hand, damaging his vessels and breaking his skin, but his face remained unfeeling, unaffected by the pain. Moi was taken aback by Zhao Wei's craziness and the guts he had to take on his attack head-on without evading. To top it all, despite the severe internal and external damage done to his hand, his emotions still remained the same. Did he just smile? Does he have a few screws loose inside his head? Also, how the hell is he still standing after receiving my attack that can easily send 8th-ranked martial masters flying? Moi racked up his mind as he tried to understand the peculiar youth. Maybe it was just a fluke, he thought. No, I don't think so. He took the attack head-on but contained the effects of my technique to half his arm. This means he has crazy inner strength manipulation skills that are even better than some 9th rankers. Moi frowned. He couldn't fathom the absurdity of the situation. It inevitably filled him with ire. His attack didn't make his opponent completely incapacitated in the first try. The peculiar youth was only a 7th rank martial master, unlike him who was already in the peak of 8th rank and could easily slay most 9th rankers, or so he thought. What made him even madder was Zhao Wei's smile. His opponent was clearly mocking him. First comes destruction. Zhao Wei suddenly looked at Moi like a horror movie archvillain. Your technique has been duly analyzed. Rejoice. He raised his damaged hand and the way it was rapidly healing could be vividly seen. Mist, smoke, and shadows share the same essence of intangibility, so it isn't that hard to recreate what Moi did. I am happy because it makes me relive my youth, the infinite possibilities slowly being actualized in the form of mystical arts. Zhao Wei laughed. He was the type to get high on new techniques. Knowledge that served no purpose and knowledge that served a purpose was all knowledge to him. There wasn't a distinctive line when it came to different types of knowledge. With the increase in knowledge in his slow journey of self-discovery, some doubts had begun to surface in his mind regarding the God-Eye variant. The way he could analyze techniques made him think of the Alpha Stigma, but he didn't have the magical eye. The initial description of "stop ignoring me, bitch." Moi had an emotional outburst as he attacked with overwhelming momentum. His ripples of destruction spread like pulses that made the ground within a 20-meter radius to shatter. Such an ultra-destructive power could surely decimate anyone below the 9th rank into minced meat and even kill a typical 9th ranker. From tangible to intangible, Zhao Wei imitated the mist transformation that had initially been done by Moi as he evaded his shockingly strong attack. In the next moment, his face was inches away from Moi's, staring menacingly, his eye venomously daggering his brazen opponent like a primordial serpent. All offenses are predicted beforehand and all defenses crumble before me, Zhao Wei spoke emotionlessly, his silvery eyes carrying a crimson tint as he abruptly placed his right hand on Moi's left shoulder. Confusion instantly settled in Moi's face, finding the situation incomprehensible. Zhao Wei was so fast and his brain wasn't fast enough to process whatever had happened. Crack. In an instant, Moi felt his left arm's bones almost shatter and his flesh rupture. The pain immediately eliminated the confusion clouding his vision and he gritted his teeth to resist letting out any sound. He tried to move his body but he couldn't. He couldn't move his muscles. What is happening? What is he doing to me? Why can't I control my body? Unacceptable. Kneel. A cold voice sounded from Zhao Wei's lips. I won't. Moi met Zhao Wei's gaze with defiance. Kneel. The next moment, Moi felt his world go round and round followed by a suffocating pressure that mercilessly pressed down on him, forcing his knees to shatter the ground and dig deep. This dot is where your eyes meet mine. Zhao Wei looked down at Moi with apathy. What? Everyone was shocked. What had just happened? Why was Moi kneeling before Zhao Wei? Everything was happening so fast that it looked as if time was being fast-forwarded. Was Moi so weak? Am I weak? Have I been mistaking myself for being strong this whole time? Am I living in an illusion? Moi's lips trembled, his body involuntarily shivering as if he were subjected to an environment of extreme cold. What did it mean to be strong? Aren't I a super genius? Why? Just why am I kneeling before a man? Just why? His willpower mattered not in the face of an illusion of absoluteness. Why you used underhanded means to Moi screamed at Zhao Wei. Shut up. Zhao Wei commanded. You are the result of your own ineptitude. Wah. Chapter 82, Acknowledging one's inferiority. His mind has been shaken and his whole perception of the world around him is slowly being shattered. How sturdy is his willpower? Beyond the veil of a labeled super genius, then what are we left with, Moi? Zhao Wei smiled faintly as he studied Moi's face. A face that currently showed no arrogance nor assured confidence but one that showed confusion, fear, disorientation, and a mirror of existential self-questioning. Moi's eyes were unfocused and his handsome face twisted in agony and defeat as he shouldered a gargantuan pressure akin to 100 mountains. That was how he perceived Zhao Wei's strong grip on his shoulder. Who am I? Why am I weak? How could I be overpowered by someone younger and inferior than me? How is he so strong? This isn't true. I am the #1 genius with no equal. Zhao Wei sighed in pity as he observed the sorry excuse of the so-called genius. The world is huge, friend, vaster than we could ever imagine, Zhao Wei said in a low tone as he lifted his eyes to the gloomy skies. Super genius with no equal? What is that? Honor? That's stupid and something that only a frog in a well could say. Moi wanted to retaliate with harsh words of his own but a single downward glance from Zhao Wei made him throw away whatever freedom of speech he had left. The amendments didn't matter in a lawless cultivation society where a higher order of strength denied all sorts of expressions and freedom. I dare not blow my own trumpet of being more exceptional and brilliant than everyone. I dare not say I have no equal when I have yet to wield almighty power. Friend, I am also a frog in a well somehow. Zhao Wei chuckled lightly, his unpredictable attitude creating confusion among those who heard his words. Moi was the most confused. You are a genius of your generation. Why not embrace superiority and exercise perfection over everyone? Superb enviable talent? Why shouldn't I feel honored and wallow in praise? Zhao Wei ceased his overbearing play and sighed. There was a slight burning pain in his eyes that extended all the way to his optic nerves and it was annoying, to say the least. We all have various flawed reasoning ingrained in our beings. Yours is severe. You lack one aspect of a bona fide genius and that is humility. Haha, I am not one to talk to you about humility as I am also an arrogant run-of-the-mill genius. You may have been lauded as a super genius but that only applies to Cloud Country. How many countries like Cloud Country are there? How many great countries are there? How many continents? What about beyond the seas and the clouds? We know nothing of the unknown and instead of wallowing in self-satisfaction, we should contemplate on our inferiority and lower our pride to better understand the world around us. Why are you talking as if you have seen whatever you are talking about when you are just a bumpkin from the same country as I? Was the question that was plaguing everyone's mind. As you have said I am a bumpkin but what separates me from you lot is that I am a thinker. Zhao Wei explained comfortably, not at all offended by Moi's straightforward words. What? Moi was affected by Zhao Wei's strong conviction about certain matters. I like to think, to speculate about many things. Have you ever asked yourself about your purpose in life? My purpose? The question echoed in every youth's mind. What is the purpose of my existence? Moi became lost in those words, Zhao Wei's words constantly ringing inside his brain. What is your purpose then? Moi reiterated Zhao Wei's words back to him. My purpose? I don't know. Why you don't know? Moi hid his annoyance. But a few seconds later, Zhao Wei continued with an easygoing smile. I am still searching and I have yet to understand it myself. So he is just like us? A collective thought ran through everyone's minds. And you wanna know the reason why I was able to triumph over you? Zhao Wei posed the question that had been disturbing Moa's mind when he was realistically supposed to be better. He had a few holy martial arts in his arsenal of techniques that were vastly superior to Zhao Wei's. So why? Why was he defeated and played with by his opponent? Wasn't he stronger than most 9th rankers? Then did this mean that a mere 7th rank martial master was able to contend against a 9th ranker? How shocking was that? Moa nodded hesitantly, dreading to hear about the obvious. Zhao Wei seemed to consider how to answer Moa. I guess I am just built differently and my ambitions are greater than even me, which, in itself, sounds so damn ridiculous. Talent and potential matter but aren't the deciding factors of a future powerhouse. Just like how a journey has different paths, everyone has their own suitable path to follow to reach their goals. People can experience growth in numerous ways. It's all about adaptability and having a dynamic mind instead of being fixated on a singular aspect. Zhao Wei's words seemed to spread far and wide even beyond the confines of the Sky Guards battalion. To one particular existence. A being that Zhao Wei had just noticed whose sole interest was on the current transpiration of matters. He didn't seem angry about the circumstances of his most prized core disciple. He only showed a slight frown as his face showed numerous changes with each passing second. He had been forced to avail himself after being given some unbelievable news by his outer disciple, Third Guard. His core disciple, Moa, had been overpowered squarely by another disciple from the Sky Guards battalion. Moa couldn't resist and had been forced to his knees with just a single hand. How could he, Lord Guanjun, believe it? The news had forced him to leave his seclusion, which was only a few days from reaching its end. But after seeing firsthand the way Moa kneeled before a 14-year-old youth whose halo shone more resplendent and eclipsed his, Lord Guanjun immediately understood something. In the world, there still existed individuals more monstrous than even Moa. If that was the youth's battle prowess, then what about his potential? His talent? And why did it feel that his words were solely meant for him? Was it just a coincidence? Or was he just overthinking? Lord Guanjun showed a slight smile. We will see what promise you hold, young man. Talent and potential are everything in this universe. Lord Guanjun then gazed at the sky with reminiscence, and a few moments later, he sighed before disappearing from the tall tree he was standing on. Becoming one with the surroundings, huh? Meanwhile, a barely discernible knowing grin formed on Zhao Wei's lips. Various thoughts ran through his mind as he caught the enigmatic figure of Lord Guanjun from his peripheral vision while maintaining a healthy conversation with Moa. Are you going to continue kneeling? You should never willingly kneel before anyone. Zhao Wei scolded Moa. What a chameleon. You are the one who forced me on my knees and now you are speaking as if I kneeled by myself. What sort of injustice was that? Why do I have to suffer through this bastard's evilness? Why your hand is still holding me down? Moa gritted his teeth in suppressed anger. His arm hurt like hell. It's just a pity he lacked an aspirin, hee, as if there were any. Zhao Wei was now being a troll. Oh, I was still holding you. I forgot about that. Zhao Wei removed his hold from Moa's shoulder with an innocent expression on his face. He then turned his back to Moa, who was slowly supporting himself off the ground. So stupid of him to turn his back to the enemy. But something I have came to understand about this bastard. Is his deviousness. You want me to enter your web, continue dreaming on. I have to thank you for wizening me up. Moa held his right dislocated shoulder and managed to put everything in place. His face remained passive even with the throbbing pain assaulting his entire arm. What do I call you? Zhao Wei inquired, but Moa swore he could visualize that shitty smile on his sagely face. I am Moa. I go by the name, Zhao Wei, the wife beater. Aren't we friends now, eh, Moa? Fuck off. Moa grumbled with venom. And what followed next was a hilarious burst of laughter from Zhao Wei. Are you going to fall into despair or rise like a dragon from this humiliation and defeat? And thus, the complicated relationship between Zhao Wei and Moa began. Was it the start of a peculiar friendship or rivalry? Was Moa going to alter his flawed reasoning? Chapter 83, Self-Awareness. As one rises higher and higher, it is inevitable that one might fall as well. This was a law. Nothing ever went as planned. The reality of the world was different. Murphy existed for a reason. To right the wrongs or make the wrongs more wrong. A genius, lauded with as many praises and envy as they could ever wish for, could rise and shine brighter than his peers. A genius was like the full moon and the stars were the normal people surrounding him. Nan Gongfen, an outer disciple of the mystified Lord Guanjun, was one of the stars that glittered and surrounded the full moon, Moa. Even though there existed various types of stars, Nan Gongfen was unmistakably on the smaller side. Bigger than the moon, was the sun. The sun was bigger, denser, and brighter than the moon. But even the sun could be eclipsed by the moon. The youth named Zhao Wei wasn't the sun or the moon or one of the generic stars. He was something else. He was more. A red supergiant? A galaxy maybe? Zhao Wei was like a black hole with no limits, with no dynamic feedback process. He could swallow the stars, the moon, and the sun. Nan Gongfen saw it that way. If Moi was a super genius, an elite among elites that overshadowed his peers, then Zhao Wei was an entity that devoured the said super geniuses. A demonic devourer. More unreasonable. More powerful. More unpredictable. Nan Gongfen felt he was simply unmatched as per what he had already observed. No, he didn't yearn for that power. He couldn't envy it or feel jealousy toward it. It terrified him. It kept the hairs on his back on end. It made him feel weak and powerless. It was a level that he couldn't ever wish to reach. Dreams of being invincible? Those were mere illusions. The youth not only held unopposed strength among his peers but also quite a handful insights into life. He was very peculiar, verging on eccentricity. Who could act and speak carefreely like him? Nan Gongfen could never imagine himself like that even though he was very social. Nan Gongfen had an inkling that that person could even speak bullshit and many would believe him. He, himself, included. The words from Zhao Wei's mouth carried too much authenticity. Even though he had already profiled Zhao Wei's base attitude, Nan Gongfen couldn't truly decipher the man behind that handsome face. He felt himself too stupid to even try and he gladly accepted his own inferiority. One's own path and resilience, huh? Even though it would take time to erase his inner feelings of envy and jealousy toward the exemplary and true geniuses, Nan Gongfen was determined to turn over a new leaf. He didn't want to live that life of always comparing himself to others who were despairingly more talented than him, a gap that was nigh impossible to overcome. Bitching about every little disadvantage that one had wasn't gonna cut it. Some people were just meant to be better and more talented. The world was an unfair place in the first place. Just make a chilled lemonade from the lemons it threw in your way. Even though Zhao Wei wasn't going to know or care, Nan Gongfen felt that he had helped him. That change in mindset was all he needed. Sixth brother, are you okay? Nan Gongfen carefully asked as he gazed at Moi's injured arm. I am all right. Moi expressionlessly replied as he walked away from the Sky Guards battalion grounds. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Those under the discipleship of Lord Guanjun were meant to be brothers under the same master and not enemies. It was a rule and that's why they addressed each other as such. Nan Gongfen momentarily looked at the back of Zhao Wei. He's met all the conditions to be our master's next core disciple, but what would master think about him? How is he going to react in the face of this monster? Would master be pleased with him? Well, it doesn't matter. I feel that his spot is already reserved. We will meet very soon, Zhao Wei. Nan Gongfen then turned away and followed Moi, who was surely walking so quickly. In frustration? Sixth brother, wait for me. Nan Gongfen called out to Moi in a goofy way. This only made Moi increase his pace as Nan Gongfen followed behind with a cheeky grin on his face. Zhao Wei was it? What an interesting lad. Master would surely be surprised by the quality of our geniuses this time round. I didn't expect one of them to wield such might at a very young age, 1 year younger than the super genius, Moi. Third guard grinned after watching everything unfold at the practicing grounds. He seems like someone who has faced death and despair but overcame it all to grow stronger. What sort of experiences did he go through to have such thick killing intent, and how the hell can he still remain in control? Third guard, as the one in charge of the Sky Guards battalion, there was nothing that happened within the Sky Guards battalion that he didn't know unless he feigned ignorance over some matters. I didn't believe Master Yi at first, but it seems I was gravely mistaken. I should inform the Lord. No, I will just wait for him to leave seclusion. It won't be long anyway. From the rooftop of the main building, the man known as Third Guard couldn't help but anticipate the day when his lordship would choose disciples. He then looked at the receding figures of Moi and Nan Gongfen as various thoughts ran through his mind. Little brother, without defeat how can you hope to be much more than a super genius? This is the life beyond. The world outside is harsher and crueler than you think. He sighed and then disappeared. Zhao Wei exhaled gently, ignoring the looks of reverence, envy, and admiration from the surrounding youths. Soon. It was pure coincidence that Lord Guanjun saw the situation inside the Sky Guards battalion. Was it Third Guard that told him, or was it Yi Linian, or maybe it was by own volition? Zhao Wei didn't know. He didn't care. He had already achieved the best possible scenario. The journey is about to branch off to another path once again. Zhao Wei only believed in himself, prayed to himself, didn't trust fate, and took self-dependency to a whole new level. Whatever means he was going to use to grow powerful didn't matter. Using others? What was wrong with that? Lord Guanjun served a greater purpose. He was the gateway to actualize one of Zhao Wei's plans. After all, everything had to go according to plan. Chapter 84, Wild Thoughts. Though she didn't want to admit it sometimes, the young man she was looking at had grown considerably pleasing to the eye. She had yet to fully understand him. He was funny. He could sometimes be humorless. He was predictable at times due to her observation and their closeness, but his unpredictability had always shaken her heart. He could be wise and stupid at the same time, and she always wondered just how the two different personalities could entirely coexist. She had also realized he was flawed, and he had further admitted it himself. She had once thought he was perfect, even though his mob-like appearance said otherwise, but with time, she had come to like his imperfections. He was a natural charmer, and she feared that with how things were going, she wouldn't be the only woman unable to resist the mysteries cloaking his being like armor. He was deadly. More lethal than she could ever imagine. And with each passing day, she realized she was falling deeper into the abyss known as Zhao Wei. Her heart was at risk, and she understood that fact very well. He had warned him, his words hurtful and sharp to the point of cutting through her maiden heart. Zhao Wei had changed her. She had changed herself. She had mended her heart right after and come to terms with his peculiarities. Zhao Wei was a hard game, and as the fool she was, Zhao Yufei was determined to crack the game. The difficulty level didn't mean anything due to her newfound perspective. By throwing caution to the wind, she, Zhao Yufei, was going all in. She was on a quest to affirm her own path and to conquer the almost frozen heart of a low-key villain who preferred neutrality overall and chose to do things the way he wanted. To achieve what she yearned for, what she craved, her vision had to be grander and ambitious, similar to his. He had told her that he believed in her hidden potential, and she couldn't be more assured of herself. The young man's eyes always gave her the feeling that he could see through anyone and anything. Currently, he looked more devastatingly attractive in the superficial sense, which she had came to not give a damn about. She wanted to know more about the man behind that veil of different characteristics. She liked him for who he was as a person. Damn, she almost low. Hey beautiful, why are you spacing out? Are you thinking about life? Maybe about me? A pink blush involuntarily colored her cheeks and the tips of her ears reddened. Even without looking at him, Zhao Yufei swore she could always envision that heart-stopping smug smile on his lips. Narcissist. Do you think everything's about you? Zhao Yufei harumphed but failed to hide her embarrassment. Anyone but him could do that. To have such a profound effect on her state of mind. I am hurt. How could you be so mean to me? Zhao Wei showed a hurt expression on his face. Did she forget how playful and childish he was? She, especially, liked that side of him. Zhao Yufei frowned with a fake repulsed expression and clicked her tongue venomously. I always wonder how you can pull off those contrasting expressions without trying. I have never seen you act like that with others. Zhao Wei remained silent to her inquiry for a few seconds. He then looked at her squarely. His silvery eyes captivated hers, pulling her into a momentary trance. Because you are special. With those words, he left her and went to his room. Because you are special. You are special. 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 The words rang like a rhyme inside her frozen mind. She was in a never-ending loop of those words. After coming to herself, Zhao Yufei hurriedly walked to her room and shut the door behind her. She then leaned her back against the door and allowed herself to slowly slide down to the ground. Her face was steaming and her forgotten shyness seemed to have surfaced back due to the effects of his words. His deep masculine voice. She hid her face with her delicate hands for a moment before she cutely caressed her pink cheeks. Zhao Yufei then pouted and puffed her cheeks like a hamster and exhaled lightly but still failed to calm herself. Her heart was incessantly beating against her chest. She slowly placed her hand between her perky breasts, or in other words, the valley of bliss. She could feel her excited heart through the touch of her palm and hear its thumps through her ears. She was losing it. How am I supposed to react and feel when you say those words? Do you think I am a weak woman who would easily fall for your words? Special? Am I truly special to you, bastard? Did you mean it, or are you playing with me? Gosh, I can't understand you. Zhao Yufei sighed silently and placed her hands on her knees before casting her eyes at the ceiling. So unfair. She grumbled in a low, sensual voice. Zhao Wei. A murmur left her luscious lips, then a dangerous, crazed glint shone in her lovely eyes. It seems you can only be mine. I am obsessed. She then smiled wickedly like a crazy enchantress enamored by something, by someone worthy of her utmost interest. She was like a pure demoness. Zhao Wei. She silently called out to him. For him to know that she liked him, wanted him, but the wall of unrequited love was almost insurmountable. She could endure for him. She was determined. Zhao Wei. He was hers and she was his. Inside a wooden room, Zhao Wei sneezed exaggeratedly. Damn, who was talking so bad about me? Is it Yufei? No, she wouldn't. Then, Zhao Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was a bad feeling, and this time round, It was more intense. Weird. He brushed it off since this time, he didn't register the feeling of death, of his life being at risk. Zhao Wei didn't know that his life wasn't exactly at risk in the normal sense but by something else. A woman. He wouldn't expect that. He wasn't the only unpredictable factor. He planned and foresaw things that might help him in his path, but anything outside that, he could sometimes be blind. Those words he had initially spoken to Zhao Yufei didn't hold much value to him as much as they were being taken seriously by the beautiful maiden in question. She was evolving, well, in other ways. Zhao Wei was in deep shit, but he would only find out about it later on. Meditation is the way. Zhao Wei closed his eyes and calmed his mind as he awaited Lord Guanzhon's call that he had already predicted. He could be insensitive at times. He treated Zhao Yufei like a true friend that he didn't always trust, which made it quite contradictory. But Zhao Yufei was the only person closest to him. She was entitled to be special. That was his perspective. Did he fully understand human feelings? A woman's feelings? Chapter 85, Lord Guanzhon. Inside the main building, third guard sat cross-legged on a futon made out of rare wool-like material with his eyes calmly closed. He was in a tranquil state as he silently cultivated his mind and purified his inner strength. Not everyone was like Zhao Wei or some other extreme talents that could generate pure inner energy by just cultivating. As an outer disciple of Lord Guanzhon, he was able to access any exceptional technique ranging from peak ranked level to holy rank that could sharpen one's mental senses. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. His eyes were plain black, but they were sharp and mirrored his numerous experiences. He couldn't be underestimated, and the aura of a seasoned fighter was strong on him. He gazed at the door. He had already sensed someone there, and from the aura they were radiating, only one thing could be inferred. Get in. Third guard ordered, and the doors slowly opened before a man clad in black respectfully entered. On his breastplate, there was an ordinary silver insignia. The man clad in black then knelt before third guard. I pay my respect to the general. Arise. Third guard commanded, to which the man clad in black, a soldier of low rank in the Guanzhon Corps, adhered. What kind of news do you have for me? He then blandly asked. The Lord has sent me for you and has said that he would be at the spiritual martial hall, the soldier explained meticulously, not wanting to earn any of his words. Third guard arched his brows. Master has already finished his seclusion? Well, that is surprising. I thought it would be like 4 more days before his secluded retreat ended, as per what he had already told us. You may leave. Third guard dismissed the soldier. After the soldier left, he supported his right cheek with his clenched hand that was resting on his thigh. I wonder what Master wants to talk about. Third guard then rose from the futon and proceeded to walk out of the building. A few minutes later, he was at the front of an ancient-looking gray hall whose doors were wide open. It was the spiritual martial hall. Third guard didn't enter immediately and stood like a statue at the entrance. It was a form of respect. Zhao Feng, come in. A mysterious voice sounded from the depths of the hall. Zhao Feng? Only Master would call me that name when I prefer being called third guard. Third guard had a reminiscent smile on his face as he respectfully entered the spiritual martial hall. The hall was huge and spacious, and it felt empty. At the end of the hall was a middle-aged man with vibrant blue eyes that reminded him of the limitless ocean. He adorned well-embroidered golden robes that spoke volumes of his majesty, yet did nothing to alleviate the air of ordinariness surrounding him. He may have looked like a commoner, but there was something about him that made people subconsciously see him differently. Like he was in a higher position. He was Lord Guanzhon, the legendary man who was a force to be reckoned with in the Cloud Country. He was allegedly the top expert in the entire country according to his past warrior achievements. He was obviously in a different league due to his cultivation base. Lord Guanzhon had already ascended. I pay respects to the master. Third guard bowed respectfully. It's nice to see that you are doing fine, Feng, Lord Guanzhon said with a faint smile before nodding at the extra futon beside him. Third guard murmured a thanks before sitting on the futon. What about you, master? How was your seclusion? Third guard looked at Lord Guanzhon with admiration shining off his black eyes. There was no one he admired more than his master. After all, he was the strongest person he'd ever known. And also, he was his master, someone akin to a parental figure. Third guard has never had a lack of top-tier cultivation resources due to being a disciple of Lord Guanzhon. The master was generous to all his disciples even if they were outer disciples. It was fine, Lord Guanzhon replied. By the way, how are the kids doing? He asked third guard. They have improved significantly and I am confident that you would be pleased by them, third guard told him with a look full of expectations. He wanted to talk more about the geniuses of the Sky Guards battalion, especially one particular oddball. There was someone out there that could really defeat his super genius younger brother, Moi. Master would be interested in hearing the story about Zhao Wei. Lord Guanjun acted surprised and waved his hand for third guard to expound more. Moi got utterly outclassed by a youth younger than him in the Sky Guards battalion. Third guard seemed excited as he spoke about the hot news that had spread specifically in the Sky Guards battalion. Moi was defeated? By who? From Lord Guanjun's tone, his interest seemed to have been totally piqued even though he had a rough idea about the matters of the event. His name is Zhao Wei, a youth from Sunfeather City. He was brought together with another genius young lady by Brother Yi. Third guard shared that piece of information. So his name is Zhao Wei? Lord Guanjun thought, but his expressionless face gave nothing away. He also bested Nan Gongfen in what he was best at. He can't be simply called a genius. He is a monster in a league of his own. I have a feeling that I would lose against him if he was serious. It's my intuition as a seasoned warrior, but it also makes me want to test his full strength. Third guard continued with a complicated expression on his handsome face. Oh? This is interesting. Truly interesting. Lord Guanjun nodded repeatedly. His excitement was almost palpable. He could see hope due to the fact Zhao Feng gave his personal opinion, and he couldn't spot any lies in his words. Lord Guanjun had known Third Guard ever since he took him in as his outer disciple. He was the second eldest. He may have the capabilities of overpowering geniuses, but then what about his potential? Lord Guanjun silently thought. Could he be the one I am looking for apart from moi? What do you think, Master? I must fully assess them for myself. Lord Guanjun offered his verdict. Let the top 10 exceptional geniuses of your nurturing meet me here tomorrow, Lord Guanjun said. I will pass on the message as you have commanded so that they may prepare themselves. Third guard stood up immediately. Good. I want to see someone who Zhao Wei truly is. For someone whom you are truly vouching for, he shouldn't be too shabby, right? Lord Guanjun smiled at his disciple. I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Master. Third guard promised with extreme confidence after all he knew about everything in the Sky Guards battalion. It was his own domain. Chapter 86, Nah, I'd win. From within his body, blood full of vitality was constantly circulating and being refined, being made purer and thick, almost viscous. His bone marrow was golden like the scales of a supreme golden dragon, but contrary to expectation, it didn't produce golden blood. His bone marrow was of the highest quality after numerous refinements from his celestial inner strength. The celestial inner strength also tempered his bones, while the triluminaries' energies from the celestial heaven made him stronger and faster, and gave him potent regenerative abilities. His potential was simply otherworldly. The myriad constellation physique was a glitch in this simulated reality, the dream of a slumbering creator. He had only tapped into a fraction of its capabilities, and even with his foresight, he couldn't anticipate its future prospects. Well, the thing about the future was you couldn't ever fully count on the future since it was prone to infinite changes. As for potential, it was just potential. Nothing else. What was potential in the face of existential erasure? What was potential in the face of death? Life was fickle and short, and the same applied to cultivators with long lifespans. Zhao Wei exhaled gently and slowly opened his eyes. The silver of his eyes shone in the dark room like two little moons, making the scene beautiful. He clenched his right hand, and the sound of his bones crying in joy greeted his ears. Zhao Wei could feel the undeniable power coursing through his hands, veins, and his entire body. He felt almost nuclear. The illusion of growing stronger always makes one think that they can tackle anything in the world. How funny. Zhao Wei murmured to himself with a faint smile. That isn't the strength I seek. He then rose from the ground. Zhao Wei realized he had meditated for hours as he gazed at the inky night sky through the ceiling of his room. I will never get enough of how time can pass very quickly when one is invested in meditation. I barely manage to stay awake during my medical biochemistry and physiology classes, but here I'm spending hours, days, and even possibly years in cultivation. Zhao Wei chuckled softly as he went outside. It was in the middle of the night, and instead of a full moon, there was a new phase in place. It looked less visible, but Zhao Wei could see its gray and silvery outline. A new moon, Zhao Wei talked to himself while looking at the starry skies. He could spot the beautiful hues of galaxies moving in a continuous chain across the night sky. I am intergalactic. Even in the middle of the night, there were a few youths still training, and there were some that just couldn't sleep or were rather insomniac. Just then, a loud voice sounded all over the Sky Guards battalion. Lord Guanjun has finished his seclusion and has decreed that the 10 Sky Guards will meet with him tomorrow. Tomorrow, in the afternoon, meet me at the front of my building as soon as possible. Those who were deep in sleep or meditation heard the voice clearly, and they couldn't keep their calm just like everyone else. What? Lord Guanjun has finished his seclusion? What does this mean? It means we would have a chance of being Lord Guanjun's disciples. I won't waste this chance. Fuck, I was hella sleepy, but with the coming of Lord Guanjun, I think I won't be sleeping anytime soon. Why did Third Guard have to report the matter in the middle of the night? Do you think he would care about your opinion? This night, the 10 Sky Guards except for the top 5 will realize that peace was never an option. I have been saving and hiding my strength just for this day. Saving strength, ahaha. Don't make me laugh. Do you think you are the protagonist of a story or something? Let him cook. He's the hidden villain. Haha. Pathetic trash, all of you. It would be a night of blood and bones breaking. In a matter of seconds after Third Guard had conveyed the message, numerous youths began to flock to the field near the 10 wooden rooms. They engaged in animated conversations while secretly waiting for someone to make the first move. Hey, isn't that Zhao Wei? A youth murmured to his friend. Where? There. The youth subtly directed his eyes to the lone figure outside room 5. Do you want to challenge him? I think the odds of you surviving are high. The friend flashed him a foxy grin. I rather deal with the devil than him. I ain't that stupid. But with hope can't one overcome any type of hurdles, including the gargantuan one known as Zhao Wei? His friend smiled as he spouted bullcrap. What did you eat today, bro? Why don't you go and face him with your illusion of hope, haha? To be humiliated? No, I love my face. Didn't you see how he trampled an 8th rank genius? Sigh, we are truly weak losers. No, we aren't weak. We are strong. It's just that there will always be those stronger than us. The world operates under such rules. Stand proud. Zhao Wei just happened to hear their conversations with his superior hearing, and a weird expression formed on his face. His brows winged up in surprise. What's with those background characters and their conversation? I understand that reference. Those two are in the wrong universe, but whatever. Zhao Wei shrugged as he observed the first brave challenger contend against an unlucky 10th Sky Guard. A fight broke out and the guy ranked 10th got yeeted from his lofty position. The cycle of victory and defeat continued as new contenders rose and fell with ease, and those who could protect their positions like Zhao Yufei received fewer confrontations. Everyone wanted to be Lord Guanjun's disciple, since it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that they felt they would regret if they missed it. Cultivation was also about competition. Without being competitive for resources, you will only be drowned by the monsters who thirst for improvement and better treatment. Just like that, the night ended and there were a few changes in the positions, but Zhao Wei only chose to remember Zhao Wei. The others weren't worth his time. Before noon, the 10 Sky Guards began walking towards the meeting point. Some perfectly hid their excitement while some struggled, since they were ultimately going to meet the legend of Cloud Country. Feng Hanayu, do you think you can defeat Zhao Wei? Lei Kong casually asked Feng Hanayu. Feng Hanayu frowned after hearing Lei Kong's question before his face returned to normal. He then said with a straight face. Nah, I'd win. Everyone including Zhao Wei turned their heads to look at him with their mouths opened in visible shock. Even the nearby raven almost fell down from the sky. Feng Hanayu felt immediately embarrassed, and it was further intensified by Lei Kong's annoying laughter. Chapter 87, A Pitiful Man. You are all here. Third Guard availed himself and subtly gazed at the group of exceptional 10 youths. Follow me then. He was a man of a few words, and he immediately began to walk away. The 10 Sky Guards began to follow him in earnest. Most of the youths couldn't contain the excitement bubbling inside them as seen by the radiant smiles on their faces. The opportunity that they had been handed was a one-way ticket to greatness. Zhao Yufei also looked forward to the occasion that involved the heavily lauded figure of Cloud Country. She was mostly after the promise of greater resources and better techniques than what she currently possessed. Zhao Yufei had already begun to realize something about herself. With each passing day, her cultivation speed seemed to be amplified little by little. She couldn't really understand it herself, but she had an inkling that her body was somehow special, or maybe she was just mistaken. Anyway, it was definitely a good thing, and what she needed the most to make use of her growing cultivation speed were consumable resources. As she walked, Zhao Yufei wondered what Zhao Wei was feeling about meeting Lord Guanjun. Everyone was excited about it. Could he be an exception? As she gracefully walked, Zhao Yufei tried to sneak a glance at the young man she had been interested in ever since Sun Feather City. Typical of him. Zhao Yufei clicked her tongue before chuckling internally. Zhao Wei felt someone look at him. It was a familiar gaze that he had came to imprint in his senses, and even without looking, he knew who it was. Zhao Wei had a normal expression on his face. He showed neither happiness nor sadness. Zhao Wei then slightly turned his head to give the sneaky lady a side glance. But guess what? Zhao Wei's eyes were met by a middle finger and a goofy smile from Zhao Yufei before she ignored him. Zhao Wei. He was simply rendered speechless. Did I just get bamboozled by Yufei? Zhao Wei had a faint one-sided smile lingering on his lips as he continued walking. Soon, Third Guard led them to an ancient building. It was the spiritual martial hall, Lord Guanjun's cultivation residence. Some youths looked at the building in anticipation and curiosity. They wondered why it looked very different from all the buildings they had passed. Of course, the way the hall looked gave them the feeling that it belonged to someone very important and powerful like Lord Guanjun. This is the spiritual martial hall. Your destiny will be decided once inside. Third guard began to speak in a low voice as he gazed at the 10 youths. One or two of you might be taken in as Lord Guanjun's disciple depending on your luck. Those were probably his last words of consolation to the group. Master, I have brought them. Third guard spoke loudly, his voice echoing in the spacious hall despite the huge silver doors being closed. Come in. After a few seconds, a clear, powerful voice sounded behind the doors. The masculine voice made some of the youths feel pressured. To add more dramatic effect, the huge doors slowly opened up by themselves and a small gust of wind made its way inside. The whistle of the wind made it even more impactful. Are we by chance entering Count Dracula's lair? Zhao Wei mildly thought. But something is missing? It's definitely the theme song that's missing. Tap tap tap. With third guard leading the way, the others followed suit, their feet making numerous audible footsteps like a legion of Spartans. The youths couldn't help but study the interior design of the hall as they walked, only to realize that it was dull bland. There were no drawings or anything along those lines. The walls were truly dull. Zhao Wei thought that they, maybe, mirrored Lord Guanjun's inner self. So what type of man was he? Zhao Wei already had a general understanding of the man from a reader's perspective. He only had one word to describe him and it was pitiful. Yeah, Zhao Wei found Lord Guanjun unlucky, pitiful, slightly naive, and a little bit optimistic. His woman got stolen and later on, his super genius disciple Moi also got poached right under his nose due to his powerlessness. It was understandable due to the massive differences between him and his long-term mortal enemy, Hai Yun. Hai Yun was another piece of dogshit that Zhao Wei quite disliked since he was so petty. Why did he have to scar our boy Lord Guanjun till he began searching for super geniuses to carry on his revenge? Zhao Wei found it illogical to even try to carry on a man's hatred and thirst for revenge. How the hell did it concern him? How the hell would he waste his time to shoulder the inadequacy of someone else's sorry ass? The world he was in was a cruel one and if one couldn't use others for their own benefit, then one should just be prepared to be used. Zhao Wei preferred being the latter. Karma be damned, he was a bastard that gave zero fucks to filial piety. To him, Lord Guanjun, or better Zuran was just a means for him to climb the ladder. Third guard's eyes widened slightly when he saw that Yi Linian or rather Brother Yi was already there with Master together with Moi and Nan Gongfen. Master. Third guard bowed to Lord Guanjun who sat on a futon at the center while his 3 disciples sat around him. Lord Guanjun nodded at him and third guard immediately sat near Yi Linian. He then gestured to the 10 youths to sit on the already prepared futons according to their appropriate positions. What's up, Brother Yi? Third guard greeted the handsome young man whose age was between 20 and 30. I am good. I see that you have quite the promising bunch. Yi Linian whispered. Third guard revealed a proud smile as he eyed the 10 sky guard and remained quiet. Lord Guanjun silently studied the 10 sky guards from the 10th position. His ocean blue eyes shone brighter as he assessed the energies of each individual. When he reached Zhao Yufei, he stopped for once before slightly nodding his head. When he reached Zhao Wei, Lord Guanjun's expressionless face finally changed into one of surprise. So this is the young man that trampled on both Moi and Nan Gongfen. What a perfect body suited for body cultivation but his potential. After Lord Guanjun finished observing the 10 sky guards, he offered his final verdict albeit one filled with slight disappointment. There are extremely good seedlings but... Lord Guanjun said slowly and paused. A large portion of the sky guards was filled with apprehension at Lord Guanjun's words. Even third guard and Yi Linian were left on edge. As for Moi, his eyes never left Zhao Wei ever since he entered the spiritual martial hall. How could he not be conscious of him? I think it would be meaningful if I tested their aptitudes for more clarity. Lord Guanjun finally finished his words which made everyone release breaths of relief. Here comes the man obsessed with potential. A shadow of a sly grin showed on Zhao Wei's lips. Chapter 88, Crystal Ball. Lord Guanjun took out something from under his sleeve and upon inspection, the 10 sky guards noticed that it was a visually appealing transparent crystal ball that glittered under the reflections of light in the room. There was just something inspiring about it and the youths began to wonder what it was. Moi and Nan Gongfen were already aware of the crystal ball but even so, they didn't truly understand the mechanisms behind its uniqueness. Moi treated it as something that created distinctions among different layers of geniuses. It was something that amplified his ego and showed how he was different from the rest. That was the cruel reality that his fellow disciple, Nan Gongfen, had to face. Nan Gongfen also knew too well that the crystal ball was the ultimate crusher of a superiority mindset and someone's initial worldview. It was a complete game changer. This crystalline ball you are currently curious about is the potential measuring artifact, Lord Guanjun explained nonchalantly after seeing how the young ones looked at it. This is something unique, and just from its name, you can already guess that it excels in measuring the future potentiality and innate talent of each individual to a 99.99% degree. Even though it only offers estimates about someone's potential, you can be reassured about its credibility. What? It can measure their future potential, like how far they can advance in cultivation. All the youths in the room except Zhao Wei had their eyes widening in amazement after hearing such an inconceivable concept from Lord Guanjun. Zhao Wei couldn't really blame them, as he was also interested in that so-called potential measuring artifact, but for a different reason. He was more curious about the materials used to make such an incredible artifact. They probably had to be heaven-defying or something along those lines. He used his supervision to dig deeper into the material composition, the usual chemistry, but... what? Just ordinary crystals? Zhao Wei chuckled in his mind after a quick analysis from afar. What a disappointment. But the fact still remains that the crystal ball isn't as simple as it seems. Maybe it operates under some kind of laws or concepts that a mortal like me won't ever hope to discover. Or maybe it's a fragment of the questions will never end if I continue thinking about it. This is interesting. A momentary glint of passion and curiosity shone in his moon-like eyes. Zhao Wei once again was reminded of the unknown X's and Y's the infinite universe had to offer, and he was just a slightly knowledgeable toddler in it. Little guide them so that we see the quality of this time's sky guards. Lord Guanjun smiled at him as he handed him the crystal ball. PFF Nan Gongfen was about to let one out, but he stifled it back after his master gave him a warning gaze. Zhao Wei swore he had that Leonardo DiCaprio meme signature, and it kind of amused him. Moi, on the other hand, had a sour expression on his face only because Lord Guanjun would refer to him as Little Bat random times. He didn't like it, but since he was the youngest among his disciples, Moi had forced himself to get used to it and swallow the discontent. Moi couldn't really hold it against his master. What pissed him off was the reaction from his fellow disciples, especially Nan Gongfen. Moi chose to ignore Nan Gongfen's low-key jab at him. Moi treated it as just the buzz of a fly. He then went and presented the potential measuring artifact to Feng Hanyu. Feng Hanyu was nervous at first, but since he was good at controlling his emotions, he finally calmly held the crystal ball without shivering unnecessarily. Moi noticed how Feng Hanyu kept his cool and wordlessly nodded. Now try to channel both your consciousness and inner strength into the crystal ball, Moi sternly instructed. Feng Hanyu nodded while inhaling deeply before exhaling in relaxation. Now we have Moi, the fortune teller. Now what future would the crystal ball reveal? Zhao Wei thought in delight. Wang. Just as in the novel, Feng Hanyu lit up 5 circles in the crystal ball, meaning his potential had exceeded the mortal body, meaning he wouldn't be confined by the limits of the consolidated realm, and the ascended realm wouldn't be a problem for the future him. Lord Guanjun indirectly called him trash even though he didn't utter any derogatory terms from his mouth. Lei Kong took the crystal ball, and upon following the procedure, Lord Guanjun gave him a less than average evaluation. Lei Kong was even trashier than Feng Hanyu as he lit up only 4 circles. That was the cold reality that cultivators had to face. There were no words to sugarcoat what is considered trash. Lord Guanjun had strict requirements for one to be his core disciple, so it was understandable. But Zhao Wei knew from his reading experience that choosing a core disciple or legacy disciple wasn't solely based on potential alone. There were just many aspects of a character that needed to be examined to take someone that you would treat like family under your tutelage. How is their Dao heart? Are they loyal, or are they just backstabbing scumbags? What are their philosophical views? What are their goals, and how far do their ambitions reach? Also, the eccentricity of the master could determine what type of disciple they want, Zhao Wei calmly thought. Fairy Zizhuan took in Hanju since he was a shut-in cultivator, which was pretty consistent with his seclusion, more like cowardice, hee. Grandmaster Pill Demon also had his own criteria that the 9th generation demon sealer had to meet before undergoing the discipleship ceremony. Hey, you dropped your balls. Moi suppressed his snicker as he gave the crystal ball to the absent-minded Zhao Wei. I didn't know that you are also funny, little b. Zhao Wei wore his trademark troublemaker grin as he emotionally pinched Moi where it hurt the most. Zhao Yufei turned her hilarious smile away from the 2 males. She was holding herself really well from relieving her lungs from bursting forth. Lord Guanjun witnessed the interaction between the 2 and couldn't help but be surprised by Moi's reaction towards Zhao Wei. His usual cold disciple could also make friends. But he was most interested in was the potential lying within that divine body of Zhao Wei. What kind of surprising results was he going to give him, as both Yilinian and Third Guard equally praised him as a monster, huh? Meanwhile, Zhao Wei uninterestedly gazed at the crystal ball. Why deceive yourself with a flawed glimpse of the future, dear? Illusions are the only things awaiting you. One bright circle formed on the crystal ball, a second followed next at a constant speed. Then. Chapter 89, Yes, I do. O near immortal's enlightenment, I was in a time-accelerated domain, experiencing the profundities of reality, and I was forced to put off my writing a little bit, but now that I have finished my fruitful seclusion, I feel that I could create whatever I want. This immortal's lifespan was in no way near its end, since I am this close at grasping the secrets of eternal life. I no longer need lifespan goo. It's good to be back at literary heaven. As someone who had scouted both Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei back at the Zhao clan, specifically the Zhao clan, Yi Linian was the most curious of all about the rising star that devastatingly overpowered Moi. Ever since he had brought the two into the Sky Guards battalion, Yi Linian had shifted his attention to his own matters, and it had only been recently that Third Guard passed on some hot news to him. Yi Linian had been astonished at first, unbelieving of the fact that a super genius like Moi could be defeated by someone in the Sky Guards battalion. And to add salt to injury, he was defeated by someone weaker than him in terms of cultivation by a whole realm. Zhao Wei was the name of the usurper of the super genius title. Yi Linian wondered what kind of talent Zhao Wei was going to show to the world. Could his potential surpass Moi's? Yi Linian wasn't alone in this speculation. Lord Guanjun, Third Guard, and Moi himself were the most curious of all. Knowing him, the bastard might try to show off or mess around when he is the center of attention. Zhao Yufei was already proud of herself for being capable of predicting Zhao Wei's antics. Anyway, if his talent isn't the most ridiculous thing in existence, then I will be damned. Zhao Yufei gave the crystal ball a mirthful gaze. Zhao Wei looked at the three circles that had already formed on the crystal ball in concentration. If there was something he had taught himself well, then it had to be anything to do with control. He was adept at controlling his inner strength and body. To control his potential, an aspect of himself seemed almost impossible, but Zhao Wei could do it if he put his mind to it. As far as he was concerned, the myriad constellation physique had already rewritten his initial talent that was probably within the limits of a mortal to something immeasurable. It was the feeling he had gotten after being reborn. Zhao Wei compared it to the effect of the essence of Blink, but geared towards innate talent and cultivation progression instead of mastery over different disciplines. After being bestowed with such a perk, it was inevitable that he could control what others saw from him. Zhao Feng's talent had evolved as a result of the ancestral Eye of Dreams' gradual boost. Well, it was more like the God Eye itself was his sole talent. But the fact still remained that Zhao Feng could also alter his own results shown on a talent measuring artifact. Anyway, Zhao Wei didn't need to show that he was the only living being with the most potential or try to prove that he was better. He planned to show something that was within the limits of acceptance, something that didn't deviate from the norm. He was a meticulous person, and there was no way he was going to shatter the artifact due to an inflated ego or portray himself as an underdog. Under his deliberate control, the fourth circle formed weakly, giving those spectating a horrible scare. How can his talent be so weak? They probably asked themselves such a question. Zhao Wei showed extreme disappointment on his handsome face after seeing how his talent was lingering in the mortal limit. He was the showsman and he had his part to play. A ruse. The Tao of subterfuge had to be put to fruition. The play was his to manipulate. Zhao Wei found amusement in the different reactions that those in the room displayed. Then, as if Lady Luck was smiling upon Zhao Wei, the weak fourth circle gave out distracting lights before the fifth circle was filled to the brim. The fifth circle? What had just happened? Feng Hanayu was surprised and didn't believe for once that Zhao Wei had the same level of talent as him. He expected more. Lord Guanjun carefully studied the crystal ball's reaction in surprise while looking at Zhao Wei. A certain thought passed through his mind before he sighed in disappointment. Moi also found the result unbelievable. Just as he was about to take the crystal ball from Zhao Wei's hands, the sixth circle lit up almost immediately. Lord Guanjun rose from his futon and looked at how the situation was unfolding in bewilderment. It can't be a true changeable body? Lord Guanjun started having doubts of his own about Zhao Wei's true talent. He didn't want to believe whatever was unfolding in front of him as a true changeable body had a 1 in a million chance of manifesting in an individual. The probability of someone having a true changeable body was extremely low. It was simply that rare in the vast universe. Apart from Lord Guanjun, all the others in the room weren't privy to that knowledge. They were only captivated by the peculiarity of Zhao Wei's talent. Moi withdrew his hand and continued watching with rapt attention. Deep inside, he believed that someone capable of shattering his pride and subverting his worldview would probably have a talent that was superior to his. Zhao Wei was younger than him by about 2 years, mind you. Moi wished Zhao Wei to be more than just skill, or else he was going to surpass him and make Zhao Wei relive what he had put him through. You know, the usual tit for tat. He didn't hold it against him, as there was already a saying that states, anything that goes around, comes around. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei had a face of confusion as the light hovered between the 6th circle and 7th circle as if once again undecided. Xie. The 7th circle finally lit up. Wah. Thump. Everyone's heart shook in anticipatory excitement. Just as everyone was thinking that it was the end. Zhao Wei laughed in his mind and gave them another scare. 8 circles. After a full minute, nothing changed and this allowed the audience to take a breather. And that was his cue to leave things at that, and Zhao Wei decided to put an end to his little performance. Zhao Wei gave a dejected smile after a full minute of looking at the crystal ball with much expectation for more. Brother, it seems this is my limit. I didn't know that I had such little talent. I have disappointed everyone. Zhao Wei spoke with great sadness in his voice as he returned the crystal ball to frozen Moi. Moi was like a program that had stopped responding and was awaiting a crash report to be formulated. Your father. Your whole family. Your whole extended ancestry is untalented. Who do you think you are? If you are untalented, then I am just the lowest piece of trash to ever exist. Fuck. Lord Guanjun couldn't retain his calm and almost lost his footing due to Zhao Wei's utter nonsense. This core disciple of his was utterly brutal. Yes, from that moment on, Zhao Wei had already become his core disciple despite his troublemaking tendency. A bright, genuine smile formed on his lips as he witnessed the emergence of another Moi but better. Lord Guanjun could already foresee the completion of his ardent wish. Zhao Wei, do you accept me as your master? Lord Guanjun rushed toward Zhao Wei and gleefully stood in front of him. Everyone couldn't believe how things were proceeding so fast without a break. Here goes nothing. Zhao Wei's eyes twinkled before he bowed delicately. Yes, I do. He internally cringed at his own words. It felt so wrong in so many different languages. Chapter 90. Frustration. There was nothing more satisfying than the feeling of seeing yourself nearing the finish line of your dreams. Lord Guanjun saw his wishes being actualized just by looking at the unusually remarkable youth. He saw immense potential in Zhao Wei even more than when he had first tested Moi. He valued both of them as they were akin to millennial geniuses, but they would always be a matter of inclination if a choice was given. Lord Guanjun didn't want to reach such a point. He didn't want to exercise favoritism. Through both Zhao Wei and Moi, Lord Guanjun saw hope since the two, apparently, shared the same level of talent. But it was already quite evident that Zhao Wei was unanimously superior, combat-wise. There is no need for such excessive formalities between us from now on, Zhao Wei. Stand up. Lord Guanjun smiled as he motioned for Zhao Wei to raise his head. Teacher. Zhao Wei showed a toothy smile in response. There goes my initial haughtiness toward taking someone as my teacher. I have become more devious and accommodating toward changes. Zhao Wei engaged in introspection about himself and his growing adaptability. Those that have a hunger towards knowledge shouldn't be stiff and embrace dynamicism. After Zhao Wei was taken in as Lord Guanjun's second core disciple under the envious eyes of others, he was given a seat at the high table. His status was no longer the same as before, with his future progress shining brighter than ever. That was how the both remaining 9 Sky Guards and Lord Guanjun's outer disciples envisioned Zhao Wei. Undoubtedly, he was secretly the object of admiration to some. Moi just felt grumpy and more competitive. His space was being invaded and just like a kid, he wanted more attention to lean toward himself. Zhao Wei was justifiably stealing his spotlight and would eventually overshadow him in Master's heart. Moi clenched his hand and after a second of thinking carefully, he discarded all that jealousy nonsense from his system. It was only then that he coolly unclenched his hand. If I became obsessed with such worthless feelings like a kid, I might as well be just playing deep into what he wants to see. Moi kept himself at sub-zero and it was just then he caught a glimpse of a faint playful smile on Zhao Wei's face. What an unsavory bastard. Moi gestured a sneaky effing finger to send his own message to the new golden child. Zhao Wei arched his brows in response before totally ignoring him. Moi felt the sting but swallowed his frustration down his gut after failing to elicit any noteworthy reaction from Zhao Wei. Meanwhile, the potential measuring occasion continued and it was Zhao Yufei's turn. She was the only being exhibiting feminine energy in the room, the only talented woman among the 10 Sky Guards. As a transmigrator, Zhao Wei found the issue too damn noticeable. Disturbingly so. Women in power were in the minority in most cultivation verses. Even if the woman was extremely powerful, for example, if she was the Celestial Empress, she would always be surpassed if she wasn't the main character and would fall prey to the protagonist's unlimited charm. That was the sad fate of female cultivators. It was the norm and it wasn't damned surprising to Zhao Wei. Women weren't equal to men and it wasn't going to change anytime soon from the perspective of such a misogynistic society. But to Zhao Wei, all living beings were equal before him and had the potential to overcome their predetermined fates. As Johann Lyrdert once again, all living beings were equal in death. His spear couldn't distinguish between women and men. It pierced everything, all of creation. Anyway, Zhao Wei couldn't wait to see what kind of surprises the young maiden who was somehow besotted with him would show the world. He wanted to see her new convictions came to fruition. Weirdly, he considered her a friend and his closest person to some degree. The mere thought of that made him frown, but truthfully, Zhao Wei felt that it wasn't that bad. If there was something that Zhao Yufei had helped in his existence was making him less cold and making him feel that there was more to life than just chasing after lofty goals beyond heaven and earth. A journey was made enjoyable by far too many factors. Emotional severance was a one-way ticket to a forever dull life, and that was a route that didn't conform to his new ideals. Fang Yuan had his own outlook, Li Qiyi had his, and he, Zhao Wei, also had his. It was just a matter of difference in individuality that shaped a person's perspective. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei looked at the crystal ball in rapt attention. So this is the thing that would determine my own talent compared to Zhao Wei's. What would happen if I lag behind him? Wouldn't he just discard me if I have inferior potential? Please don't be a bad talent. Please don't be a bad talent. I don't want Wire to abandon me. No, I have to be better. I am Zhao Yufei, the woman who promised herself to conquer her own future. Zhao Yufei steeled her determination and smiled beautifully. Her smile was calm and indescribably attractive. It was a smile that could turn winter into summer. While in deep concentration, she put her mind and inner strength into the oh-so-mysterious crystal ball. Everyone in the room was first greeted by a blinding light before it died down. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before in Lord Guanzhang's experience, and it made him closely examine the only beautiful flower in the room. The circle of light in the crystal ball started off weak before the first circle fully formed. The people in the room watched in awe as the number of circles increased in the same way. It was as if her innate talent was subject to an unknown rule. She easily passed the 5th mark and only stopped between the 6th and 7th circle, which was better than Feng Hanyu's result. Middle to top-tier spiritual body. Not bad. Lord Guanzhang commented. Without further ado, I will just take you as my outer disciple. Both Yi Linian and Third Guard were extremely surprised by the Lord's decisions, considering that he rarely took in even outer disciples. Yi Linian even wondered what type of monsters he had picked from Sun Feather City. But after seeing Zhao Yufei's raw talent, there was no further discussion needed. While everyone was taken aback and excited over Zhao Yufei's potential, the same couldn't be applied to herself as she listlessly dug her nails into her palm. She was at the risk of puncturing her palm. No. 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 Zhao Yufei cut her palm's skin with her nails to cope with her frustration. Fate was to blame for wanting to ruin her chance with Zhao Wei. That audacity of that bitch named Fate for wanting to take control of her mind. I am being shitty now. I am not supposed to be stopped by a mere crystal ball, right? Zhao Yufei exhaled lightly and relaxed her hands while making sure to hide her blood. She had to be stable. That's gonna leave a scar or not? Zhao Yufei wore a forced smile. After taking the crystal ball off her hands, wondered what was wrong with her. Shouldn't be happy for being taken in as a disciple by the master? Wasn't that more than she could ever wish for? Why look so disappointed? Couldn't understand her. No one could understand her better than herself. She's frustrated. Zhao Wei was the only one at the moment who understood her. But he was unaware of her hidden change, a completely hidden side of Zhao Yufei. Chapter 91, Perspective. Apart from Feng Hanyu and Zhao Yufei, who had shown truly exceptional results, Lord Guanzhang didn't find anything worth noting about the other youngsters. They didn't have what he was looking for. They lacked what it takes to be his disciples. Many in the room had faces of disappointment for not being chosen. Their dreams shattered before their eyes. It was truly disheartening. Each one of them had envisioned themselves being chosen as they were pretty much confident in their talents. But alas, reality liked to one-up everyone's expectations. Not everyone could be talented, and specific limitations existed for a reason. Only the heaven-favored, lucky, or truly tenacious individuals could break such limitations. Luck was a very important aspect of life. Even though hard work and talent could lead to success, the driving factor of most successful outcomes was ultimately luck. Zhao Wei understood this himself. He wasn't exempted from such a rule. He was lucky. It wasn't bad to be lucky, but you can't always depend on it. Luck couldn't be controlled unless one had access to heaven-defying means capable of influencing probability. Feng Hanyu, normally, I wouldn't have chosen you, but since my mood has been elevated by the talents of this year's Sky Guards, I think it won't be bad if I take in an additional outer disciple. Lord Guanzhang called out to Feng Hanyu, who was restraining his excitement from exploding. Feng Hanyu hurriedly knelt before Lord Guanzhang. I greet the master. Lord Guanzhang beckoned him to rise. Good. Then, Lord Guanzhang continued to look at the remaining unchosen with slight pity. Their disappointment, unresigned expressions, all of it mirrored the face of his past self when he had thought he was on top of the world. When he was just a mere youth with hopes and dreams of greatness. It was during his youth that he also came to realize his own limitations and how powerless one could be in the face of an enviable talent. His past still filled him with regrets and longings. For those who have failed to be chosen by me, do you want to know the reason? Lord Guanjun said in a serious tone as his gaze swept through everyone. What I am about to say may apply to all of you. He added. Everyone listened carefully to what Lord Guanjun had to say. What is potential? It is the determinant of how far you might reach in your respective cultivation journeys. It is your future. The room was totally silent as everyone began to think about Lord Guanjun's words, with each one of them coming to his or her own conclusion. Zhao Wei listened, but he was by no means puzzled by Lord Guanjun's words. Through his higher computational abilities, he could already anticipate the trajectory of Lord Guanjun's words. Your current achievements against your peers don't detract me as much as your cultivation progression. Cultivation is a ladder, and for one to improve their strengths, they are forced to climb the said ladder. Consistently. Lord Guanjun's symbolic speech stuck in everyone's head, and they instinctively tried to decipher the inner meaning. Some understood while some found it hard. The ladder is so long that even I, Lord Guanjun, don't know about its full extent. Martial learner, martial artist, and martial master are just the tip of the iceberg. These three realms are all about fortifying one's foundation and tempering one's physique to meet the conditions necessary for what you all know as the Holy Path. Lord Guanjun shared this important piece of information, and it seems he was steadily approaching the climax. I value your future more than your present, and that signifies that you have the chance of climbing higher on the ladder without stagnating or falling off. His momentous words finally ended. Lord Guanjun looked at the changing expressions in the faces of those in the room, but one particular person caught his attention. He was expressionless, more like dying from boredom if one concentrated on him. Lord Guanjun felt wronged somehow by his new core disciple. What? Am I that boring? Zhao Wei, what is it? It seems you have something important bugging your mind. Lord Guanjun decided to ask. He wanted to know what was inside his mind. This disciple of his was quite eccentric, more than even an old coot. Zhao Wei raised his brows before supporting his cheek with his left-fisted hand. He then squarely gazed at his supposed master. His demeanor quickly shifted into one of astuteness. Future? I think cultivation isn't all about the future and potential, as you like to call it. Everyone in the room was astonished at Zhao Wei's straightforwardness and courage. Zhao Yufei cast away all her initial worries when she sensed that bastard's incoming sagely nonsense. She slightly smiled at whatever facts he was going to cook. That was the troublemaker she had always known. There was no way he was going to change because of the sudden elevation in his status, Zhao Yufei thought. She still wanted to stand by his side and surpass him. Literally. Her crystal eyes shimmered slightly as she stared at Zhao Wei. And what's your opinion? I want to hear about it. Lord Guanjun narrowed his gaze at Zhao Wei as a small smile made its way across his lips. I wonder what he has to say. Is he going to present a baseless different opinion? Ah, youth, Lord Guanjun mildly thought. What is the future? Zhao Wei calmly asked Lord Guanjun. It is something that has yet to come, Lord Guanjun replied, unbothered by such a simple question. Something that has yet to come, right? If what you are looking at is only the future, a mere possibility, then, you are sorely mistaken, Zhao Wei said slowly. And how am I wrong? Lord Guanjun curiously asked. You are not wrong, but it is just a difference in our perspectives. The future isn't the ultimate determinant of one's cultivation journey. There are simply many factors at play. Luck, time, opportunities, life, and death. These are some factors that determine an individual's path. I value potential and its guaranteed effect as much as you, since it means that I would advance faster in cultivation than some of my peers. But what if the future that only awaits the genius full of potential is death? What does that mean? It's unpredictable. The future is never set in stone, and potential is just a means of present evaluation. The past, present, and the future are interconnected, and I believe they mold an individual into something much more. With each decision that we make, we create different possibilities in our future. Zhao Wei took his sweet time to explain his thoughts. That was him exercising what it felt to be free. Freedom of expressing your views without any hindrance. It wasn't a matter of asserting his opinions on others. His words were entirely subjective, woven from a web of various experiences, from both his past life and present one. Lastly, Zhao Wei slowly looked at the gaping mouths of everyone in the room before he settled on his master. Lord Guanjun watched him in slight disbelief, amusement, and thoughtfulness. Master Zhao Wei didn't get to finish his words before he suddenly whipped his head toward a certain direction. The door. Lord Guanjun also did the same before his expression turned to anger. Ah, my dear future, why have you decided to mess with me? Zhao Wei closed his eyes momentarily with utter calmness, unbothered by the storm approaching the spiritual martial hall. Chapter 92, Ignorable Trash. Who are you? Where do you think you are trespassing? You are just courting death. I will send your dead thick ass back to whatever shithole you came from. Outside the spiritual martial hall, 2 guards appeared out of nowhere and blocked the way of the unknown casual trespasser. Someone had the audacity of trying to mess around in Lord Guanjun's territory. The person who had such audacity was an average-looking young man of about 27 years of age. The unknown trespasser showed a one-sided smug grin as he gazed at the majestic silver door. He obviously didn't put the 2 soldiers in his eyes. Were the Guanjun Corps worthy of his attention? No. Was Cloud Country worthy? Not even close. His current status was almost inviolable. He was of an entirely power stratum. He belonged to one of the 13 clans, and his black striped shirt and overall iconic uniform said all one needed to know about his true identity. The 2 men barring his path were beneath him. So why the hell were they trying to impede his majestic entrance? Get off my way. A disdainful voice escaped from the unknown man's lips. It wasn't a warning or anything of the same nature. It was an order meant for those beneath him. It was mercy. The 2 soldiers, who were both in the 9th rank of the Consolidated Realm, looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They were dealing with a person that couldn't be reasoned with. For Lord Guanjun. For Lord Guanjun. The 2 soldiers attacked at the same time with their long bronze spears. It was as if they shared the same mind as their attacks synchronized. Their spear art, even though it wasn't extremely refined, still radiated the cold intent of murder. That undisguised killing intent wasn't an illusion but something they had accumulated in various battles under Lord Guanjun's command. The teamwork between the 2 soldiers created pressure that limited the enemy's movement and overall maneuverability. The trespasser didn't make any signs of moving from his initial position. In fact, he looked relaxed and a cocky smile never left his face. After all, he was confident in his abilities. It stemmed from his strength. Fools. The young man said playfully and raised his right hand in what looked like a claw. A cold, silver glow, reminiscent of the moonlight, emanated from his hands. The 2 guards remained unfazed when they saw his actions and decided to alternate their positions to confuse the enemy. As their overwhelming, explosive thrusts attacked the intruder from both sides, the guards could already envision the expected outcome of his blood spilling. They were going all out to eviscerate him and feed him to the pigs. Around his attacking range, the 2 guards seemed to be moving at a snail's pace. A disconcerting smile overwrote the initial cockiness on his lips as he prepared to reap the lives of those insignificant ants. With the ominous descent of the young man's hand, the images of the 2 crescent moons were the only things in existence that the 2 guards saw before their heads began rolling. Red, viscous blood sprayed all over the ground, and when the 2 lifeless bodies fell, a small blood pool formed. Unsurprisingly, the young man didn't get any of the blood on his clothes. They were so easy to kill. What kind of trash did Uncle Zuran raise? The young man temporarily flew above the 2 dead, bloody messes and landed near the door. Quan Chen. What do you think you have done, you imbecile? A loud angry voice came from the inside. It belonged to Lord Guanjun. The young man named Quan Chen smiled widely and it was almost nauseating. He then cleaved the metallic door into fragmented parts before slowly walking in. I missed you, Uncle Zuran. Quan Chen greeted Lord Guanjun with fake enthusiasm. Those who were inside instinctively looked beyond the men and their expressions turned grave when they saw the sheer gore on the ground. Dead. 2 men of the Guanjun Corps had been murdered in broad daylight, additionally, in the mighty presence of Lord Guanjun. The smell of death instantly crushed the normal atmosphere that was initially there. 3rd guards and Yilinian's hearts shattered and grieved for the loss of one of them. The emotional stab was painful and almost suffocating. 3rd guard clenched his fists in silent anger, but his reddening eyes conveyed what was in his mind. It was a pure urge to destroy someone and scatter all their pieces to the furthest ends of the world. He had the sudden urge to shove the spear beside him into that sick bastard's ass before roasting him alive over something like the 8 trigrams furnace. 3rd guard was simply mad. His unimaginable anger was hanging on the last thread. Yilinian was also the same, but he couldn't control himself as he rose from his futon. You will pay for what you have done. Consider yourself a discarnate soul in advance. Just as Yilinian was about to bolt towards Quan Chen, a firm hand stopped him in place. It belonged to Lord Guanjun. Yilinian, restrain yourself. That person is of an entirely different league than you, Lord Guanjun said to Yilinian with deep sadness and anger in his voice. Let me handle this. He then gave a warning to 3rd guard and everyone in the room not to interfere. It wasn't as if they could do anything. Anyway, everyone wondered who Quan Chen really was, well, except for Zhao Wei. If he were asked who Quan Chen was, he probably would have referred him to a discarded banana on the ground that you wouldn't want to ignore. Quan Chen was inarguably one of those unlikable NPCs that get on everyone's nerves with all of their high and mighty attitudes due to their current high status. Does he think he's the Joker? Zhao Wei sized up the youth from the Broken Moon clan. He didn't care if the future got rewritten in response to his influence over the present. It was simply unavoidable, like a karmic debt, unless he exercised sovereignty over the principles of time. His current self may as well be like everyone else in the universe. They were all subjects to that primal law. Slaves, that we are. Zhao Wei thought as he watched Lord Guanzhong and Quan Chen talk. Of course, before a fight, the two sides must engage in a little bit of conversation before killing each other. It was a typical routine in every reality, and it was that addictive. Uncle Zuran, I didn't expect that you would have such good seedlings under your wing. Quan Chen's eyes surveyed every youth inside the room, but what caught his attention were the two youngsters who had been sitting together with Lord Guanzhong. One looked angry at the utter disrespect being shown to his master, while the other youth looked bored. His beautiful silver eyes seemed to be silently enjoying everything, and panic couldn't be seen within them. Feeling Quan Chen's inquisitive gaze, Zhao Wei decided to portray a Tibetan monk's tranquil state of nothingness at its best. Unshaken. Unaffected. Could he be the incarnation of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva? Well, if pretentious had a synonym, then it would be Zhao Wei himself. Chapter 93, The Red Button. Interesting. He shows promise, but is his talent as good as his annoying face, I wonder? Quan Chen mildly thought as he momentarily appraised the eye-catching youth. From the insider information, I already know about Uncle Zuran's most prized core disciple, moi, but it seems I would have to reevaluate my decision. Maybe I should give it a try to gauge Uncle's reaction? Haha, let me see if he holds value enough for him to act up. An evil smirk formed on Quan Chen's thin lips, and before long, he vanished from everyone's field of view. His speed didn't give anyone in the room enough time to follow his super-fast movement. They could all register the unavoidable disturbance of the atmospheric wind. Only Lord Guanzhong, who was closer in terms of realm with him, was able to follow his superb movement technique. But since Quan Chen caught him by surprise, Lord Guanzhong couldn't react fast enough to intercept him. That was the might of a holy path martial artist, or more accurately, an ascended realm expert. So where did Quan Chen appear next? He appeared in front of the sitting Zhao Wei. What's your name, pretty boy? Quan Chen gently asked as he stared down at the inducible youth. Zhao Wei sized up the young man who could easily slaughter everyone in the room if so he wished. He wasn't in awe of his power or status. They couldn't impress him, not many things could unless they held immense benefits to him. The annoying young man in front of him was a necessary piece for him to enter Broken Moon Clan. At most, his value would be meaningless once Zhao Wei becomes an inner disciple at Broken Moon Clan. Zhao Wei knew what type of person Quan Chen was. He was an annoying pest. Insufferable, to say the least. I am Zhao Wei. In utter calmness and without giving in to the pressure Quan Chen was imposing on his immediate surroundings, Zhao Wei replied. Zhao Wei, huh? You are certainly an eyesore, but still. I see promise in you, Quan Chen responded with a sneer. I am an eyesore, haha. Thank you, young master, for the compliment. Zhao Wei chuckled inwardly whilst maintaining an unreadable facial expression. What do you think about ditching your current master and ascending to heaven in one leap, that is, taking my master as your master from now on? Quan Chen spilled his intentions without warning, catching everyone but the recipient, Zhao Wei, off guard. Junior Quan Chen, you dare poach my disciple in my presence. Lord Guanzhong bellowed in fury that the air around him seemed to be heating up in response to his inner emotions. He was beyond infuriated. How dare he? Quan Chen ignored Lord Guanzhong's ramblings as he turned his attention to moi, who was staring daggers at him. Isn't that a good deal, of moi? Quan Chen smiled confidently. Who do you think you are? I will never betray my master. Moi retorted angrily. He denied such an outcome. My master has already surpassed our dear Uncle Zuran, or should I say the lofty and revered Lord Guanzhong. How laughable. Quan Chen laughed in disdain. Master has already surpassed what you mortals call the holy path and is already at the true spirit realm. He is simply an inconceivable existence compared to your pitiful master. Quan Chen's words shocked everyone. Great experts at the ascended realm were already considered legendary existences. How could they imagine that there were people capable of surpassing the so-called legendary existences? True spirit realm. Despite the bad situation that everyone was in, they took it upon themselves to imprint the new knowledge into their minds. They felt that their horizons had been expanded. Without a doubt, Quan Chen's master had to be super powerful, like an immortal that could topple mountains and overturn heaven and earth. While everyone was awed by the new knowledge, for Lord Guanzhong, it was a different story. Quan Chen's words were like sharp daggers meant to pierce his heart and bleed him dry. Haiyun was already at the true spirit realm? How could he easily accept the news? But from Quan Chen's expression, he really didn't seem to have a reason to lie. Just how? Lord Guanzhong was once again reminded of how powerless he was against Haiyun. And all of that could be trailed down to one thing, the unmistakable difference between them, potential. The two shared a bad history and a plum blossom was at the center of the bad blood between them. Lord Guanjun wouldn't easily share his tasteless past even with his dear disciples. He was ultimately using them for his own selfish wishes. But even then, he, Lord Guanjun, had to protect his disciples from being wantonly poached by that damnable Quan Chen. Quan Chen, I won't allow your insolence. Lord Guanjun spoke out righteously as he moved like a bolt. In an instant, he was already in the air above Quan Chen as he attacked with his palm. Quan Chen noticed him and released a maniacal laughter as he reacted with a palm attack of his own which seemed to resemble a partial moon. Good. Uncle Zuran, I have longed to know how much strength you possess as someone who was once Master's adversary. Boom. An ear-splitting sound reverberated all over the room and a resultant force pushed anyone that was near away like weightless paper. Zhao Wei wasn't an exception, but he had anticipated such an outcome. Even though he had his own ways to mitigate some of the force, he didn't think it was necessary for him to stand out like a sore thumb more than needed. Many questions would be asked about his unnatural resilience despite his lower realm in the grand scheme of things. He had to act like everyone who was weak in the room. Luckily, nobody was heavily injured as a result of the unresolvable altercation between the two giants. Boom. Boom. Quan Chen and Lord Guanjun clashed against each other and exchanged countless moves in a matter of seconds as they fought in the air using their overwhelming techniques. Boom. The whole building tumbled down in ruins, proving to be incapable of sustaining the fight between the two experts. The two seemed to be equal in power, but through his discerning eyes, Zhao Wei knew that Quan Chen was gradually overpowering Lord Guanjun. More so, the hateful lackey, Quan Chen, seemed to be even holding back. Arg! A cry of pain resounded as Lord Guanjun was finally sent flying to the ground. Lord Guanjun managed to stabilize his footing as his feet created two trails of dug ground. A few moments later, Lord Guanjun coughed up a mouthful of blood and his expression turned pale. He had been injured. Yilinian and Third Guard immediately rushed to support him. Master, are you alright? Yilinian asked with a worrisome expression. Lord. Third Guard felt as if his heart was bleeding seeing Lord Guanjun hurt, beaten up, and massively overwhelmed. Seeing the troubled expression on Lord Guanjun's face, Third Guard felt that he was truly weak and there would always be mountains beyond mountains. Quan Chen was the perfect example. He looked younger than him, but that hadn't prevented him from defeating Lord Guanjun, a legendary existence in Cloud Country. Moi and Zhao Wei, do you still want to remain under Uncle Zuran's tutelage? He is even weaker than me. There is simply no future with him. Come to me, with my master, you would have everything that you want. This small place won't hold you two for long. Lord Guanjun felt his heart breaking even more as Quan Chen lively humiliated him. And then, he cast a complicated look toward his two outstanding core disciples. Moi had a visible frown on his face as if contemplating his decision. As for Zhao Wei, he had that devious smile on his face. The red button was before him and it was so alluring, so pleasing, that he couldn't possibly ignore it. Chapter 94, tied by neither loyalty nor betrayal. The dark nimbus clouds gradually covered the already gloomy sky, signifying the onslaught of heavy rains. Thunder rumbled unrestrainedly before the inevitable befell all the living beings. The cold gale whistled in the atmosphere like an eerie lullaby, emphasizing the direness of the situation at the ruined spiritual martial hall. Bo-boom. Thunder roared out in anger once again, shaking the hearts of Lord Guanjun, Guanjun Corps members, and some of the 10 Sky Guards. The fight between Quan Chen and Lord Guanjun was far from reaching an impasse. Lord Guanjun had already been humiliated and utterly defeated on his own turf. The result came off as a blow to the faces of the youngsters who had always believed Lord Guanjun to be akin to a god among men. Feng Hanyu felt a chill in his heart and doubt and fear could be seen on his effeminate face. He found Quan Chen to be even more terrifying than the genius of impossibility, Zhao Wei. Of course, he was terrifying since his strength was no longer in the realm of mortals but that of someone closer to actualizing what it meant to be immortal. Lord Guanjun was inarguably weaker than the youthful Quan Chen. What kind of strength is that? I envy it. I want it, but I am just too weak. Feng Hanyu thought dejectedly, but even then, a small fire of new ambition was kindled deep inside his heart. He found the world to be truly wondrous and it didn't lack enviable geniuses, hidden dragons and soaring phoenixes that could amaze the world. Zuran, I see you have some clotted blood still lying in your throat. Let him all out for your disciples to see your disgrace. Quan Chen laughed with a mocking grin on his face. Damn. You are too cruel. Most people in the dilapidated building had sour expressions after hearing Quan Chen's vicious words. You little. Lord Guanjun couldn't hold it anymore as he coughed up blood in dramatic exaggeration. Black-red blood dripped from the corners of his lips afterward as both Yilinian and Third Guard supported his injured body on both sides. Uncle, no, I shouldn't be calling you uncle when you are as weak as a fly. Quan Chen continued to take jabs at both the mind and heart of Lord Guanjun. You should call me grandpa instead. Quan Chen. Lord Guanjun gritted his teeth with immense hate and helplessness showing on his sickly face. I feel sad for Lord Guanjun for being in a passive position. The psychological offense is already taking a toll on him. Zhao Wei sighed internally. He didn't feel any pity for Lord Guanjun but instead, felt pity for his established fate of the weak. He was being played with by Haiyun via Quan Chen. How pathetic could it get? His life story had to follow whatever had already been written and it was unchangeable. Human beings were given free will and only those exceptional individuals with indomitable wills and extreme thirst for evolution, both physically and spiritually, could have the chance to resist the unmistakable arrangements of fate. Zhao Wei was aware of his own peculiar existence that was already in defiance of the laws and rules that were written in stone, fate. He was an anomaly. His luck had been good so far to the point of even changing the predetermined route the timeline had to take. Luck was truly a mystical concept and if an individual ever reached the state of being able to manipulate the probabilities of existence, then they would be basically omnipotent. He had survived till this moment and that was attributed to how high his luck was. His knowledge of the future in addition to his own adaptable spirit placed him in a near invincible position. Your lover was taken by Master Haiyun, Zhu Ran. How do you still exist as a cuck? Quan Chen continued with his onslaught of vicious words. He was openly degrading Lord Guanjun's image and existing reputation. He didn't care about anyone's feelings since he was in a higher position than everyone. He was strong and everyone in the vicinity was weak. He could kill them all if so he wished, well, except for the golden duo. Once again the unsavory past of Lord Guanjun saw the light and people didn't know how to respond to it except to feel pity, hatred, and immense anger at the source of all that bullshit. I can't believe Lord Guanjun got. Sigh. Why doesn't Lord Guanjun feel mighty and powerful in my eyes anymore? Damn, the green color is strong in this one. I can't believe Lord Guanjun had such a pitiful past. His lover was taken and now his core disciples are about to be stolen under his nose. What sort of drama is this? That Master Haiyun is too spiteful and vicious. I wonder what decision Zhao Wei would finally make. What will Moi choose? What will Lord Guanjun do for his own disciples? Various thoughts ran through the minds of the shaken youngsters as they watched the unfolding events. Satisfied with the session of mental torture meant for Zhu Ran, Quan Chen finally turned his attention to the duo. His time was limited and he didn't want to stay any longer in this insignificant place. Brother Wei, brother, the future is in your own hands, and in my opinion, that future will be non-existent if you continue following such a powerless master, Quan Chen said in a convincing voice. He held the initiative to tempt the two youths even more. Your foundation will be even more enhanced and reinforced if you become Teacher Haiyun's disciples. We don't lack high-quality resources and high-level techniques to cater to all your needs. You will even have the opportunity to meet other geniuses at your level or even higher. Don't you all want your potential to be stimulated? If your luck is good, you might even get the chance of being an immortal of the true spirit realm. Under Teacher Haiyun's tutelage, nothing is impossible. I, myself, am not confident in reaching my teacher's level but to you two, maybe it would be a different story. Quan Chen's words were very attractive and tempting to the ears. The opportunity was irresistible to anyone who didn't want to grow stronger and reach unimaginable heights of strength. In this world where the strong were revered and the weak oppressed under the whims of others, who would really pass up the chance of achieving power beyond their means? Moi seemed to be touched by Quan Chen's words. He was a super genius and an outstanding warrior, there was no way he wouldn't get tempted. A chance for a better future was right in front of his face, was there a reason for him to not grasp the chance? Brother, I want to hear your thoughts and decisions first. Quan Chen gazed at Moi with a somber expression. It was a crucial point. Moi had a complicated expression on his face as he struggled to reach a decision. He was deeply troubled. Was it worth it to lose his master's trust? Was it worth it to betray Lord Guanjun for the betterment of his own future? Was it right to be selfish? He was in a difficult position. On one hand, he wanted to accept Quan Chen's attractive deal, and on the other hand, he didn't want to betray the person who had groomed him to where he currently was. Master. Moi weakly called out, his internal struggle showing on his face. He no longer exuded his usual cold expression. Lord Guanjun had a self-deprecating smile on his face as he faced his favored core disciple. You don't have to think about me and think about yourself. You will have no future with me. Haven't I disgraced myself enough? He then sighed in defeat. Master, I can't. Moi wanted to reject his master's line of thought. He would feel bad if he betrayed him but the feeling wasn't as intense as he might have thought it to be. Humphrey. A cold light shone in Quan Chen's eyes, and in one step, he closed in on Moi before swiftly clamping his hand on his shoulder. Moi wanted to retaliate on instinct, but later on, he realized he couldn't mobilize his inner strength to attack. You. Quan Chen then leaned closer to Moi's ear and restrained him before he moved his head away. You aren't loyal to your master, right? Quan Chen immediately struck a point which immediately made Moi cease all his futile resistance. As Quan Chen leaned back, Moi stared at him in anger. It was anger at his own guilt. His ambitions proved superior. Master, I am sorry, and it seems Moi, will have to. Moi gave Lord Guanzhong one last guilty look which made his heart bleed even more. Quan Chen relinquished his hand from Moi's shoulder and only spoke a few words. Think about it. Quan Chen left him and turned his attention to the silent Zhao Wei, who had been watching them closely for quite some time. Quan Chen was once reminded that the youth wasn't as simple as he let on. He looked disturbingly calm. Almost unfazed by the situation. What about you, Brother Wei? Zhao Wei wordlessly and smoothly stood up, before looking at the gloomy skies. Heavy rains were imminent. The current weather mirrored the gloomy atmosphere in the ruined building. A drop of rain fell on his face. Zhao Wei moved his hand and touched the slight wetness on his cheek before rubbing between his thumb and index. He sighed deeply. He held no lingering emotions toward his surroundings. He felt no joy. He felt no sadness. He was just relieved that his turn had arrived. Betrayal and loyalty, twin concepts that share the same essence in an outward perspective. It seems my journey has reached another turning point. Zhao Wei then ignored everyone. He didn't care about their apprehensive faces. His decisions couldn't be influenced by vague concepts such as betrayal and loyalty. He was ultimately only loyal to himself. Lord Guanzhong had already lost his value. Zhao Wei then looked at Quan Chen. His beautiful silver eyes held a certain ethereal feeling that anyone could be lost in. Even Quan Chen, who was more powerful than Zhao Wei, felt intimidated. People watched the two with bated breaths. Brother Chen, when will we be leaving? Zhao Wei immediately dropped an unexpected bombshell that even shook the very heavens, immediately making them cry in anger directed toward his shameless and unprincipled attitude. Chapter 95, Little Demon. A storm brewed in the heavens as raindrops began to slowly fall in full might. Nighttime had already arrived, and the full moon that was supposed to brighten up the world with its dazzling moonlight had already been submerged by the ominous nimbus clouds. Heavenly lightning flashed from the clouds every now and then, effectively offering glimpses of the might of heaven and earth. The special flowers on the road, leading to the spiritual martial hall, bloomed happily at the gentle caresses of the rain. They swayed back and forth as if dancing to a celestial tune meant to invigorate anything related to nature. It was truly a beautiful scene which was in stark contrast with the current situation at the place where the spiritual martial hall used to be. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the light momentarily giving a clear view of a calm-looking young man who seemed to be facing the group of individuals before him. He looked indifferent, and a wild, unrestrained spirit seemed to be emanating from his very being. This vague sense of freedom, if being unhinged, subconsciously made the other people mentally feel some form of pressure. No, the people before the young man weren't enemies, they were just simple individuals, each one of them with their unique personalities. Each of them looked at Zhao Wei with shock as they couldn't believe what he had previously said without care, without stuttering. The young man had been carefree, wild, and unprincipled. He had straightforwardly and verbally betrayed Lord Guanzhong without batting an eyelid. They just couldn't believe it. Talk about being shameless. Initially, when Lord Guanzhong had chosen Zhao Wei as his second core disciple, someone to carry on his legacy, the latter had been humble and filial. Zhao Wei had shown qualities of a good disciple worth grooming right from the start, and everyone believed that he might even surpass Lord Guanzhong's expectations. Who would believe that the same guy that took his kowtows seriously and acted very gentlemanly like a righteous scholar, was a chameleon that could change its colors in an instant? It was simply the fastest act of betrayal that they had ever witnessed. Even both Lord Guanzhong and Quan Chen had their mouths hanging wide open in unadulterated surprise at Zhao Wei's light-speed decision-making skills. What sort of decisiveness was that? Why are you all acting gobsmacked? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Wei acted dumb. What? You just betrayed your master, and that is what you have to say? How much more shameless could this guy get? From whence did this little demon originate from? Yilin had an angry expression on his face, wondering what he was thinking for failing to notice the flaw in Zhao Wei's personality. He began regretting ever setting foot in Sun Feather City. He regretted being captivated by the genius of Zhao Wei's mind. Yilin felt he had truly been utterly deceived. He was the biggest sinner, Yilin blamed himself. You made the right decision, Brother Wei. I didn't know that you were so straightforward. Quan Chen had the brightest smile on his mouth as he laughed in pure joy. I truly like your overbearing attitude. Quan Chen suddenly found Zhao Wei to be pleasing to the eye. He even saw himself in him, just like a mirror. Quan Chen felt closer to Zhao Wei after analyzing his behavior and attitude. It would have been a pity if he had been forced to cripple him under the pretense of him disrespecting the entire sect. He. A dead or crippled genius isn't a genius, right? Quan Chen thought as a cold-killing intent briefly flashed in his eyes. What an easily pleased simple-minded lad. Zhao Wei hid his inner thoughts under the facade of an ignorant, happy smile. He was already aware of Quan Chen's alternate course of action and the intentions of the master behind him. Geniuses that couldn't be used were threats to Master Haiyun and had to be eliminated early on. In case Quan Chen left someone like Zhao Wei to be accepted by the other elders or even the sect leader, Master Haiyun would surely be dissatisfied with him and could even severely punish him. Haiyun didn't want to see such an outcome come to fruition. Such matters Zhao Wei understood too well, both from his knowledge of the future and literary experience from reading countless cultivation novels. Be it Haiyun or Quan Chen, they were not his enemies. Justice? What was that? Should he stand by Lord Guanjun's side and carry on his regrets and failures for him? Should he act according to what was in line with the word righteous? Then what about his feelings? What about his goals and ambitions? Did he, Zhao Wei, need to be selfless and sympathize with Lord Guanjun? No, why would he need to do that? It was simply a waste of his time and served no benefit to him in the grand scheme of things. Zhao Wei looked at the eerie darkness in the heavens that truly resembled his inner heart and emotions. Zhao Yufei, who wasn't far off from the three, looked at Zhao Wei's profile with surprise on her beautiful face. Though she was aware of Zhao Wei's unpredictability, it would be a lie if she said she wasn't surprised by his actions. She even had mixed feelings about it. It was then that she remembered Zhao Wei's words when they had still been disciples of the Zhao clan. Don't simply trust anyone, even me. Remember, I don't even trust myself. Betrayal is such a blurred concept to yours truly. Zhao Wei could envision his past casual smile, the way he had deeply looked at her and said those words without blinking. She could never have predicted that the person Zhao Wei betrayed was going to be Lord Guanjun. Was there a possibility in the future that she could still be treated the same as she was the closest person to him? The turbulence inside Zhao Yufei's heart showed on her visage as she subconsciously bit her lip in thought. Chapter 96, Reign of Separation. Moi, I need your answer. We have wasted so much time already, Quan Chen hurriedly spoke with impatience in his voice. Well, part of the time wasted was all on me, I guess. He then casually shrugged his shoulders, cementing the idea that he was not sorry for his prolonged indulgence. At least, he was self-aware. Moi began to speak but Quan Chen stopped him with a stretched-out palm. Don't think about stalling or wasting any more of my time, brother, Quan Chen said in a low, cold voice that made Moi feel an imminent danger to his very existence. It seems I can no longer continue acting. This Quan Chen might even kill me if I play hard to get. Moi clenched his fist in silent dissatisfaction. He was smart enough to anticipate the possibility of being crippled if Quan Chen proved to be even more insidious. I don't like him and he's too damn powerful for the current me. This feeling of oppression, I hate it. I can only grow stronger by becoming Master Haiyun's disciple. Once I advance in my cultivation and become an ascended being, I will ask him to spar. I hope he won't turn down his junior when that time arrives. Moi showed an uneasy smile on the surface before a resolute expression formed on his face. Some people looked at Moi with expectations, thinking he would have a sense of justice and loyalty as someone who had stayed with Lord Guanjun for long, unlike that detestable Zhao Wei. From another perspective, Zhao Wei's actions and decisions weren't wrong. It honestly didn't matter if they were right or wrong. They were just mere childish moral distinctions. Moi looked at his master, Lord Guanjun, who only showed a partially hopeful expression. Lord Guanjun still had little hope regarding him after witnessing Zhao Wei's straightforward act of betrayal. When Moi finally looked back at Quan Chen, he had already made his decision. No, his decision had already been made ages ago in his subconscious but he had just been uncertain and hesitant. He wasn't as decisive as Zhao Wei but his acting skills were something worth noting from a director's perspective. It was passable, at least. I am willing to be Master Haiyun's disciple. His words immediately shattered any trace of hope inside Lord Guanjun's heart as it bled even more from a series of emotional damage. Lord Guanjun turned even more pale as his injured body felt weaker than normal. Master, you don't have to feel sad for losing such unfilial bastards. They should all go burn in hell. Nan Gonfan gritted his teeth in restrained anger as he moved closer to both Yi Linian and Third Guard. Sigh, leave him be. It would be better if he's not with me. At the Broken Moon Clan, he would develop faster than here. Lord Guanjun calmed down his remaining disciples but internally, he felt even more hurt than he let on. He had just lost 2 genius disciples in just a few minutes. All of his efforts had been ruined by Quan Chen, no, his past enemy, Haiyun. Lord Guanjun felt a huge sense of extreme humiliation wash over him. Moi. Lord Guanjun called out his name, having the false reality that he had misjudged his core disciple. Having watched enough of the drama currently unfolding in front of his eyes, Quan Chen finally clapped his hands enthusiastically. He had satisfied his hobby of playing with mortals after descending from the immortal domain. Quan Chen had such a quirk. He relished the feeling of supremacy over weaklings. That's a wise choice, brother. Your future will be limitless after becoming an inner disciple under the teacher's guidance. Quan Chen had a toothy grin as he said those words. Zuran, how does it feel to lose everything you have ever wanted? Quan Chen sneered at Lord Guanjun, who was on the verge of fainting. Lord Guanjun could only blankly look at him without replying. There was nothing to say at this point. He felt bitter inside his mouth. Seeing him being silent, Quan Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance for failing to evoke some sad and funny reaction from him. Moi, Zhao Wei, it's time to welcome a new chapter of your lives in the clan. Let's go. Quan Chen gestured to the two to follow him. Coincidentally, both Moi and Zhao Wei looked at each other. Moi felt that Zhao Wei was even more unfathomable and unhinged in the mental aspect. The guy could betray someone in a flash without batting an eye, and he also read the overall situation faster than he could. What a terrifying dude. I should be more careful when interacting with him in the future. Moi noted in his heart. He was going to see more of Zhao Wei anyway. All in all, Moi treated Zhao Wei as a difficult rival that he would have to trample soon. As for Zhao Wei, he just looked at Moi since he had displayed quite an interesting act throughout. Nothing more, nothing less. He had been given a good show, why shouldn't he congratulate the lead character with his attention? As the three figures finally disappeared in the darkness of the night and the heavy pitter-patter of the rain, everyone's eyes lingered on the path they had taken. Only after confirming that Quan Chen and Co had truly disappeared, did they release their prolonged sighs of relief that they had been withholding for quite some time. Arg. It was then that a painful moan suddenly resounded, and when people looked at the source, they found that it was Lord Guanjun who couldn't hold it anymore and finally fainted. Immense worry could be seen on his closest disciples as they rushed to check his pulse, and only after confirming that he was only temporarily fainted, did they feel reassured that Lord Guanjun wasn't in a dangerous health situation. As everyone was filled with worry, anger, helplessness, hate, and unwillingness, Zhao Yufei still had her eyes on the path Zhao Wei had taken. It was raining, yet no sign of dampness could be seen on her clothes or beautiful long hair. Zhao Yufei looked as immaculate as ever as she listened to the rain, listened to her own beating heart, and listened to her feelings. The rain symbolized her separation from that young man. It symbolized a new beginning for her. She was all alone, yet she didn't feel sad at Zhao Wei's eventual departure. He had prepared her. She yearned for darkness, unaware that it would soon consume her completely. She had become relentless and unyielding. She was determined to embrace the abyss known as Zhao Wei and even conquer it. She had her own road to walk on, and she had a feeling that soon their paths would cross again. Yufei, the Broken Moon clan is a dead end for your future development. Come meet me outside the city immediately. It was then that she had a voice inside her head. It was her grandfather, whom she had forgotten for quite some time. Grandpa. Zhao Yufei didn't show any change in her expression as she called to her only relative. Make haste, Yufei. Telepathic communication technique? Zhao Yufei wasn't surprised by it. She had always known about it. It was a secret of her grandfather. The cold wind blew past her face, carrying with it any lingering feelings she had for the Guanjun Palace. Under the veil of the inky night, Zhao Yufei became the third disciple of Lord Guanjun to leave him in one day. How sad. A sharp glow radiated off her eyes, which were like clear pools, as she left unperceived under the camouflage of the shadowy night. Chapter 97, Broken Moon Clan and Thieving Heaven? Human relationships were surely fleeting. Many things can result in an unexpected separation between a couple or even a group. Even familial love can, at times, be like the dazzling lights of a firework. Impactful and full of positivity at first, before fizzling out of existence and welcoming the descent of darkness. Permanence was a concept that was never set in stone. The human heart was truly fickle and ever-changing. When Lord Guanjun came to himself, he soon realized that he was no longer in the spiritual martial hall. Lord Guanjun shook his head dejectedly. It wasn't even supposed to be called the spiritual martial hall, since it was utterly ruined into fragmented rubbles. When he reminisced about his short but intense fight with Quan Chen, Lord Guanjun unconsciously clenched his hand in silent hatred before letting go. It wasn't worth it, Lord Guanjun thought after exhaling his inner turmoil. He was simply too weak, while Quan Chen, a bastard with an unsavory personality, was stronger than him. His potential was greater than his. His comprehensive skills were better than his. Quan Chen, a junior of his long-term rival, was just better. It was really humiliating and a slap to his face. A self-deprecating smile formed on Lord Guanjun's weary face. He felt all along he had been a fool. Yeah, truly a fool. What love for geniuses! His misguided ambitions had been shattered by 2 betrayals of his so-called hope. His core disciples had been poached right under his nose. He was powerless. The weak had no say and he could only remain indignant. In this world, one can only depend on oneself. Depending on others would only create a loop of severe disappointment. Lord Guanjun came to a sudden realization. His thirst for revenge and pursuit of self-gratification against his mortal enemy had surely clouded his reasoning. He only concentrated on his own bigger picture, unaware that there were small pieces of the puzzle that he needed to take note of. But I can blame my own fate and lack of potential. The gap between me and Haiyun is currently like a bottomless chasm. Lord Guanjun felt anger, sadness, helplessness, and hatred toward his very existence, toward his fate. The world was truly unfair and in front of its mechanization, Lord Guanjun truly felt minuscule. With an overdrawn conclusive sigh, Lord Guanjun looked through the window and into the night. There was no light, everything was bleak. A cold glint flashed inside his eyes as a risky thought flashed in his mind for a moment. Embrace the demonic path and take full grasp of my revenge. A visible frown crossed his face before he erased such thoughts off his mind. The demonic path was a dead end and it wasn't truly worth it. It didn't align with his personality and additionally, there was a probability that even if he became a demonic master, his future would surely be one of death. He wouldn't be hunted down by the 13 clans which he could never dream of facing against. It was really stupid to even consider it. Lord Guanjun didn't have such guts. So only one thing remained for him, and that was to swallow all of his misgivings and let go of his petty quest for revenge. He couldn't do shit to the current Haiyun. Finally, Lord Guanjun completely gave up. Yeah, what else could he do? There might be a better approach to his problem, and various paths to take, but at that moment, everything didn't matter. His only choice was to give up. And with such a firm resolution, Lord Guanjun felt as if the chains of revenge that had been tightly wrapped up around his body began to fall. Lord Guanjun felt that his body had become light and his mind had never felt more clear. The feeling was almost illusory and it surprised him. So this is what it means to let go and swallow a predicament. Lord Guanjun immersed himself in that momentary feeling of freedom, of tranquility. Lord Guanjun had humbly accepted his own fate. It was better to pursue his martial Tao and improve on it. Haiyun was a mountain that the current him couldn't ever hope to climb, and that was the current state of reality. During that night, as Lord Guanjun nursed his own wounds while meditating in peace and silence, he unknowingly broke through his 10-year-long bottleneck at the second sky of Ascended Realm. Fate was constant, but the existence of variables and anomalies in its intricate web would eventually lead to unforeseen events. Lord Guanjun's fate was slightly altered, and even though it wasn't as impactful as Zhao Yufei's change since she was a major player in the fan universe, the change was still there, albeit subtle and easily ignored. Zhao Wei was unaware of this, and even if he knew, given his personality, he wouldn't care much as it didn't coincide with his goals. Zhao Wei had long ago understood that change was inevitable and constant, and variables were huge driving factors of the universe. To him, it only made things interesting. The more, the merrier. Unless he becomes an absolute and eternal existence, then not everything will always be under his control. Broken Moon Clan, Sky Moon Mountain. Dawn had already arrived when Quan Chen, Zhao Wei, and Moi arrived at the mountainous region where the prestigious clan resided. The morning sun cast its golden, almost yellow, radiance onto the Sky Moon Mountain, which was surrounded by thick white mists that clouded one's vision of the beautiful scenery beyond. At the foot of the Sky Moon Mountain, the 3 figures looked insignificant. That was the might and wonder of nature. Moi looked at the entrance miles away, up the mountain, and he couldn't help but feel extreme excitement inside his heart. He was happy. Brother, you look happy. Quan Chen smiled at Moi, knowing what was inside the latter's mind. Moi showed an embarrassed expression. I can't wait to meet other geniuses. Of course, he had other reasons to be happy. He really wanted to know if there were other geniuses comparable to the monster beside him. Would he find someone like Zhao Wei inside the Broken Moon Clan? Moi had some hopes, as Zhao Wei was too much of a deviant. Haha, don't worry. Soon, you will meet them. The hidden dragons and soaring phoenixes up the mountain will surely not disappoint you, Quan Chen said with confidence before casting a glance at Zhao Wei, who had been unusually silent for the entire journey. Brother Wei, aren't you excited? Zhao Wei looked to be absent-minded, but many hidden places of the Broken Moon Clan were being mirrored in his mysterious pupils. His focus seemed to be on a floating palace thousands of miles high in the sky. Azure green lightning that seemed capable of incinerating even a top expert of the Ascended Realm constantly flashed and encircled the enormous, mysterious palace. It was a terrifying yet beautiful view. Is it possible to steal the whole floating crest palace? An unrealistic thought cropped up inside his crazy mind. It was then that Zhao Wei heard Quan Chen's inquisitive voice that disrupted his insane line of thought. Is he asking if I am excited? I am just amazed by the enormity of the whole place, Zhao Wei casually replied. Oh, okay. Quan Chen didn't know how to continue further as he led the two up the mountain. At the majestic entrance, the huge gate had a pristine silver plaque placed at its center, and written on it were bold and domineering letters, Broken Moon Clan. And surprisingly, those at the second sky of Ascended Realm merely served as guards. Here I am. Zhao Wei thought as he sneaked a glance at the floating crest palace. It seems the path of thieving would also be something that I might dabble in. An obscure smile lingered on his lips before disappearing in a moment. What? He was a secret fan of thieving heaven demon venerable. Spare me some slack, okay? Chapter 98, Hi Yun Senior Brother Quan Chen, you are already back? A bald youth, who looked to be in his late 20s, had a look of surprise on his browless face as he respectfully stared at Quan Chen before fixating his gaze on the two new faces. He had an intimidating spear on his right hand as he tried to scrape his mind for any information about the two young teenagers behind senior brother Quan Chen. Quan Chen had left Broken Moon Clan under the guise of a clan mission, and in just a day, he was already returning. Who were those extremely young brats? Senior brother, those two. The bald guard had just begun to talk when Quan Chen abruptly interrupted him without care. I have already completed my mission. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Quan Chen replied casually before looking at the bald guard with a cold gaze. It was a warning for the latter to stop being nosy. Just continue doing your work, Baldy, or else, you will unintentionally infringe on the interests of an elder. Quan Chen spat out his words with venom. I am just doing my work, senior brother. Aren't I supposed to be guarded against foreign faces entering the clan without permission? Even though the bald guard had such thoughts, he didn't dare to project them, or else, he would risk suffering from the displeasure of the master behind senior brother Quan Chen. With a submissive smile on his face, the bald guard apologized awkwardly. I am sorry senior brother Quan Chen, it seems that I was unnecessarily being nosy. Please forgive me. The bald youth took a submissive approach since his status was massively lower than Quan Chen's despite being somehow acquainted with him. Zhao Wei looked at the two without any change to his expression as he continued to enjoy the scenery and think about his next plans. Those two probably had their own history together. Such kind of history wouldn't even make him feel curious or anything. Within a sect system or even a legitimate clan system, people would always establish connections everywhere. Why do they call it Broken Moon Clan when it is in essence a sect? Zhao Wei mulled over the minor but strange issue inside his mind. Maybe it was a translation error or a misinterpretation by either the translation team or the author. Well, I am not sure, and it isn't like it affects anything. Zhao Wei took a second to examine the plaque on the gate before his focus shifted to something else. It didn't take long before Quan Chen led the two past the main gate before they arrived at a misty wonderland. There were countless mountain ranges, and those mountains were the sources of the mist partially covering most of the lands. Sky Moon Mountain, which they were currently on, was the tallest mountain in sight, so it was used as the main base of operation by the Broken Moon Clan. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Wei noted. The sudden knowledge was almost instinctive to him. It was as if he had always known what the mist was. There were small rivers with clear water flowing down the mountains. Graceful white cranes of astounding beauty flew in the sky carefreely, effortlessly flaunting their presence. The melodious songs of the nine-tuned golden sparrow could be heard over the distance, and anyone who heard its symphony would feel their mind relaxing. A troop of mischievous monkeys could be seen moving from tree to tree while chattering utter gibberish to their playful companions. Zhao Wei also noticed that some smaller mountains had been modified for farming practices, as seen by the perfectly created terraces. They were all sorts of spiritual plants being grown and actively being taken care of by manual laborers. It reminded him of earth and agriculture. It was truly wondrous to him. At the back of his mind, Zhao Wei promised himself to one day try mortal farming. Within the mundane lies wisdom, as he would like to say. It was honestly partly bullshit and partly truthful. The group of three silently walked past a few disciples who looked at them with curiosity and awe. This is the outer clan division where you will find outer disciples. The clan higher-ups usually don't concern themselves with their existence unless you are a gem capable of being polished inside the inner court. Quan Chen explained with a lackluster voice, disdain hidden deep in his words. Only by being an inner disciple can you truly enjoy the vast resources of the clan via which you will grow stronger fast. Moi nodded in understanding while listening before his attention got caught by the floating palace in the sky. Senior brother Chen, what is that building in the sky? Moi swallowed his pride and asked Quan Chen due to the curiosity bubbling inside of him. It gave some ancient vibes that were hard to ignore. He had an intuition that there might be something good up there. It was a genius's intuition. If there was something that cultivators were terrifyingly aware of, then it would be treasures and fortuitous encounters. Anyone with the word genius as their middle name should never be underestimated. Zhao Wei saw the changes in Moa's micro-expressions and he couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking about. From his tone when he had asked about the floating crest palace, Zhao Wei had picked up various emotions ranging from wonder, anticipation and slight excitement. That's the floating crest palace, one of the forbidden grounds of the clan. Within it lies both danger and exciting opportunities. Not just anyone can enter it. Quan Chen shared that piece of information with longing in his voice. After that, he didn't explain further as he led the two into a region with more sense of spirituality and less people. Soon, they arrived at an isolated hill that was paved with one huge path that led uphill. Atop the hill was a huge, beautifully built house that seemed to subtly shine under the gentle rays of the morning sun. Senior brother Quan, the elder has been waiting for you. He had anticipated that you would arrive early. A guard, dressed in black and purple armor, with a long sword strapped on his waist, amiably greeted Quan Chen. There was a brief change in Quan Chen's facial expression before he calmly nodded at the guard. You two, follow me. Without looking back, Quan Chen instructed both Moa and Zhao Wei to follow him inside lest they wander off. The courtyard inside was spacious and clean. There was a 5 by 5 meter pond and a well-maintained beautiful garden placed far wide in the courtyard. The invigorating scent of the translucent almost illusory kinks and flowers in the garden wafted by the noses of the three individuals as they took a second to marvel at the new environment. Spiritual bees could be seen happily buzzing as they facilitated cross-pollination from one flower to another. Quan Chen was the first to escape from the piece of scenic wonder as his eyes locked on the almost inconspicuous figure of a handsome young man who seemed to be between age 20 to 30 years. He was clad in pure white robes that were speckless and bereft of any dust or pollen. His hands were placed behind his back as he deeply gazed at the small ripples on water's surface of the small pond. The golden carp swimming within seemed to be unaware of his soft, absent-minded gaze. The young man was Haiyun, the youngest elder in the Broken Moon clan and the master of Quan Chen. A special aura radiated off him as if he was one with his surroundings, as if he was an integral part of everything in the courtyard. That was the essence of a true spirit. Quan Chen, are you going to stay there without speaking anything? When are you going to introduce the two young friends? A soft yet cold voice sounded from Haiyun before he swiftly appeared in front of the three. When did he? The three were immensely shocked. Did he just cover 30 meters in an instant? It almost felt like teleportation? Chapter 99, Being Accepted as an Inner Disciple. Haiyun Master casually inspected both Moa and Zhao Wei at close range even though there was no need for him to do so. He was already a mighty true spirit realm expert with more than excellent vision, so Zhao Wei didn't find it necessary for Haiyun Master to stretch his muscles. And what was more confusing to Zhao Wei was how the hell was an obsessive-compulsive disorder dude doing what he wouldn't normally do? Did the novel get some things wrong or was his condition just a mild one? I am losing my brain cells just thinking about it. Zhao Wei kept his mind away from those thoughts and concentrated his attention on Haiyun Master. Master, these are the most outstanding genius disciples I found from Uncle Zuran's corp. Quan Chen stammered in surprise as he hurriedly and respectfully explained the situation. Haiyun Master's instantaneous action had somehow confused the fella. Keep your trap shut for now. Haiyun Master said coldly, the chill in his voice making Quan Chen feel the temperature of his body suddenly drop. Quan Chen submissively cowered in fear, respect, and confusion. Wasn't I just asked to introduce the new recruits? Master, why are you being unnecessarily cold to me? Quan Chen cried pitifully inside his mind. But no one understood Haiyun Master more than him. His feelings could change in an instant. You haven't disappointed your master, Quan Chen. Haiyun Master murmured a terse compliment. Quan Chen, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel giddy after being complimented by the person he admired. Meanwhile, Moa found the atmosphere to be awkward and all as he was in a passive position. He was in awe of the man who was soon going to be his new master, but hell, the way he was looking at him made him feel uncomfortable. Moa just couldn't voice it out since he was standing very close to a force of nature. He decided to peek at Zhao Wei to observe his situation and expression in the face of unadulterated scrutiny. What kind of idiotic face is that fucker wearing? Moa screamed inside his mind since Zhao Wei was adorning the stupidest shit on his face. It was like defensive armor against anything. Gay. Moa was once again impressed by Zhao Wei's acting skills. Was there anything he couldn't pull off in a situation? This guy. Moa laughed inside his mind and the discomfort he was feeling began to wear out. Through my deductions, if I am not wrong, the talents of you two should roughly be the same. Haiyun Master nonchalantly shared his thoughts after a while. Isn't that right? A look of shock and surprise showed on both Moa's and Zhao Wei's faces. Quan Chen also wasn't an exception. He knew that Zhao Wei was talented, but he didn't know he shared the same talent level as Moa. He only had surface information about Zhao Wei compared to Moa. Judging from your surprised expressions, then it means that my conjectures are not entirely wrong. Aizen Master smiled, just a little bit. A true spirit realm expert really can't be underestimated. I wonder if he's just bluffing or he has a technique capable of assessing the latent talent of an individual. Zhao Wei thought seriously. But then again, he felt at peace that he could even dupe a true spirit realm expert from fully seeing through him. It seems his personal information and identity were under tight security and the other party would only see whatever he allowed them to see regardless of their cultivation strength. Reading and experiencing it firsthand were two entirely different concepts. Zhao Wei also had an option of trying to use his God Eye variant to analyze Aizen Master, but he didn't go through with such actions. Courting death? Nah, it was too risky and stupid. In addition, he wouldn't be that discreet. Who knew what unusual levels of perception a master of the true spirit realm would have? He just wanted to be on good terms with a man. He was going to be his master, after all, even if it was only going to be in a very short term. What's your name, boy? Aizen Master curiously gazed at Zhao Wei. He felt that Zhao Wei seemed kind of special. Even though he was only a newly promoted true human rank expert, his senses were extremely sharp and he could ascertain if someone or something was special just from the subtle aura they were radiating. The problem was, Zhao Wei had restrained his aura quite well. What he found special in him was his carefree, stupid expression. Aizen Master had never doubted his intuition toward the exemplary. Zhao Wei saw the curiosity inside Aizen Master's eyes and wondered what had piqued his interest. I am Zhao Wei, Master. As if a naughty spirit had possessed Zhao Wei, he immediately performed a perfect doujutsu with all the respect he could muster up. The three men had their mouths hanging low and wide as they failed to process Zhao Wei's actions even after a few seconds had passed. Even Aizen Master was totally caught unguarded. He couldn't believe that there were rare people out there in the world who were boundlessly shameless. That doujutsu made him feel uncomfortable and had the urge to just accept Zhao Wei as his personal disciple immediately, or else his eyes were going to continuously get stained. Rise up, Zhao Wei. I have already accepted you as your master. Aizen Master used his powers to telekinetically lift Zhao Wei's body from its shameless doujutsu. Zhao Wei had a beaming smile on his face, reminiscent of the morning sun, so blinding and innocent. Thank you so much, esteemed master, Zhao Wei said in a grateful voice. As the saying goes, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Master, let me offer you another kowtow. Zhao Wei then cupped his hands and was about to doujutsu again, but Aizen Master was quick enough to restrain the shameless fellow. Aizen Master felt at a loss and didn't know if he should cry or not. What an intense guy. Aizen Master cringed. Of all the people present in the garden, only Moi had witnessed Zhao Wei's theatrics before. To him, it was really a bad omen and he instinctively knew the dude was up to no good. He had never met someone with balls of steel like the bastard beside him. Anyway, after Moi also got a chance to introduce himself, Aizen Master once again measured their talents, just to be sure. The results he found were more than satisfactory. His new two disciples were rare gems that were going to outshine everyone in the sect if he groomed them well. It wouldn't be long before his status and prestige would be above almost all the elders in the Broken Moon clan. His ambitions were higher than the mountains. Chapter 100, Memoirs of the Talisman Emperor. As a true spirit realm elder, Aizen Master's time was precious and he only left some arrangements to Quan Chen. Quan Chen was delegated with the duty of acting as the escort of both Zhao Wei and Moi. By the end of the day, the two new inner disciples became familiar with all establishments and divisions in the sect. The orientation was truly worth it, or else they would have risked getting lost every now and then. The geography of the Broken Moon sect was unbelievable. Author's note: it's been bothering me for quite some time now, so I decided to change the name from Broken Moon Clan to Broken Moon Sect. Throughout the physical orientation, Zhao Wei also noticed that inner disciples received different treatment in the sect. It was so obvious as seen by how the outer disciples looked so pitiful and the environment was kind of chaotic, but due to the presence of a high order of power like outer sect elders, there was some sense of governance and balance. Zhao Wei felt that he would have thrived abnormally well in such a place that resembled a crude example of a mini jungle. It would have been a hassle, though, to deal with the low-level bullies and trash. A sigh left Zhao Wei's mouth as he slowly walked toward the outer sect division's scripture repository. He currently had his own top-class private courtyard with servants and all, courtesy of Aizen Master's influence. Also, due to being an inner disciple, especially one with an elder behind him, he could easily get himself middle-class mortal skills from the highly protected hollow building if so he wished. Currently, he was limited to one middle-class mortal skill, and with Aizen Master's influence, he could get another one. Just how much privilege did he have? Of course, some individuals would have been super excited by the prospect of new, better, high-level techniques, but Zhao Wei didn't put much emphasis on them. High-level techniques were good and all, but he had already read about the most ridiculous cultivation techniques in existence as a reader. Zhao Wei wouldn't push away even the lowest-level mortal skill. Be it immortal, spiritual, earth, or heaven-tier technique, he treated all of them the same. As a seeker of knowledge, his intentions had a deeper meaning as he sought after the outer sect's scripture repository. He treated himself as an inadequate learner, and the knowledge that he currently had was a laughable. The outer sect's scripture repository was a free resource sender, and Zhao Wei would feel regrets if he ignored it. As he approached the scripture repository, Zhao Wei was met with gazes of surprise, curiosity, and interest from some of the female disciples. Who could really blame him when he looked so damn attractive, like some heavenly emperor from the ninth heaven, or all charming like Senior White? Being a beautiful existence was an inevitability when one pursued the great path of cultivation, but this notion was more in tune with women than men. Zhao Wei had just broken the matrix in advance. Ignoring the attention he was attracting as both an inner disciple and a force of masculinity, Zhao Wei silently walked into the building. The smell of wood and paper was strong in the air. More accurately, it was the smell of knowledge. In his eyes, there were many rows of extremely tall shelves that stretched far and wide. Almost limitless books were stacked inside the shelves, showcasing the richness of the Broken Moon sect. The scripture repository was just a mirror of the deep foundation of the Broken Moon sect. Zhao Wei was amazed, since it was larger and more stocked than the libraries at both Quanjun Palace and Zhao Clan. As expected, a low murmur came from him as he casually ran his fingers through rows of books. He had already singled out every other existence from his vision. His entire concentration was held by only books. Zhao Wei decided to start with the miscellaneous section. The first book that graced his hands was centered on the anatomy and metaphysical aspects of the cultivator's physique. It was titled Introduction to Spiritual Anatomy, and it mostly talked about the cultivator's danshan, meridians, and mental consciousness. There was even a clean, precise diagrammatic representation of the inner body. Zhao Wei enjoyed the simple process of learning despite being a transmigrator with such basic foundational knowledge. The next book's Guide to Acupuncture Needle Skills and Journal of Medical Arts comprehensively expounded on a few medical techniques, especially the numerous hidden acupoints found in a cultivator's body. The base acupoints he had opened so far due to practicing the primordial stellar energy body refining technique were around 108 in total, but the two books theorized that there were more than 351 hidden acupoints. It was a truly fascinating concept, as the books had been revised with the passage of time. The universe would never lack innovators and thinkers in its history. These geniuses, I can only admire them. Zhao Wei thought as he skimmed through a few more miscellaneous books. How to Cook Heavenly Dishes 101, Knowledge of Heavenly Treasures and Earthly Materials, Basic Medical Pills Encyclopedia, Insights of a Diligent Painter. The list was so long, and Zhao Wei discarded whatever he considered useless. Due to the effects of his accelerated thinking process, he could easily surf through hundreds of books in a matter of minutes and sieve out the unneeded knowledge. Memoirs of the Talisman Emperor. What type of drug did the writer sniff to write such a masterpiece? Zhao Wei unknowingly shook his head as he recalled the contents of the said book. It talked about the Talisman Emperor in his initial days as a crippled young man with a childhood sweetheart that soon betrayed him. A bunch of misfortunes followed him through his early life, but soon, he awakened his memories when he had been a supreme emperor of heaven. The Memoirs of the Talisman Emperor was a crack story and had no relation to the novel Talisman Emperor Zhao Wei had read in his past life. The beginning made them share some similarities though, just like many other Xianxia-themed stories. Putting that aside, Zhao Wei continued to casually read through techniques in the scripture repository. When 3 hours passed, he had already memorized all the low-tier mortal skills, which numbered tens of thousands. The books were so many that it gave people the illusion that they were virtually limitless. Well, Zhao Wei's peculiar actions had been witnessed by many, and they thought that he was insane and greedy. Didn't he know that if he was too greedy he would suffer from indigestion? All in all, Zhao Wei didn't care as long as no one disturbed his peace. His identity as an inner disciple also served as a special deterrence against busybodies. There was no reason for some unnecessary session of face-slapping. Anyway, after Zhao Wei got whatever he wanted, he walked back to his residence as if he owned the damned place. Chapter 101, Successive Breakthrough. When Zhao Wei left the scripture repository, darkness had already begun to spread throughout the dark blue skies. Zhao Wei inhaled the cold, frigid air of the night as the chilling wind tried to bite through his thick skin. The signs of winter are quite imminent, he thought. Days felt shorter and shorter while nights felt somehow long, but to an enlightened cultivator, time mattered not. As Zhao Wei reached his residence, pure white snowflakes began to suddenly and gradually fall from the sky. Zhao Wei raised his index finger toward the sky, and a lone icy snowflake perfectly landed on his finger. He observed it for a few seconds before the inner strength beneath his skin melted it into a liquid droplet, followed by the process of evaporation. The dawn of the Nightalkers is nigh. What will you do, youngling Snow? Zhao Wei chuckled in a reminiscent voice before entering his house. It was time to sort out everything he had absorbed from the Elder Sect's scripture repository. Zhao Wei found it exhilarating that his mind had yet to break from the sheer turbulence of knowledge he had acquired. His mind seemed to have limitless storage, but it came at a price. It was just a small price, and what he had to pay was fatigue and bouts of lethargy. Not bad, right? Zhao Wei attributed such a boon to his ungodly god-eye variant, which also gave him the additional perk of perfect recall. In sci-fi terms, Zhao Wei was basically high on a permanent buff from a perfected NZT-48. The house allocated to him was quite spacious, very clean, and well-furnished, Zhao Wei noted once again as he made himself comfortable on a thick but soft futon. I have been keeping it simple at the peak of the 7th realm of Consolidated Realm for quite some time now. Zhao Wei smiled to himself. His current cultivation speed was faster compared to when he had been Immortal Talent. As for how much better it was, Zhao Wei didn't know. His intuition told him that his new talent was infinitely more heaven-defying than even heaven-tier bodies, ancient bloodline holders, and god-eye descendants. There was simply no estimate or measure to it. Sensing that he had forgotten something important to create an atmosphere favorable for his meditation, Zhao Wei stood up and searched for calming incense sticks. A few minutes later, Zhao Wei could be seen meticulously lighting up the incense sticks inside his cultivation room. Just smelling the scent emanating from the burning incense made Zhao Wei's thoughts less chaotic, and his inner mind felt relaxed. He remembered reading somewhere in the library that these incense sticks were created from a special psychic-attributed plant. Its effects were truly wonderful. Feeling that he had already wasted enough time, Zhao Wei immediately sat cross-legged on the futon and closed his eyes. Zhao Wei then began to scroll through the contents of his mind and realized that he truly had a lot to do. The tens of thousands of techniques he had recorded were in an utter state of disharmony, but Zhao Wei didn't feel hopeless. He calmly took his sweet time to categorize the knowledge he had into their respective paths. There were archery skills, spear techniques, sword arts, healing arts, movement arts, saber skills, inner strength techniques, and even the rare body refining arts. He didn't leave out the miscellaneous knowledge he had acquired and made a slot for it inside his mind. Even without the use of mind-related divine techniques, Zhao Wei found it easy to construct an imaginary palace to systematically organize his repertoire of knowledge. If he was ever asked if he really was knowledgeable, then he would beg to disagree. He didn't know. He didn't see. Zhao Wei treated himself like a newborn baby. He was still learning. He had yet to truly learn to the fullest. He was but a mere man in the pursuit of impossibilities and dreams meant only to be fantasized about. He was pitifully small compared to the depths of the universe's knowledge and the infinite void beyond the cosmos. That was the true essence of a scholar, of a dreamer, of a relentless spirit. And he, Zhao Wei, embodied those three aspects. My approach here was wrong all along. Flaws and mistakes, haha. Very good. Zhao Wei smiled internally as he revised one of his techniques. Primeval Azure Wood Art was a wood elemental technique he got from Guanzhong Palace's martial hall. It was at best a half-holy martial art, and through drawing a lot of references from the wood-based arts inside his mind, Zhao Wei inferred another possibility for the Primeval Azure Wood Art. Even though he had perfected the technique, it still had its own limitations. Zhao Wei's affinity with plants had increased, and his sense of perception toward the essence of wood elements in the atmosphere was unimaginably high. The limits existed in the types of situations Zhao Wei would find himself in. If I ever get myself trapped inside a secluded domain of extreme fire affinity, then the technique would virtually be useless. What if the wood elements in the atmosphere are very scarce or in disorder? Zhao Wei analyzed different possibilities and outcomes while envisioning himself in separate scenarios. With the current knowledge he had absorbed, Zhao Wei used a few hours to tweak Primeval Azure Wood Art into a new, much more improved version. The upgraded Primeval Azure Wood Art currently wasn't only limited to plants and wood elements in the atmosphere to heal himself. It was now tied down also to his inner strength reserves, which he prided himself in. By just consuming his inner strength, he could ultimately mend bone fractures, regenerate his flesh, and even heal his internal organs if they aren't critically injured. Zhao Wei considered his recently gained, myriad constellation physique, as incomplete as it was only in its foundational phase. His self-created supreme body art, primordial stellar energy body refining arts, was also just a foundation he had set for future improvements. It was just like building a house. What mattered most wasn't how aesthetically pleasing and beautiful it was, but the very foundation that was used to erect it. The previous groundwork laid was the strongest determinant of a sturdy house. After hours of concentration and analysis, Zhao Wei redesigned and filled the holes and flaws in the primordial stellar energy body refining arts. His past self was also prone to a couple of mistakes and was limited by the knowledge he had at that point in time. Caca. Surprisingly, when Zhao Wei finished revising his techniques, he casually had a natural breakthrough into the 8th level of Consolidated Realm, and it didn't stop there as his celestial pure inner strength broke the gates of yet another hurdle. A few moments later, Zhao Wei wore a smile on his handsome face as solidified his new cultivation advancement at the peak of the 8th level of Consolidated Realm. How effortless can it get? An insufferable grin adorned his lips as he helplessly shrugged to the heavens and fate. As if he was mocking them and making a point. What a bastard. There was something called karma in existence, and its threads always scavenged for individuals such as Zhao Wei. Humility must be practiced in times of success. It's too early to be celebrating the fruits of my meager ingenuity. Yes, be like an immovable mountain. Zhao Wei rubbed his nose comically as he tried to reason with himself. Man, I feel like running amok. Zhao Wei stretched his hands as he loudly yawned due to, well, hunger. When he went outside, he was surprised that the morning sun was already up to jumpstart the day. Hours of meditation can really feel like an eternity. Zhao Wei mumbled as 2 female servants emerged from another section of his big house and approached him with respectful, demure gazes. Good morning, young master. The 2 young women greeted him at the same time in their cute voices. Good morning. Zhao Wei calmly replied with a casual smile. The 2 female servants blushed heavily when they witnessed his breathtakingly beautiful smile that made their hearts skip a beat. How could they remain immune to the young man's physical magnetism? The 2 female servants felt lucky to be in the presence of such a beautiful young master whose charm bordered perfection. Obviously, Zhao Wei wasn't blind to the reactions of those female servants. Zhao Wei ignored the effect he had on the opposite sex and treated it as normal. Nothing to make a fuss about. Young master, we have already prepared your breakfast and a hot bath. Which one would you like first? They both asked in perfect synchronization. Zhao Wei pretended to think about his options as he held his chin with his fine thumb. What if I eat both of you for breakfast? Zhao Wei said with a serious expression on his face. The 2 cute female servants felt terrified by Zhao Wei's suggestion as they hugged each other in terror. Please, young master, we don't taste good. Our tender meat won't satisfy you. They whined like pitiful puppies and looked at him with their huge beady eyes. So pure, so flirtatious. So innocent. Ha ha ha. A burst of exhilarating laughter escaped Zhao Wei's perfectly shaped lips as he enjoyed the reactions of those 2 girls. While his laughter might have sounded like a celestial melody from the court of the heavenly emperor during other times, this time the 2 cuties felt Zhao Wei's laughter was akin to that of a devil emperor. Go and serve me a lot of food, young ladies. I was just joking with you. Zhao Wei explained himself with a reassuring smile which immediately calmed the maiden hearts of the female servants. As they hurriedly escaped into the house with their dainty hands on their developing chests, they couldn't help but heavily blush at what they had just experienced. The young master was surely a playful baddie who could give young women heart attacks. As I watched the sunrise on a grateful universe, what more could I wish for? Zhao Wei's gaze lingered on the retreating figures of those young ones before looking at the golden horizon. Later on, Zhao Wei entered the house to eat his morning meal. Chapter 102, What is a Sword? After taking his sweet time to savor the breakfast buffet, Zhao Wei finally satiated his accumulated hunger. Since the house servants had already prepared the bath for him, Zhao Wei took the chance to soak his slightly tired body in flower-scented warm water. Phew, nothing beats a warm bath after long hours of meditation. Zhao Wei sighed in relaxation and contentment, his eyes slightly fluttering close. Wait, am I being too girly for taking a bath in the cultivation world keep? Zhao Wei abruptly opened his eyes and started to laugh. Actually, with the way his physical body had been transformed into something never seen before in the fan universe, there was certainly no need for him to care about smelling bad. Zhao Wei's natural fragrance seemed to be eternally soothing and calming like the morning sun or the stellar twinkle of the constellations. He was eternally fragrant. Someone like Chahi-in would definitely strap on him like a koala if left uncontrolled. That aside, taking wonderful baths once in a while wasn't bad for his own peace of mind and earthly soul. I still have a lot to do, and since I am just one person I can't do everything at once. That's the limitation of having only 2 hands. There's no need for impatience. Zhao Wei stood up from the small pool, his breathtaking obscene tidbits exposed out in the open. As rivulets of water trickled down his naked form, it created a form of otherworldly artistic inspiration for any master painter. Every sculpt of his abs and muscles glistened under the golden rays of the sun as he lazily wore the bathrobe. A few moments later, Zhao Wei stood outside, clad in the signature black robes of inner disciples. Meanwhile, far away, down the hill Zhao Wei was occupying, Quan Chen hurriedly walked with a bitter expression on his face. He lamented the fact that he was now an errand boy instead of being Elder Haiyun's disciple. Even if there were differences between levels of importance placed on disciples, why did he have to be treated like a lesser being? He didn't like it, and he was kinda jealous of those who had talent higher than his. But the problem was that Quan Chen couldn't do anything about it since it was Haiyun's orders. Quan Chen couldn't disobey him or show dissatisfaction. The benefits he got for being a revered elder's disciple outweighed his inner misgivings. From a kilometer away, Zhao Wei also happened to spot Quan Chen, an insignificant stepping stone for the original protagonist, Zhao Feng. He observed his facial expressions with perfect clarity and couldn't help but scoff a little bit. Quan Chen's emotions were like an open book that he could easily read. In essence, he was a predictable fellow. It seems Haiyun has finally decided to teach us or do whatever masters do for their disciples. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin with a smirk on his face. Haiyun, will you still be a dog for the Iron Dragon Alliance, or will fate finally be lenient to you? He exhaled softly as he slowly recalled Haiyun's backstory and unavoidable execution from his most trusted disciple. Personally, Zhao Wei didn't want to be tied down by such pesky political plays between mortal countries. They didn't hold any value to his ambitions. At present, he was barely a disposable pawn on the chessboard between two Lord Realm experts. I have to work harder and smarter to be the ultimate chessboard controller. Zhao Wei reassured himself before looking at the huge silver gate leading to his residence. With his X-ray vision, he saw Quan Chen standing there with an impatient expression. Unlike elders, inner disciples didn't have guards to monitor visitors, so Zhao Wei decided to skip the part where Quan Chen would have to bang on the gate. Brother Chen, I am deeply honored by your presence, Zhao Wei said loudly, and his suddenness directly startled Quan Chen, who couldn't believe that he had already been found out. Come in. What? How did Zhao Wei know I was the one behind the door? Does he have some sort of ability capable of seeing through objects, or was my presence just too obvious? Quan Chen had multiple thoughts run through his shocked mind. Feeling that he wouldn't arrive at a concrete answer anytime soon, Quan Chen threw the thoughts to the back of his mind. I won't stand on ceremony then. He decided to enter Zhao Wei's new residence. There was no time to waste as he had to relay Master Haiyun's message to Zhao Wei. You look healthy and full of positive energy, Brother Chen. Zhao Wei greeted Quan Chen as an unnoticeable twinkle flashed in his eyes. TSK, do I look like someone full of positivity? Can't you see I am currently relegated to a mere errand boy? I really want to punch that smart-ass mouth of yours, but it's a pity that Master doesn't like nonsense and I would be the one to suffer his infinite wrath. Quan Chen swallowed back his anger and annoyance with a friendly smile. Zhao Wei saw through Quan Chen's bitterness and he couldn't help but smile internally. Zhao Wei found it fun to play around with him as a means to ease his boredom. Brother Zhao, you are surely jesting. Quan Chen shook his head before a serious expression settled on his face. Brother Zhao, I think it would be wise if we don't keep Master waiting when he has summoned you. Zhao Wei nodded lightly as he followed Quan Chen. It would be better if Haiyun had a message token or a communication device to summon me instead of using Quan Chen. As a junior brother, it's truly disheartening to see him suffering inside his heart. Zhao Wei couldn't get any more hypocritical as he beamed an angelic smile to a random beautiful inner disciple on the way. The random female disciple got discombobulated. It didn't take long before the two reached the quarters of Elder Haiyun. After greeting Elder Haiyun with a respectful bow, Zhao Wei realized that Moi had arrived earlier than him. Of course, Zhao Wei's courtyard was situated further away from Elder Haiyun's residence compared to Moi. Zhao Wei had wanted it to be like that. Now he just wondered what Haiyun was going to teach or impart to them. When it came to beneficial knowledge, Zhao Wei didn't have any biases, even if it originated from the enemy or someone he didn't like. A true human rank master like Haiyun would definitely have eye-opening insights toward life and cultivation in general. Zhao Wei couldn't help but be interested in what Haiyun would say or demonstrate. The same could be said for both Moi and Quan Chen. With his arms behind his back, Haiyun combed at the plum blossom trees inside his courtyard. He then observed the gentle swaying of its branches before looking at his three disciples. Today, Haiyun wore extremely white robes with wide sleeves that made him look like a saint. What is a sword? His cold yet gentle words echoed in the minds of the three confused young men. What is a sword? Who would have expected Haiyun to ask such a silly question? Chapter 103, Contrarian Approach. What is a sword? Zhao Wei's confusion stemmed from the fact that Haiyun was asking something quite unexpected. In the novel, it wasn't clearly stipulated what type of art sword the traitorous Haiyun pursued. Maybe it was because Haiyun was just a minor antagonist meant to be there as a mere chopping board for the protagonist. Zhao Wei was once again reminded that he was just a reader, and even the creator of the novel, King of Gods, was just an author with no power over his fictional reality once he put an epilogue on it. But then came the question that Haiyun had asked, what is a sword? To Zhao Wei, the question was very simple with no sense of profundity whatsoever. There was no deep meaning behind it, and honestly, Zhao Wei didn't care if Haiyun was testing them. He didn't rush to tackle the question as he waited to hear how the other two would answer. Zhao Wei didn't have to wait long as Quan Chen raised his hand. Master, can I answer? Quan Chen smiled confidently. You may try, Hai Yun hummed a reply as he curiously looked at Quan Chen. He wondered what type of answer he would get from Quan Chen. The sword is the swordsman's closest kin and it represents his conviction and feelings. It is his pride and ideals capable of cutting through injustices, evil, and those who stand in his way. Quan Chen fluently explained with pride in his voice. Oh, I honestly didn't expect something like that from you, Quan Chen. You are truly an enlightened being. Zhao Wei secretly praised Quan Chen in his heart, albeit with hidden sarcasm. Zhao Wei was honestly disappointed by Quan Chen's overly complicated explanation. Hai Yun didn't show any ripples in his facial expression after hearing Quan Chen's insights. It was hard to know what was going on inside his mind. Quan Chen was expecting praise from his master, but he only got a blank, unreadable expression from him. He clenched his teeth in frustration. What about you, moi? Hai Yun diverted the question to the genius, moi. How will moi answer the question? Hai Yun wondered. I don't understand the Tao of Sword nor have I ever been interested in it. So I don't think I am confident enough to give the right answer. Moi didn't give a straightforward answer as he didn't want to be proven wrong. It was true that he didn't dabble in anything related to the Tao of Sword, and as a genius, it was a lie to say that he didn't know a thing or two about the sword. Moi hated nothing more than losing his face after what that detestable Zhao Wei did. Although he considered himself a true genius, Moi had to acknowledge that he was sitting close to an intellectual monster with all sorts of brainy answers. Moi understood that Zhao Wei had more comprehension talent than him. That was the true essence of his rival. Hai Yun's expression showed some changes after hearing Moi's reply. Well, he didn't see that coming. If Moi was reluctant to share his insights about the sword, then as the master, he shouldn't bother to pressurize him. This was an atmosphere of learning anyway. Zhao Wei felt like laughing after observing Moi's expressionless face. He really doesn't like embarrassing himself, that boy. Why strive for a perfect answer when the question itself is very simple? Zhao Wei understood Moi and even admired him for taking a beating. What about you? Hai Yun had lost hope of getting any exciting answer from his three disciples as he gave the last chance to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei slightly cleared his throat as if he were preparing his vocal cords for a bombastic, heaven-shattering answer. What is a sword? Zhao Wei started by asking himself loudly. Quan Chen looked at Zhao Wei with an anticipatory gaze. He was waiting for the latter to embarrass himself or give an unsatisfactory reply. Why are you pretending when you are simply a kid wet behind his ears? You know nothing about the sword compared to me. Moi was just curious about what type of shit Zhao Wei was going to cook this time. A sword is just a tool, simply disposable trash. What? Exclamation mark? After taking your sweet time to think about the question, now what type of answer are you giving to us? Moi almost choked on his own saliva. After all, he was the only one who truly understood how Zhao Wei liked to talk like an old sage with near limitless knowledge. How could he foresee Zhao Wei spouting bullshit with such a straight face? Although he was confounded as everyone else, Quan Chen felt happy that Zhao Wei made a fool out of himself. It would be a lie to say that Hai Yun wasn't angered by the cheap reply from Zhao Wei. It's just that he didn't show it on his face and kept his cool. As a dignified true spirit realm expert, it wouldn't portray well if he got triggered easily by the words of a mere mortal. Can you explain the reason behind your answer? Hai Yun had an amiable expression on his face as he urged Zhao Wei to expound more on his unforeseen reply. Zhao Wei arched his brow comically as if his answer didn't need more exposition, but to not sully the dignity of his master, he cleared his throat. A scholarly aura emerged with indomitable confidence surrounded him as he began. Elder Hai Yun, moi, and Quan Chen had the illusion that Zhao Wei was really going to explain something profound as seen by how serious he was. As I said before, a sword is simply a disposable tool just as any weapon. It is simple and has no deep meaning. This time round, Zhao Wei gave his true perspective. He had read quite a lot of books related to weapon Tao in general, and the Tao of Sword was very common, with many users in the Azure Flower continent. It was your typical, mainstream weapon and Tao of choice in almost every cultivation universe. Earlier, I didn't mean to sound vulgar or disrespectful, master. I dare not claim that I know everything that there is to know about the sword, but what I know is that simply, the weapon matters not. The sword shouldn't be overly complicated or overly glorified. The same can be applied to other weapons. Zhao Wei had more to say, but he put an ending to what he had in mind. Hai Yun looked at Zhao Wei with a stupefied expression for a few seconds before a rare smile formed on his handsome face. What a simple explanation. I thought he was going to cause trouble again. Hai Yun shook his head lightly. But it seems the answers that I have been looking for are very well contained in his inspirational insights. Who would have expected this disciple of mine to indirectly help me in unraveling the mysteries of the Tao of Sword? Quan Chen had his mouth hanging wide open, nearly kissing the floor. A nearby fly narrowly escaped death as Quan Chen quickly composed himself by closing his mouth shut lest he look like a fool. I have never seen the master smile. Where in the world are we heading? Quan Chen cursed inwardly. I didn't call you here to ask about the sword, by the way. Moi and Zhao Wei, I have something to give you too, Hai Yun said as he removed 2 jade cases from his sleeves. A weird expression flashed on Zhao Wei's face when he saw Hai Yun's actions. Just how the hell do these masters hide things in their sleeves? Moi received the palm-sized tightly closed jade case from Elder Hai Yun. Zhao Wei also received one. Even though the special jade case was tightly closed, it didn't prevent the thick medicinal scent contained within from diffusing out. Those are the broken moon breath returning pills. They are helpful to the cultivation of anyone below the 4th sky of Ascended Realm. Also, Zhao Wei, congratulations on your breakthrough. I look forward to your future progression. Hai Yun brandished a meaningful smile as he looked at Zhao Wei. What? Zhao Wei had a breakthrough. When? Both Quan Chen and Moi stared at Zhao Wei, and true to Hai Yun's words, he had really broken through. The peak of the 8th level of Consolidated Realm. I didn't intend to hide it from you guys. It is just that you are too blind. Why didn't you realize it earlier on? Zhao Wei shamelessly spoke without restraint. Emotional damage. It was true, Zhao Wei never took any measures to hide his newly gained cultivation realm. There was simply no need. Also, masters of the true spirit realm had spiritual sense, and that meant that you really couldn't hide anything from them, especially if you had a weaker cultivation base. Chapter 104, More Energy Requirements. I suddenly feel the pressure more clearly now that Zhao Wei has broken through. With him basically having the same cultivation base as mine, my chances of winning against him have now become non-existent. Moi mulled over the sudden news with a hardened expression. His competitive spirit was roused even more, and he felt a sense of urgency to also increase his own cultivation and practice his skills to the limits. Subconsciously, Moi felt that even doing all that wouldn't simply be enough to completely suppress Zhao Wei. His efforts had to be maximized, and infinitely more than Zhao Wei's. In his own understanding, even though they shared the same level of talent, Moi had a feeling that someone like Zhao Wei couldn't be evaluated merely by the measure of potential. Moi found such people to be extremely terrifying and unpredictable. Even though Moi knew about Zhao Wei's monstrosity more than anyone, it didn't mean that his will to fight had been extinguished. In fact, he was extra motivated. A man should never lose hope in the face of impossibilities or almost insurmountable odds. After Master Hai Yun gave them the broken moon breath returning pills, he also shared some of his insights about cultivation and, more importantly, about the Ascended Realm. The realm that both Moi and Zhao Wei were going to ultimately have to break through was the Ascended Realm, and having prior knowledge about it, especially from a true spirit realm expert, was undoubtedly a very valuable experience. Even for someone who was already an Ascended Realm expert like Quan Chen, he knew that cultivation insights from Master Hai Yun were priceless. In essence, from the true spirit realm onwards, martial Dao practitioners were closer to heaven and earth, and their understanding of the introductory levels of cultivation was solid. As someone who had expansive knowledge but no relative experience, Zhao Wei also benefited from the lecture. No one was truly omniscient after all. From an omniscient point of view, every regressor or transmigrator would surely think that they know everything about the past, present, and future, not knowing that the advantages they have are subject to erosion due to the butterfly effect or unforeseen threatening external factors. How can a frog in a well understand the events beyond the well? Even true omniscience felt almost like a paradox to Zhao Wei. The lecture only continued for about 3 hours, and after that, Master Hai Yun dismissed them. Moi went to his cultivation abode with a new perspective, as if he was evolving intellectually. He could also feel that his next breakthrough was imminent, and with the help of the 2 broken moon breath returning pills, reaching the Ascended Realm and condensing the true force within 2 months wasn't impossible. Quan Chen also felt that with how his juniors were going, he was soon going to be left behind due to the differences in their talent level and focus. He directly went into closed-door meditation. As for Zhao Wei, he simply knew that he could do limitless things in a day, but time and physical limitations existed for a reason to the current him. Back at the secluded hill, Zhao Wei's inner court residence, an extremely handsome man with lustrous flowing black hair could be seen sitting like a lotus bodice at Venera garden of flowers. Chrysanthemum flowers had just begun blooming beautifully in the garden, and Zhao Wei couldn't help but sit in admiration of them. What a wonderful smell! Zhao Wei inhaled the fresh air before closing his eyes to savor the invigorating scent of nature. The future progression of the primordial stellar energy body refining arts, I think, should be categorized under the chapter system as seen by its evolving aspect. Zhao Wei muttered to himself as a multicolored butterfly fearlessly fluttered its wings around him before landing on his outstretched index finger. Currently, I should be at the first chapter corresponding to the Consolidated Realm. The illusory stars inside my cells have experienced an exponential increase from 100 million to nearly 500 million. I wonder what type of changes I would incite after reaching or surpassing 1 billion illusory stars. A gust of cool wind blew past Zhao Wei's body and the multicolored butterfly used the currents to fly freely, unrestrained, before landing on the purple-white petals of a chrysanthemum flower. Zhao Wei had already opened all the hidden 351 acupoints together with the basic 108 acupoints. They totaled 451 acupoints. This number was certainly significant, but Zhao Wei still felt that something was missing, as if the number of acupoints he had opened were only the tip of the iceberg. The intuition was strong and Zhao Wei couldn't just ignore it. Even so, Zhao Wei couldn't actively seek after what he couldn't actively see or understand. He just lacked the perfect opportunity to unveil the mysteries behind the acupoints. Acupoints aside, Zhao Wei had also unclogged all of his vital meridians and special meridians to further facilitate the overall fluidity of his immense inner strength. My cultivation speed is good, but the ultimate cheats of cultivation progression are ultimately pills, haha. If I don't pursue the Tao of alchemy to the extreme, then I will surely feel regrets. What I lack, I shall take it from the heavens through the great Tao of alchemy. It would be a pity if I don't become the unrivaled medicine god, pill god of a generation, or even the alchemy emperor, he. Zhao Wei chuckled lightly as he removed the medicinal jade case hidden within his clothes. Without hesitation, Zhao Wei gently opened the case before taking one pill between his slender fingers. He then closely scrutinized the fragrant pill under the light of the sun before mercilessly popping it into his mouth like candy. Due to the superiority of his physique, the pill didn't have to reach his danchan before it began being absorbed by his body. The medicinal power was circulated all around his body, through his blood vessels and meridians. It felt intoxicating and refreshing. His body technique, primordial stellar energy body refining arts, passively acted on its own, slowly increasing the illusory stars within his body cells. The moon in the broken moon breath returning pill attributed to the yin aspect of the pill, which was a perfect tonic for the technique. Kaka. His cultivation base broke through to the 9th realm of the consolidated realm before solidifying at the beginner level. It seems the amount of energy needed to have successive breakthroughs is going to be experiencing a massive increase from here on, Zhao Wei lightly mused as he scratched his chin. The remaining pill isn't going to help me reach the peak of my current realm, but it can do something about my body cultivation progression. Zhao Wei played with the remaining pill between his fingers. The amount of energy contained within the broken moon breath returning pills was extremely potent and turbulent, but it seemed rather tame in Zhao Wei's body. Yum. The last pill finally entered his mouth. The Tao of popping pills is rather weak here. Zhao Wei smiled as his cells actively devoured the medicinal power of the pill into nothingness. If an alchemy master saw him playing around with pills like that, especially the broken moon breath returning pills, they would surely consider Zhao Wei an absolute freak. Chapter 105, Ascension and Flight Experimentation. It was noon and a silhouette of the sun could barely be made out in the sky as it remained hidden by gloomy clouds. Zhao Wei took in a deep breath before gently exhaling. Golden specks of sun energy continuously washed over his figure like a waterfall, and a barely visible halo of sunlight formed behind his back like an eternal sun wheel. The pores on his body absorbed the essence of the sun, before being guided into his internal system. Zhao Wei was constantly refining his blood vessels, vital organs, meridians, acupoints, bones, skin, and even his marrows. His face remained calm and collected despite the pain of body cultivation. He understood pain and had long embraced it. Zhao Wei's pain resistance was at the highest levels, and he was by no means masochistic. Anyway, this kind of extreme body cultivation was rare and thorough, as Zhao Wei was just repeating cycles of refinement. The numbers of the illusory stars were also steadily increasing so fast since it was noon. The pure celestial inner strength within his body churned violently as if it were being controlled by a mysterious law. Zhao Wei was finalizing the first chapter of the primordial stellar energy body refining arts, and as it neared its completion, the conversion of his inner strength into a much stronger form of energy began. Zhao Wei had been harboring thoughts of forming his true force, first through his body. Apart from the original protagonist Zhao Feng, Zhao Wei wondered if there had been individuals who tried to enter the ascended realm through their physical strength. The history of martial arts was extremely long, and Zhao Wei thought that the probability of some individuals trying to achieve what he was trying wasn't low. The river of time would never lack innovators and geniuses of different magnitudes. As such, Zhao Wei didn't put himself on a high pedestal. He just acknowledged the fact that the new generation would always surpass the old as the world of cultivation continued to evolve in terms of talent, techniques, and completely new paths. I have an ordinary human bloodline, so I have to grind my body cultivation to monstrous levels. Zhao Wei talked to himself as time continued to fly. 5 hours later, a transcendent force of holiness permeated every inch of Zhao Wei's flesh, and with every breath that he took, it was closely reminiscent of a terrifying sleeping primordial beast. His breath alone could truly decimate anyone in the consolidated realm into a skeletal mess without even trying. Rune-like characters Sanskrit began slithering around his body and it made him look ancient and enigmatic. Various changes were happening all over his physique, transforming him into an ascended being. 850 million illusory stars. 900 million illusory stars. 950 illusory stars. 960. 970. 980. 990. 999 million illusory stars. 1 billion illusory stars. Boom. Zhao Wei felt as if a supernova explosion occurred inside his body. He could literally feel his cells swimming in joy within his blood as they combusted and reformed into new versions. With this cycle of destruction and reconstruction, his physical body was also affected. Zhao Wei couldn't have foreseen such abstract changes, but through his mental calculations and intuition, he knew that his life wasn't going to be in grave danger. What terrified him was when his body began to turn illusory, similar to the stars within his cells. Am I also an illusion? Am I not real? Several doubts and worries crowded his agitated mind. No, I shouldn't panic. I should totally be calm. Zhao Wei reminded himself as he used his consciousness to observe all the micro changes happening both in his internal and external body. If you can't tell the difference between reality and illusion, you will be trapped in the illusion for all eternity. What is an illusion? What is reality? Zhao Wei immersed himself in that ethereal feeling. Illusion Dao was an elusive path, and Zhao Wei was just opening the gates leading to such a path. His body was experiencing a second transformation, as if it was remodeling itself into an independent law. Was there really an existing law in the history of the fan universe that was related to the ways of body tempering? With Zhao Wei's comprehension, he noted down this mystery. It was profound and he couldn't fully grasp what was happening as it involved the connection between the human body and the universe. It was such an esoteric concept for the current him. 1 hour later, the second metamorphosis of his body stopped and Zhao Wei opened his eyes. They were still silver in color with tints of gold like the sun. The change wasn't easily noticeable and it didn't make him stand out like a freak. Zhao Wei could sense the terrifying true force flowing throughout his muscles like an endless torrent. He felt like he could effortlessly leap 100 meters off the ground if he wished. With the knowledge that he currently had and his understanding of acupoints and the ascended realm, Zhao Wei had been inspired to experiment on the impossible. Flight. Who said that only true spirit realm experts could fly for longer periods? Ascended realm experts could also fight in the air for brief periods, but Zhao Wei wanted to break those conventions. The acupoints located on my feet. Zhao Wei muttered lightly. What if I cut off the energy output on the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of my feet and then release it all of a sudden in large quantities? Wouldn't achieving aerial maneuverability be plausible? I need to test it to be more sure. Zhao Wei looked at his feet with a crazy smile on his face. Time to go on a ride. Zhao Wei concentrated a huge amount of true force into the Yongquan acupoint before exploding it all of a sudden. The resultant propulsion pushed Zhao Wei off the ground and he was mercilessly hurled into the air. Oh shit! Curses sprang out of his mouth as he found his butt high up in the sky. It was a terrifying experience as Zhao Wei felt his world go round and round. If he couldn't control his flight, he was surely going to break many bones and severely injure his internal organs. Zhao Wei could already visualize his future as the free fall began. I am dead. The pull of gravity clutched onto his helpless form with all its might. Zhao Wei was in a crisis and needed to think of ways to save himself from injuries. Time was ticking. These were the times that Zhao Wei wished that he was an undead like Andy to indulge in such recklessness. Chapter 106, Recklessness and Control. Primordial stellar intent. Is being reckless considered bad? The universal answer was no. However, the answer was entirely subjective when the same question was presented to multiple individuals. Without a doubt, reckless behavior may stem from situational occurrences that an individual may have control over or completely have nothing. Zhao Wei considered himself reckless by trying to perform such risky experimentation. He understood that he was taking a shortcut open through inspiration and a gamble, an untrodden path that had yet to be ventured. The same old risks and benefits sharing the sides of the same coin. Zhao Wei amused as his mind raced with different thoughts. He tried to come up with the most efficient solution to counter the risk of plummeting to death. In the face of such a possible outcome of perishing eternally in the worst possible scenario, Zhao Wei remained in a tranquil state, the expressionless silver of his eyes giving off the idea that it was not yet the time. Having died once via the unknown entity's magnanimity, there was no way Zhao Wei was going to get himself killed by his own hand. His captivating red lips tugged at the ends as the mighty wind whipped his face in a frenzy and scattered his long black hair in almost all directions. Zhao Wei could perceive the forces of gravity, friction, and air resistance acting on his falling body. The heat, the wind, and even the situation made Zhao Wei think of Icarus. But he wasn't Icarus, he was a survivor. He may be ignorant sometimes, but that didn't mean he couldn't control his fate to some degree. When someone was calm during a crisis, It was easy to think things through without unnecessarily panicking. First, Zhao Wei used his own true force to shield his descent against the friction and air resistance. An ultra-thin film of celestial golden-colored energy surrounded his body like a protective layer against outside forces. I have never tried expelling massive amounts of energy through my acupoints, especially the Yongquan acupoints. The rate at which I am expending my true force is high, and if it goes down to zero, then I will truly be a goner. Zhao Wei analyzed the uncontrolled output of his true force and overall expenditure. I have wasted so much energy. It's a pity the inner strength of the consolidated realm can't substitute the true force of the ascended realm. Focus. Zhao Wei calculated the distance between himself and the death-bound ground. From his calculations, he had about 10 seconds left before he would hit the ground. Within that time frame, it was enough for him to save himself. Control. It's all about control. True force is domineering and volatile compared to inner strength. And since I have recently achieved a breakthrough, I haven't gotten the chance to perfectly control its flow. Time was merciless, but Zhao Wei had a very high level of temporal resolution as he began to interact with the world in slow motion. Seconds or milliseconds were no longer relevant as he used microseconds to come up with a way to tame his true force, control its output through the Yongquan acupoint, and also facilitate a smoother overall circulation through every inch of his body. It was tasking but not hard. It didn't take long before Zhao Wei began to expertly quell the volatility of true force. It was previously like a stubborn crying child, but currently, Zhao Wei has made it to be an obedient child that will never leave his umbrella of control. Reduce the output of true force through the Yongquan acupoint. Maximize on short but release to facilitate an injury-free landing. Zhao Wei's mind was like a computer as he ran a flight simulation model of himself. The energy output through his Yongquan acupoint became smaller and smaller as Zhao Wei tried to use little force to achieve the most favorable effect. 1 second. From an outside point of view, Zhao Wei looked like someone who was surely going to splatter his brain matter all over the ground because of how hopeless his situation seemed. He was about 5 meters away from hitting the ground. Contrary to expectations, Zhao Wei didn't go through such an outcome. When his calm but handsome face was just mere inches off the ground, Zhao Wei's body abruptly stopped in midair as his arms spread over his head like someone about to swim. Phew, that was close. Like really close. Zhao Wei exhaled soundly as his face morphed into a crazy smile. Is this what they call mere inches away from death, haha? Zhao Wei laughed without restraint at the craziness and recklessness he had just gone through. Zhao Wei could feel his heart thumping loudly against his chest and the after-effects of the dwindling adrenaline. Without thinking, Zhao Wei turned his body to face the sky before allowing himself to fall on the soft soil beside his courtyard garden. The soil was special and it wasn't under the usual category of soils known in his previous world. Zhao Wei felt as if he had returned to his childhood days as the soil fragments dirtied his clothes and beautiful long hair. Is this what it meant to enjoy life and indulge in stupid things? Live the moment. Zhao Wei sighed as he relaxedly immersed himself in his surroundings. The fluttering of butterfly wings, the chirping of birds, the inaudible stampede of the busy ants, the incessant buzz of nectar bees, the elements in the air. Zhao Wei could hear and feel the nature around him at an unimaginably close level. His senses had become extremely ridiculous as he continued to advance in cultivation. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wei, the techniques with nature attributes which he had perfected and revised ever since he began his cultivation journey, began to covertly flow towards his danchan in the form of elements they each represented. Flowing stream represented the element of water and unpredictability. Freezing ice spear technique represented the ice elemental laws, and it seemed to exist independently of the element of water, though they shared the same essence. Water and ice were part of the same reversible Tao, so both flowing stream and freezing ice spear technique joined together to form one singular essence. Instantaneous lightning movement represented the Tao of lightning. Overworld thunder cry was a technique of the sound path. Relentless tornado kicks represented the wind elemental essence. Solar finger and eyes of the sun had the essence of the fire laws. Hell shadow death scythe incorporated the Tao of shadows, the Tao of assassination, and the Tao of killing. The core essence was the shadow elements. Phantom steps and Hell shadow death scythe were essentially on the same path. Primeval azure wood art carried the elements of wood. Primordial stellar energy body refining art surprisingly represented Zhao Wei's fate via the Tao of stars, Tao of body refinement, and Tao of the unknown. Zhao Wei had yet to understand that his self-created body cultivation technique had already coalesced a special intent, and it was guiding the foundational elements in his danchan. The essences of the 5 elements fire, water, wood, wind, and metal formed a circle in his danchan, seemingly restraining each other. The essences of shadow, sound path, and illusion floated above the 5 elemental circle, and they seemed to disdain all the elements below them. Above all elements was the primordial stellar intent that lorded over all the elements that Zhao Wei had cultivated so far. An aura of mystery permeated every inch of Zhao Wei's Danshan, as these foundational elements were going to pave the way to an untrodden path of fortune and reality-breaking powers. What mattered most was the foundation that had been unconsciously made when he was still a low-level cultivator. Chapter 107, Elder Guan, a path unique to me near Outer Sect Court, Grasswood Division, Alchemy Hall. A short elder, dressed in red robes, who had a ruddy appearance, could be seen sitting in a meditative pose. In front of him was a human-sized copper-colored cauldron that had mysterious patterns etched on its surface. On his chest was a golden medallion of superb workmanship that represented his status as the vice-head of the Grasswood Division. The medicinal aroma of pills and herbal plants was strong and lingered consistently in the air inside the alchemy hall. Grey mist, gaseous spiritual energy, roamed around the room, making the place the ideal environment for cultivation, especially for anyone at the Ascended Realm and above. Elder Guan exhaled a mist of turbid air before his eyes gradually opened. His brown eyes seemed to have seen through the rise and fall of kingdoms and empires for centuries. Truthfully, he was an old geezer who had lived to know how time passed by so quickly. His lifespan was very long compared to mortals, and he could easily live through centuries. After all, he was a true spirit, an evolved being beyond the shackles of mortality. He could absorb the origin chi of heaven and earth to purify himself and strengthen his true spirit strength. I have recovered my exhausted mind and spirit after this meditation session. The sect is really greedy when it comes to spiritual pills. Elder Guan lamented silently. As the vice-head in charge of alchemy and pill distribution in the sect, Elder Guan also had mandatory duties to fulfill. The said duties involved the refinement of spiritual tier pills that were even effective when consumed by true Lord rank experts. Even though his success rate wasn't high, at only about 10% to 20%, the sect allowed him to work at his own pace since he was a master of alchemy. Elder Guan certainly occupied a very respectable position in the Broken Moon sect, since those who pursued the Tao of alchemy were rare and very few in the whole continent. Stretching his hand, Elder Guan used his chi of true spirit to telekinetically lift the cauldron's lid. Then, 4 pills that were radiating a rich, concentrated medicinal aroma finally emerged and levitated midair. The pill surfaces were subtly glowing due to the light in the hall. Elder Guan removed a special ceramic pill bottle from his sleeves, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 pills systematically entered into the bottle. Elder Guan then closed the pill bottle with an unimpressive cork, which immediately sealed the medicinal aroma and preserved the medicinal power within. Beside him was a silver tray with similar bottles as the one he was holding in his hand. Elder Guan placed the new pill bottle there. TSK, my alchemy skills have been in stagnation for quite some time. Production of pills in massive batches hasn't helped me in any way. A look of dissatisfaction and discontentment showed on his aged face as he thought. The Tao of alchemy is truly a cruel path, but despite its numerous difficulties, it surprisingly makes me even more determined to see where it would lead me. Elder Guan shook his head lightly, deciding to suppress the impatience cropping up inside his heart. Will I succumb to old age before I see the end of alchemy, or is it my fate to not see what I am not supposed to see? A sad smile spread on his face despite the intense determination inside his antique eyes. Levitating from the floor with his legs still cross-legged, Elder Guan absent-mindedly rubbed his brown beard as he remembered something. There is going to be an admission of fresh blood in about a month. I wonder if I will spot anyone of interest, someone capable of inheriting my mantle or bringing the Tao of alchemy to higher heights. A throaty laughter left his mouth, his voice reverberating all over the hall. The outer disciples and servants tending to the medicinal plants outside the alchemy hall wondered if Elder Guan was going crazy inside. What alchemy needs is a genius. There are so many cultivation maniacs in the world, but what the world is lacking is an absolute menace that would revolutionize the path of an alchemist. Elder Guan knew he was only dreaming, as the probability of coming across such an individual was less than 2%. Taking the numerous pill bottles from the silver tray, Elder Guan decided to visit the clan mission division. He wanted to pass on the pills for distribution and also take the time to reminisce about old times with his old friend. Maybe having a debate and enjoying some wine would prove helpful to his stagnant journey. Elder Guan was unaware that the said menace that could tread the Tao of alchemy to its limits was already inside the Broken Moon sect. And soon, he was going to have him under his tutelage, something that would fill him with pride until his very last breath. Plus minus plus minus plus minus plus minus. Oh shit, I didn't know that I would fall asleep while listening to the relaxing sounds of nature. Zhao Wei groaned in a sleepy, deep voice as he raised his upper torso using his elbows. Fallen leaves were lying on his body. Zhao Wei looked at them, and with a swipe of his hand, he removed them. Zhao Wei then looked at the sky and realized that the sun had already been replaced by a full moon that cast its beautiful moonlight over the world. Silvery moonlight bathed Zhao Wei's form, and the scene made him look like a celestial moon deity as his magnetic eyes swept a cursory glance at the surroundings. Gulu gulu. The sound of his stomach rumbling brought Zhao Wei's mind back to reality as the pangs of hunger assaulted his palate. The sound of his super-hungry stomach even made the seasonal cicadas pause their rhythmic buzz. Why do I feel like eating 2 whole bowls by myself? Zhao Wei touched his belly and felt that something was amiss with his body. Calming his mind, Zhao Wei used inner sight to examine his internal systems. 720 Aku points? I have already accomplished what I thought I could never achieve in a small amount of time. What kind of dogshit luck goo did I transmigrate with? Zhao Wei realized the truth of what had happened when he had been blissfully taking a nap. All the 720 Aku points inside his body had been opened, and within each Aku point was a small cyclone of true force. Another finding was inside his Danshan. The 5 elements and the special elements that he had cultivated so far had coalesced into individual elemental essences. Zhao Wei gave himself a facepalm as he thought about the weird but positive changes. An enlightened glint shone in his eyes as he smiled foolishly. I see. Zhao Wei had already understood everything and what had to be done to conceptualize what he had in his crazy mind. The God Eye variant isn't the same as I once thought it would be. Oh mysterious cat, so you wanted me to forge what was unique to me. The God Eye variant was no longer connected to the so-called Akashic records and the Omni-realities, forever cut off. Chapter 108, An Illusory Clipeth, Implanting Potential Seeds. Ever since Zhao Wei got the God Eye variant, as a transmigration perk from the virtually omnipotent entity, he had already factored in various possibilities. The miraculous ability to extract different eye abilities from realities in the Omniverse was truly great, but it had its own limitations. It somehow limited one's ability to think outside the box or be ingenious, since it was free and hardly deserved. Zhao Wei understood he didn't deserve to get the God Eye variant, but he was grateful for his luck for things to have gone the way he had wanted. The thought of the mysterious cat, who had transmigrated him, taking away the perk or pulling a fast one on him, had been shelved deep within his mind. It was a power with no consequence, so why shouldn't there be some fuck-ups along the way? I am basically left with the first high template reminiscent of the Hyuga clans by Akagan. Zhao Wei reminded himself. Interesting. It seems I have been underestimating the primordial stellar energy body refining arts. Zhao Wei assumed a cross-legged posture. A serious expression adorned his face and an air of diligence and determination encapsulated his form. Zhao Wei felt he had been too relaxed for quite some time. Relaxing once in a while wasn't bad, but being lax for so long was bad for his overall mindset. He had been too full of himself, thinking that everything would naturally fall in line as it was supposed to be. And that was essentially being foolish and overly arrogant. It was understandable since he was already only human after all. Zhao Wei acknowledged his own mistakes and he felt that he wasn't working hard enough. There was so much that he still didn't understand. I should cement the foundation I have gained. I don't want to be just a ripple in the waters of a lake. I want to shake the lake for an eternity. Space and time as absolute as they may be, I want to share their joys of absoluteness. Zhao Wei closed his eyes and concentrated his mind on his Danshan region. It was now that he was noticing that it looked like a tiny pocket dimension, and unsurprisingly, the notion itself felt like an overestimation to him. Even though his Danshan wasn't like an independent pocket reality, the probability of it becoming one in the future was possible. This is my Danshan, unbreakable like my will and ambitions. Zhao Wei soliloquized as he intensely studied the elemental essences, from the 5 elements to the special paths like shadow and illusion. They were in a state of disharmony as they were structurally different. The congealed essences were merely seeds, and Zhao Wei just had the task to nurture these seeds into something much more. But something that stood out in his Danshan was the magnificent and blazing primordial stellar intent, an embryonic crystallization of Zhao Wei's comprehension of his own body cultivation technique. Even though Zhao Wei had never seen someone or something with intent, he subconsciously knew the answer about what was happening due to the natural suppression the primordial stellar intent was emitting. The runic character representing his physique refinement path seemed to have evolved and opened the door leading to the realm of intents and wills. I don't know what level of power my body can erupt with at the moment. I have this weird feeling that I could easily take on anyone at the 6th sky of Ascended Realm and below without feeling pressure. Zhao Wei had a light frown on his face, and since he hadn't fought with anyone for quite some time, guesses would just remain as guesses. Also, just to test his theory, he couldn't go around asking random people to fight him. Now then. With a thought, Zhao Wei used his powerful mind to form an illusory tree that looked the inverse to the tree of life, Clipeth. A cultivator's mind was their most powerful weapon during their fate-destroying journey. The will to live longer. The will to protect their loved ones. The will to grow stronger. They had the power to shape reality at the subconscious level. Just take for example how Zhao Wei was creating an illusory tree that wasn't supposed to exist in this reality. That was the power of imagination and will. Due to his current low-level power and little understanding, Zhao Wei could only, at most, create illusory creations. He had reached a level where he could turn unreality into reality. After the tree had dug its extensive roots at the floor of the dungeon, Zhao Wei meticulously guided the seed's elemental essences to the branches of the tree. The 5 elements were at the heart of the tree, interconnected through a runic circle. The seed of primordial stellar intent was at the uppermost branch like an emperor overseeing the masses. The special path seeds like shadow and illusion were slightly above the 5 elements. There is no strongest path, only the strongest martial cultivator. The goal of a cultivator wanting to comprehend the great Tao is to treat all paths equally without bias. Zhao Wei's understanding of his own meaning continued to deepen, and he could already visualize a section of the ultimate path he was going to follow. With the potential I possess, it would be wise to implant as many seeds as I can onto these branches. Zhao Wei had a shadowy smile on his mouth as he muttered to himself. Hours passed and Zhao Wei used that time to increase his inner strength through meditation. To maximize the efficiency of his cultivation, Zhao Wei divided his mind into 2 or simply used parallel processing. On one side, he concentrated on his inner strength cultivation, on the other side, he scoured his mind for any information related to the basics of alchemy. He intended to consolidate his knowledge about plants, medical arts, and alchemy in general. He had a plan in mind that would enable him to be easily inducted into the Grasswood Division, and his master, Aizen, was the key. Connections were very important. Just like that, Zhao Wei used the whole night to cultivate without rest, and the next morning, he decided to look for Master Aizen. Zhao Wei hoped his persuasion skills and sweet tongue would force Aizen to do his bidding. He was the devil, and the devil can never be denied. Chapter 109, Skepticism and Fruition of Plans. After going through the usual routine of early morning preparation, Zhao Wei finally decided to leave his residence. The servants assigned to him were diligent and dedicated to their work. Zhao Wei would always find everything he needed in order. And since he was easygoing, all the servants had come to sincerely admire and respect him from their hearts. It's also hardly a fact that mortals would always look up to immortals. Zhao Wei considered himself still immortal despite the reverential gazes he always got from the servants. Anyone below the heavenly divine realm may as well be immortal. Zhao Wei laughed to himself as he elegantly walked down the hill. He was dressed in plain white robes that made him look sacred and dignified. The specks of light in the air that shone over him increased his dazzling appearance to the ceiling. He looked transcendental, and an aura of tranquility oozed off his figure. Along the way, Zhao Wei earned himself a lot of attention and received a couple of greetings and sincere compliments from his fellow inner disciples. Almost all of them knew about him, even though he liked to remain indoors. His undeniably handsome appearance was a hot topic among the ladies of the inner court. Coupled with him being Elder Haiyan's new disciple, Zhao Wei was surely a hot commodity. I wonder if Haiyan will adjust his schedule to accommodate my presence. As someone that he values, I have a feeling that he would be more than willing to listen to me. Zhao Wei mildly thought. Elder Haiyan's courtyard was to the northeast of his own residence, and Zhao Wei had to follow a winding path that led to different mountain ranges. The high-level elders each had their own mountains with the best feng shui. Each of the mountains had a heaven and earth spirit vein that constantly produced thick mists of spiritual energy. With such blessed environments, it wasn't strange that the mighty elders were usually immortalized and idolized. The air is fresh and invigorating as always, Zhao Wei noted. Even a mortal can easily extend their limited lifespan by staying in this place for a couple of months. Senior Brother Wei, it's good to see you. A 2-meter-tall guard with a baby face greeted Zhao Wei with cupped fists and his head slightly lowered. Although he didn't have any noticeable qualities, the muscular baby-faced guard exuded the aura of a peak 9th-rank consolidated realm practitioner. A new guard. Zhao Wei thought but didn't get curious. Zhao Wei returned the greeting with an amiable smile that easily won the other party's complete admiration. Is Master available? Zhao Wei casually asked. You don't have to worry, Senior Brother. Exalted Elder Haiyan had already instructed me to allow you or Senior Brother Moi to enter his residence if you looked for him. Zhao Wei arched his brow. Okay. Haiyan is quite sensible, Zhao Wei mused as he entered the courtyard. Zhao Wei saw Haiyan floating at the top of the magnificent pond. He was sitting cross-legged and multiple swords were surrounding him, effortlessly forming an outstanding formation that looked like a blooming lotus flower. Haiyan's eyes were closed and his hands were tightly interlaced below his chest region. Within the stillness of the swords exuding unbelievable sharpness, there was cataclysmic turbulence waiting to erupt and rip everything asunder. Sword chi, no, that's not it. This is unmistakably sword energy and massive amounts of it to boot. Zhao Wei was fascinated and studied the formation art that Haiyan was displaying. Within his mind were thousands of sword techniques, and using them as reference his theoretical knowledge and comprehension of the Tao of the sword was surely extensive. Well, a true spirit realm expert is truly terrifying. Through studying the sword formation Haiyan was displaying currently, Zhao Wei experienced flashes of himself dying over and over again with every attempt he made to reach Haiyan. That was a precognitive sixth sense towards one's demise whenever they faced an opponent that was on a higher power stratum than them. Zhao Wei found it interesting and understood that he would be powerless against such potentially destructive sword energy. Zhao Wei, I didn't expect your visit so early. A cold voice sounded and broke the silence between the two. Aizen slowly opened his eyes and glanced at this disciple of his. The first thing he realized was the change in his aura and temperament. Surely, Aizen had to swallow his pride and bitterly admit that Zhao Wei looked good, better than even him. He felt slightly jealous and nothing more. Anyway, that wasn't what glued his attention, or it would seem as if he was weird. What greatly astounded him was the signature energy present in those of the Ascended Realm. True Force. His spiritual sense could pick up the subtle True Force energy radiating off Zhao Wei's muscles and physique. Entering the Ascended Realm directly with physical strength, Aizen showed numerous changes in his facial expressions, from amazement to shock, doubt, and happiness. After a few seconds, Aizen composed himself and wore his usual indiscernible facial expression. You genuinely surprised me. Aizen spoke in a sincere tone. I didn't expect you to reach the Ascended Realm that fast. Things happened when I had been under enlightenment. It was a purely coincidental and lucky chance, Zhao Wei replied courteously, mixing truth with lies. Enlightenment? Aizen's lips twitched incessantly. That was something that he could only wish for. Just how lucky was this disciple of his to encounter a sudden bout of enlightenment? Tell me what you need. Aizen asked straightforwardly, or else he would begin questioning the meaning of his existence and cultivation from hearing Zhao Wei's nonsense. I have a favor to ask. Can you introduce me to both the Grasswood Division's and Clan Mission Division's vice heads? Zhao Wei didn't beat around the bush and stated his intentions. Aizen arched his brows with a questioning look on his face. What do you need from them? Aizen asked in a serious tone. The two vice heads that his disciple wanted to meet were very important assets of the clan, and it wasn't easy to meet any of them under normal circumstances. But since he had a barely high position compared to them, they would surely give him face if he posed a request. Aizen was extremely curious about Zhao Wei's query. What could he possibly need from those old fogies? Their services maybe? Aizen formed some speculations inside his mind. I have lately been interested in the pills that you had previously given me. Zhao Wei responded softly. I want to learn alchemy. He then smiled innocently. Aizen was extremely dumbfounded. Alchemy? This disciple was surely clueless and delusional. Did he think that the Tao of alchemy was created by his ancestors and it was easy to learn? Aizen was somehow dissatisfied by Zhao Wei's choices, but seeing how unwavering his gaze was, Aizen suppressed the little bits of dissatisfaction inside of him. Instead of giving him lengthy verbal advice, Aizen decided it was better for Zhao Wei to experience what it meant to bite more than one can chew. There was a reason why the Tao of alchemy, as lucrative as it was, wasn't a mainstream path. I will see to it. Tomorrow, you will have a meeting with the two vice heads. Aizen promised, but inside, he knew that he was going to cough up some benefits first. Thanks, Master. Zhao Wei immediately kowtowed in clear happiness, and as usual, he didn't forget to exaggerate. Aizen was once again embarrassed by his disciple's shameless actions. With that kind of face, don't you have any sense of shame or self-dignity? Aizen quickly kicked him out of his space lest he be embarrassed for eternity. Chapter 110, Law of Equivalent Exchange. Well of Mimra. After getting some form of assurance from Aizen, Zhao Wei felt that his plans were soon going to be easily accomplished. It went smoother than he expected. Zhao Wei had expected Aizen to act as a typical master and throw a fit about how greedy and delusional he was. Before even meeting Aizen, Zhao Wei had already calculated the warnings that his master was going to spit. Was the process of amassing knowledge of different fields considered a flaw in one's journey of cultivation? Was the process of wanting to know whatever kind of knowledge one could get a sin? Zhao Wei understood that a master of many is a master of none, but he didn't care. He had the opportunity. He had the capacity and potential to integrate the already established paths of cultivation. Alchemy? Array? Puppet mechanisms? Talisman and inscriptions? Blacksmithing? Zhao Wei was determined to familiarize himself with the various daos that he was going to come across. After all, knowledge is power, and Zhao Wei trusted his wisdom to bring that knowledge to impossible heights. If Aizen had turned him down with nonsense, Zhao Wei would have used other channels and means to meet those old men. Aizen was just a suitable convenience. As Zhao Wei walked back to his courtyard, he suddenly felt his eyes sting. A pain that he could easily ignore assaulted his eyes. Could it be what I am thinking? Zhao Wei thought aloud as he resisted the urge to gouge out his eyeballs and look at the crux of the matter. The signs have already begun to showcase themselves. Zhao Wei increased his speed, and before long, he arrived at his residence. Standing at the center of his courtyard, Zhao Wei decided to hone his weapon arts. Zhao Wei noticed that the pain inside his eyes was no longer of concern. He couldn't predict when the change and evolution were going to happen, but he had a feeling that it won't be long. Closing his eyes, Zhao Wei entered a special state of serenity and extreme concentration. The metal elements present in the atmosphere began to coalesce in his right hand as they gradually formed a weapon that looked like a scythe. The scythe was crudely formed and about 2 meters in height. Scythe techniques were in the minority and it was very rare to find them in the library. But that didn't deter Zhao Wei from drawing references from other weapon techniques to modify and upgrade the Hell Shadow Death Scythe. The basics of all weapon arts are about using one's sense of balance. Zhao Wei mumbled to himself before he slowly began to swing the scythe. His moves were first unmotivated, slow, and predictable. From swinging, slicing, hooking, thrusting, blocking, and parrying, Zhao Wei demonstrated his strong foundation, and as time went by, he began picking up pace. Zhao Wei understood that the strength of a martial arts technique had nothing to do with its quantity of movements. His style was brief and didn't have high-sounding variations like most techniques. Initially, he was slow, but that changed immediately. His wrist strength was inconceivable as he swiftly swung the scythe through, utilizing its long curved blade that exuded terrifying sharpness. Through the accelerated combination of his foundational moves, Zhao Wei became unpredictable like water, as fast as lightning, and destructive like an agitated apocalyptic beast. Gales of furious winds came to be as a result of his intense, blurry hand movements. At times, Zhao Wei would use the metal scythe like the nunchaku, furious and relentless, and sometimes like a spear, piercing and domineering. Control and balance, with those two concepts taken into consideration and exercised to the zenith, Zhao Wei was like a fish in water. He smiled happily. He enjoyed becoming one with the scythe, and what he lacked was just an army of worthy enemies. The scythe represented death. Once swung, lives will be reaped. There were no compromises there. During the intense training session, Zhao Wei may have been wielding the scythe, but he was also using the forms of other weapons as they shared the same essence at their very core. His perfectly sculpted muscles relaxed and contracted hypnotically whenever he made a move. Clouds of steam escaped his pores as he worked his physique to the maximum. The scene was truly exquisitely beautiful. It was only late in the evening that Zhao Wei broke free from his maniacal trance. And it was due to his stomach protesting for some justice. Zhao Wei was as hungry as a ravenous wolf. Despite being hungry, Zhao Wei chose to take a bath first before wolfing down massive amounts of delicious monster meat. I didn't realize that after training my cultivation base would increase to the peak of the consolidated realm. Zhao Wei spoke unenthusiastically as he lay on an inclined bamboo chair outside. Some of the inner strength inside the Danshan has already begun being slowly converted to strands of true force. He was mildly surprised but didn't get excited about it. It was already night time. The night wind was cold and freezing, but it seemed to hit a wall whenever it tried to bite through Zhao Wei's skin. The sky was moonless, but it didn't lack infinite clusters of multicolored stars that twinkled excitedly. Zhao Wei admired the beauty of the stars in silence. He was low-key the scion of the celestial bodies. Every piece of information about the stars above the endless sky was perceived by his mind. It was natural and effortless. Lifespan. My current lifespan is like a star that's about to die, one moment shining brilliantly and the next moment, boom, a supernova. Zhao Wei chuckled as he lazily closed his eyes. After reading thousands of books and expanding my repertoire of knowledge, it is now that I have a better understanding of the law of equivalent exchange. Stellar nova, the one, was just like the stars he was referring to. It gave him nigh invincible powers, but at a greater cost. Up to this moment, Zhao Wei had yet to find a solid solution for his quagmire. He had never stopped searching for answers, searching for possible solutions. What he needed was something absolute, something that could counter the dreadful drawbacks of stellar nova, the one. Such a life-saving trump card shouldn't be left unusable for long. The more trump cards he had, the better his chances of survival in almost any kind of situation. If only there was a well of memory in this universe, I would have gladly sacrificed something to get the answers I want immediately. Zhao Wei sighed internally. The year is nearly reaching its end, and soon, I will be 15. The next words that escaped his mouth were almost incoherent as he slowly drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Zhao Wei dreamt of eating the sun and eating the cheesy chunks of the moon. What a weird dream. Chapter 111, Botanical World. The following day, Zhao Wei got some good news. Aizen truly didn't disappoint him, and the vice head of the Grasswood Division had acquiesced to his greedy manipulation, albeit indirectly. Aizen had served his role as the middleman so perfectly. That morning Zhao Wei went through his usual morning routine, put on saintly snow-white robes, and happily rushed out of his residence. He carried himself with dignity and elegance. The people who looked at him thought he was a well-mannered, knowledgeable scholar descending down the mountain to enlighten the illiterate and frogs camping in the well. He looked kind and polite from the way he was greeting people left and right without bias. The aura of amiability around him had intensified. He seemed to be in high spirits, which also easily diffused to those he greeted. Truthfully, Zhao Wei was just putting up a convenient false image. The handsome junior brother seems to be in a good mood. A pink-haired pretty woman with curvy, childbearing hips, that filled one with intrusive thoughts, giggled. She seemed to be in her early 20s as seen by the air of maturity surrounding her distracting figure. I just wish I could gobble him up and have him call me mommy. Haven't you heard that he's only around 14 to 15 years old? Aren't you afraid the Discipline and Regulations Division would come for you? A petite blonde with twin pigtails cringed in repulsion as she admonished her friend for harboring illicit and pedophilic thoughts. TSK, with such a delicious, perfectly sculpted divine figure that even puts older males in the dust, do you think I will care if he's 14? That junior brother can easily fill me up with generational seeds and impregnate me in one shot. The pink-haired beauty exaggeratedly breathed heavily, her teacups rising and falling like tides on her chest. She couldn't even prevent the drool from escaping her mouth and dreamy heart-shaped pupils. Mo Yan, you're truly an irredeemable, perverted, pedophilic, demoness of all creeps. Yaya, the petite blonde with twin pigtails, chastised her friend before fisting her head. Ouch! Ouch! Why did you have to do that, you smelly brat? Mo Yan cried in pain and frowned heavily while rubbing at the bumpy swelling on her forehead. Can't I just express my love and lust in peace without thinking about consequences? Mo Yan grumbled and pouted like a stubborn child. Says the one who likes 14-year-olds. If I hadn't been your best friend for years, then all the young fresh boys out there would have fallen into your predatory trap. Then, they wouldn't have their normal lives after that. Yaya furiously pointed a finger at her without care. Mo Yan visibly cowered under Yaya's tyranny and strictness even though she was stronger than her in terms of cultivation base. Mo Yan was the third sky of the Ascended Realm while Yaya was at the peak of the second sky. That junior brother is no slouch. He can surely violate my rights and use me however he wishes. An attractive, effeminate young man in his mid-twenties that was standing close to the two, languidly fluttered his fake long eyelashes. Luckily, his voice was only heard by the two. Both Mo Yan and Yaya stopped whatever they were doing, and looked at each other in shock before staring daggers at the girly young man. Damn, how can his nails be manicured better than even mine? Mo Yan cursed inwardly with slight jealousy. The girly young man felt terrified when he was under the intense gaze of those two. He suddenly felt a little lamb in front of a pack of wolves. He suddenly regretted speaking nonsense. Mo Yan gave Yaya a meaningful side glance. Yaya returned the same look. It was a secret communication, their own Morse code. Hey buddy, do you know the way to the Hall of Regulations Division? Additionally, are you acquainted with the Elder of Disciplinary? Mo Yan's voice was low and threatening and full of extortion vibes. There was no mistaking. Taoist friend, we are short on substandard crystals. I am afraid my mouth may slip something unforeseeable. Yaya upped the tempo. That young man became extremely terrified. I don't hate you have. The effeminate ceased any resistance and was trapped in a web of extortion due to showing weakness, something that the two ladies knew how to exploit. After all, it was not their first day on the job. This world is truly full of life and drama. Can't those side characters be any more inconspicuous? Zhao Wei, with his omnidirectional senses, witnessed everything even though he was miles away. He cursed at his own senses and curiosity. A minor? I am being treated as a minor? Is that a win or a loss? How silly of me. Zhao Wei laughed internally. Those three NPCs were lucky that he was impervious to verbal sexual innuendos and he wasn't going to waste his time bitching about how he was harassed. It sounded funny when such thoughts stemmed from him. He couldn't imagine himself suing the hell out of that woman and young man in front of the disciplinary hall. But if it had been a literal assault through kidnapping or such line of actions, then I don't think there would have been any problems with me playing a homicidal persona. After passing several mountains, Zhao Wei could finally see the utopia of alchemy. The Grasswood Division seemed to be in a world of its own, a botanical world. The scent of different herbal plants of different origins and characteristics assaulted Zhao Wei's nose like a punch. The fields of medicinal herbs stretched far and wide, as if with no end. Of all the places that Zhao Wei had visited so far, the Grasswood Division seemed to be the richest in terms of spiritual energy. The growth of medicinal herbs should be done in their most optimal environment with favorable conditions. Zhao Wei passed by a couple of outer disciples who were taking care of the herbs and dedication. They must have been guided on how to nurture and care for the growing herbs, Zhao Wei noted as he followed a path that led to the center of the mountainous region where the alchemy hall was located. I was instructed to go directly to Elder Guan's place of operations without meandering to other places. Zhao Wei was a little bit giddy if he had to be honest with himself. Standing before a huge ancient gate engraved with mysterious drawings of cauldrons, Zhao Wei looked so small. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wei reeled in his emotions before announcing his presence. Chapter 112, Mission Passed. Long-term business opportunities. Amidst the pin-drop silence of the alchemy hall, two men looked at each other with interest, sizing up the other's physical features and upfront demeanor. The two were Old Man Guan and Zhao Wei. Old Man Guan sat cross-legged on a platform at the end of the hall. His face was old but still brimming with vitality and exuberance. His ancient eyes seemed to have bore witness to the vicissitudes of countless alternations of the seasons. He wore deep green robes embroidered with countless miniaturized versions of alchemical plants, and a shiny identity medallion, representative of his sex authority, hung on his waist. The young man before him didn't look any different from other disciples, Old Man Guan noted casually. He had a century of experience and he had seen all kinds of beautiful men and women, especially when he had been a hot-blooded youth. And he understood that being good-looking didn't mean that that sense of perfection couldn't necessarily be translated to one's innate talent. Zhao Wei. That was the name the youngest elder, Aizen, had given him after he had inquired about the personal information of the disciple in question. Old Man Guan had little interactions with Elder Aizen, but he had been caught by surprise when the latter came to him with an unexpected recommendation. Elder Aizen wanted him to reach or advise his student in the Tao of Alchemy. How preposterous! How unbecoming! At first, Old Man Guan had felt that Elder Aizen was taking him for a fool. Where was it written that any Tom, Dick, and Harry could easily learn alchemy? The Tao of Alchemy was as broad as the martial way. It was only through calculated explanations and smooth coaxing from Elder Aizen that Old Man Guan came to understand the crux of the matter. Elder Aizen's personal disciple probably thought that he could tackle anything after having a little bit of success in his martial path. It was only after receiving various benefits from Elder Aizen for taking away some of his pill-concocting time, did Old Man Guan relent to his requests. As lucrative and profitable as alchemy was, it really was a time-consuming and money-siphoning profession. For the untalented in the Tao of Alchemy, it would only leave them in despair and overwhelming depression after a failed venture. Elder Aizen had consistently praised the young man as an unconventional genius, and that had really caught Old Man's attention. Will the supposed genius be legitimate or just a misconceived fraud? Old Man Guan wondered in curiosity. Do you think the world moves according to your wishes and intentions? Old Man Guan didn't beat around the bush and immediately asked a question that came out rather harsh. Do you think the Tao of Alchemy is a joke as a path? Do you know how many geniuses I have seen go down the wrong path due to ignorance? Old Man Guan carefully observed the expressions on Zhao Wei's face, and with his spiritual sense nothing could escape his perception. He wanted to pressurize Zhao Wei with words and make him give up his simple outlook about the Tao of Alchemy. In addition, he was secretly trying to test him. Contrary to what Old Man Guan was expecting, Zhao Wei didn't react negatively to his harsh tone and only bowed respectfully with his hands cupped. Esteemed elder, how can a mere man like me control the way the world revolves? I acknowledge my inferiority in the face of the boundless Tao of Alchemy, Zhao Wei said in a meticulous tone, his voice neither hurried nor slow. He was taking his own sweet time to answer the eccentric old man before him. With his meta-understanding of Old Man Guan, how could he not know that the old man was merely testing his resolve? Elder, I am a scholar by nature, and when it comes to knowledge, I normally show no bias or preference. All variations of the Taos that cultivators pursue are in essence the same, as they are part of the great Tao. There exists no strongest or most important path, only the path that leads the cultivator to self-actualization and conceptual understanding of their self. Zhao Wei finished with an innocent smile, his eyes blazing with unwavering determination and sky-high ambitions that could seemingly burn any obstacles to cinders. Old Man Guan felt drawn into those pure and intelligent silver eyes. Such untainted, headstrong, fiery ambitions filled his aged mind with nostalgia. The handsome youngster's relentless aura somehow reminded him of himself when he had been a mere youth who thought he could tackle everything by pursuing the Tao of Alchemy. A scholar, huh? Such a person wouldn't be as ignorant as I had once thought. Old Man thought as he absent-mindedly ran his chubby fingers down his thick brown beard. Maybe I should just give him a chance, since Elder Aizen gave me some benefits. I have got nothing to lose anyway. In fact, this would be my first time tutoring someone claiming to be a scholar, an avid knowledge seeker. Old Man Guan reached his own conclusion after some thoughtful consideration. I will give you an opportunity, and if you pass the test that I am going to give you, then I will be your temporary teacher. Old Man Guan stated. But if you fail, I will kick your ass so hard for wasting my time and enthusiasm. Old Man Guan then warned as he leaned forward and pointed his chubby finger at Zhao Wei. I promise that you won't be disappointed, teacher. Zhao Wei shamelessly declared with gusto. Humphrey. Old Man Guan snorted loudly, pretending to be dissatisfied. Don't be so sure of yourself. And in an instant, his short figure blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared before Zhao Wei. So fast. It seems Old Man Guan isn't someone of the ascended realm like in the novel. How interesting. Zhao Wei mused. There is a place we have to go first before testing if you are an authentic genius or just a fraud, young man. Old man Guan smiled mischievously as he told Zhao Wei of the next course of action. Where are we going? Zhao Wei asked curiously, his face as clueless as possible. Of course, he already had an inkling of where things were heading. He couldn't be more sure. And if Zhao Wei was going to take that test, then the array master, vice head of the clan mission division, was definitely going to be there. Zhao Wei prepared himself psychologically since he was going to make these old geezers cough up blood, question their existence, and fight each other to take him as their disciple. Pretty cocky, isn't it? Moments later in the outer hall division, testing grounds of the sect. Inside an ancient building, two old men could be seen arguing passionately over something, more like somebody, since someone was standing before them. And that person was looking at them in amusement like how a child would enjoy an abrupt fight between two cocks. It was Zhao Wei, and he had passed the 9-picture array by simply exceeding the expectations. Unlike the protagonist, he was establishing himself, rooting himself deep into both the array and alchemy division. How could he pass up such an excellent business opportunity? What a good show of camaraderie. Zhao Wei felt like yawning as those two old geezers have been going at it for quite some time. He was waiting for them to tire out before proposing a favorable solution for both. Chapter 113, Troublesome Old Geezers. Old Geezer Guan, I have to thank you for bringing me such a more than capable disciple. This old man couldn't be grateful for your undisguised act of kindness. A thin middle-aged man with a receding hairline, dressed in black and white robes, laughed loudly. The thin middle-aged man was Vice Head Zhang, the one in charge of the clan mission division and a certified array master, an almost irreplaceable workforce just like a master alchemist. Just what level of shamelessness are you trying to portray by openly stealing my disciple, you bald piece of bones? Old man Guan retaliated with sharp words. Black lines of anger formed on Vice Head Zhang's shiny forehead, evidently unhappy about the emotional jab from his long-term friend even though he had already heard those words for the umpteenth time. Old coot, at least this old man is more handsome than you. Why are you getting rounder and rounder with each passing year? Vice Head Zhang couldn't be left behind in terms of spitting venom. Why you? Your whole family is round, your whole clan is round, even your ancestors are round. Old man Guan cussed out angrily to the point where he was spitting saliva. Vice Head Zhang puffed out his chest in extreme anger and old man Guan also imitated him. And then like a bunch of brazen he-goats, they clashed using their heads. Where was the established face and dignity of a master alchemist and an array master? How could the respectable vice heads act with such childish impropriety? Zhao Wei dramatically rolled his eyes and felt like giving himself a mighty facepalm. Through the way they were behaving, Zhao Wei could infer that, at least, their friendship should have started when they were mere youths or maybe during their childhood. When they are in public, they maintain a dignified appearance and conduct themselves with decorum. No one would easily guess that the respected figures they admire can be so childish and brutish when conflicts arise. Not wanting them to waste any more of his precious time, Zhao Wei coughed loudly to gather their attention. His action proved useful as the two vice heads returned to their seats with embarrassed expressions. They wished they could hide their faces there and then. Ahem, you weren't supposed to witness such an unsightly scene of us making a fool out of ourselves. Vice Head Zhang released a fake cough as he tried to make the situation more serious than it previously was. Zhao Wei, forget everything you saw in this room. Whatever you saw remains here, are we clear? Old man Guan added, his cheeks reddening like tomatoes. The image he had built should have already crumbled in the eyes of the young, once-in-a-lifetime genius. My lips are sealed and I think I just turned blind from seeing you two trying to burst heads with each other. With these conditions, the probability of me snitching anything is pretty much non-existent. Zhao Wei spoke in amusement. The two vice heads almost choked on their breaths as Zhao Wei's words mercilessly stabbed their hearts and consciences. Too ruthless. The two old geezers fell silent. Zhao Wei mildly smiled. The initiative was his now. He currently held the reins of the conversation. Instead of endlessly arguing over whom I should pick as my master, isn't it better and more convenient if I study under both of you? At the end of it all, both of you will feel proud to have taught someone with limitless prospects. Zhao Wei smoothly resolved the simple conflict. After all, the resulting outcome was going to be a win-win situation for the vice heads and Zhao Wei himself. Both Old Man Guan and Vice Head Zhang looked at each other, their eyes easily communicating whatever they had in mind. It's a brilliant idea. I am going to pretend I didn't hear that one cocky line of yours. Vice Head Zhang smiled in satisfaction as he gazed at the interesting junior before him. He was the first person to ever decipher the whole 9-picture array without as much sweating or struggling. 9-picture array was a never-changing model that he had prepared together with other array masters. It held the essence of various experienced minds, and its level of profundity was something that had forced many disciples to stop only at the third picture. Fully deciphering and interpreting the masterpiece of a couple of array masters was something beyond the realm of genius. Vice Head Zhang wondered what sort of luck Elder Haiyun had to have such a monstrous individual as his disciple. Even so, he couldn't wait to impart the ways of array construction to the eager youngster. Unlike most, Zhang didn't see any problem with Zhao Wei pursuing whatever he wanted. There wasn't a rule stating that one could only follow one path. The prerequisite was if you had the capability to continuously set your adventurous spirit ablaze and keep going forward. Elder Zhang reminisced that once he had been such a wild, adventurous spirit, but reality had a way of slapping people's faces into self-awareness. Between the Tao of Alchemy and the Tao of Formation, which are you going to start with? I'd recommend you to begin with pill making. You'll get rich quickly compared to dabbling in arrays, Old Man Guan coaxed Zhao Wei, all the while not forgetting to playfully tease old Zhang. Stinky old man, who told you array masters are poor peasants? Young boy, don't listen to his shriveling nonsense. Begin with the study of arrays, and before long, you will easily be commanding heaven and earth. Vice Head Zhang spouted nonsense with a straight face. Commanding heaven and earth via setting up arrays? That was a realm of formation attainment that he had yet to achieve in this lifetime, and the probability was extremely abysmal. In fact, it deserved to be a myth. Old Man Guan was preparing for a comeback, but Zhao Wei acted fast. I think I would start with alchemy, as it was the first thing I hadn't wanted to pursue after seeing the wonders a pill can do. Zhao Wei's tone carried finality. There wasn't room for dilly-dallying. And seeing how stone-faced he was, the two vice heads knew not to stretch the subject. TSK, you're truly lucky, Old Man Guan. Vice Head John clicked his tongue in faint dissatisfaction. I have always been lucky, my friend. Old Man Guan flashed a smug, toothy grin. Your turn will arrive. Just learn to be patient and steady, hee hee. Seeing the two old coots going at it again, Zhao Wei could only sigh to himself. If it weren't for his thirst for more versatile knowledge, he wouldn't have wanted to engage with these troublesome old-timers. Chapter 114, Pillmaster Yun Yao, a Dangerous Woman. After the almost inexistent issue between the two vice heads was solved, Old Man Guan decided to right away begin teaching the ins and outs of what it entailed to be an alchemist. This time round, Old Man Guan didn't take Zhao Wei back to the alchemy hall but led him through a spiraling path that led to a magnificent mountain peak. The Grasswood Division boasted an array of standalone mountain peaks, but the one they were walking towards stood out, its majesty veiled by cotton-like clouds, adding to its awe-inspiring allure. It reminded Zhao Wei of something like the Theological Tower of Babel, but in hindsight, it was almost 30 times taller than Mount Everest. To save time, Old Man Guan silently took hold of Zhao Wei's arm, and without his permission, he began to levitate both of them into the air. Old Man Guan knew he was being impatient, but so what? He had finally clinched himself a monstrous genius with alchemical potential, so why shouldn't he be impatient and filled with happiness? Hey, old man. Zhao Wei grumbled in a barely audible voice. Call me teacher. Old Man Guan reprimanded him as he increased his flight speed. Okay. Teacher. Zhao Wei shouted over the howling wind, even though he could easily isolate his sound waves from outside interference if so he wished. Zhao Wei just wanted to annoy someone. Old Man Guan felt his eardrums tingle and ring repeatedly as if they were about to be blown into Kingdom Come. And well, Zhao Wei's mischievous ploy did take effect. Old Man Guan's facial expression creased into a legendary frown like that of an elder from Mount Isaac who had just experienced an utter disrespect of the century from an ignorant junior. Don't ever shout like that. Like ever. Old Man Guan warned while clicking his tongue in annoyance. His old heart couldn't handle any more of that shouting from Zhao Wei. I can hear you just fine even if you talk in a muffled voice. He then reminded him gently. Old Man Guan couldn't really find fault in this crazy disciple of his. Sorry about that one, teacher. Zhao Wei offered an apology, although his eyes had an amused glint. Zhao Wei felt that he could teach Loki, the god of mischief, a thing or two about messing around with Odin, Allfather of the Nine Realms, during his Odin sleep. A cultivator's auditory senses were sharp and sensitive, especially those of higher cultivation like Old Man Guan. Zhao Wei knew very well what he had done. Sorry, not sorry. Zhao Wei thought inwardly as they traversed past voluminous, woolen white clouds. But during the flight, Zhao Wei took his time to observe the energy flow, the circulation of the chi of true spirit. He was kinda curious about how those of the true spirit realm interacted with the heaven and earth origin to maintain flight. He was also fascinated by the special properties of the true spirit's strength. Did it have some anti-gravity effects that could facilitate flight, or were his speculations just too far-fetched? Was it a law or maybe an element in the atmosphere? We have arrived, Zhao Wei. Old Man Guan's throaty voice immediately interrupted his reverie. Zhao Wei just released a simple "oh" as he began to inspect the new environment. There were quite a few large houses and immortal caves created on various parts of the peak. The scent of medicinal pills and high-grade medicinal herbs permeated the fresh air at the peak. The place kind of looked like a pill factory, Zhao Wei noted in amusement. A couple of individuals dressed in almost similar robes as Old Man Guan's could be seen walking about in a hurry while some seemed to be having educational discussions about the Tao of alchemy. These people also varied in terms of age, as some looked like they were in their 20s, 30s, and 50s. Unfortunately, there wasn't someone of the same age as Zhao Wei. A heathen for aspiring talents of alchemy, Zhao Wei casually commented, to which Old Man Guan smiled with pride. This is where you will find most of the master alchemists. Of course, there is a difference in seniority, experience, and skills among each master alchemist. Aren't I the living persona of all three? Old Man Guan lightly joked as he played with his thick brown beard out of habit. Zhao Wei noticed this habitual action. He had noticed it ever since he met the old man. That's what terrifying observation skills do. It was both a curse and a gift. Teacher, I didn't know that you like to blow your own trumpet, Zhao Wei calmly spoke. One mustn't be overly prideful and observe humility, but that doesn't mean that a person can't be allowed to let loose during several occasions. Old Man Guan explained as he led Zhao Wei to a huge, ancient pagoda whose architectural design looked classy. He received several greetings and bows from the other alchemists which spoke volumes of his status and seniority. Zhao Wei himself became the subject of extreme curiosity among the master alchemists as they wondered what his identity was to walking behind Vice Head Guan, a very prominent figure in the Society of Alchemists. Of course, Zhao Wei's not so low profile, otherworldly face and Greek goddesque physique was something that couldn't be ignored. Standing in front of the pagoda's door, Old Man Guan removed the golden medallion from his waist and hovered in the air. In just a few seconds, the doors slowly opened wide for the two. Zhao Wei arched his brows, wondering what the hell had just happened. Old Man Guan noticed his surprise and released a short laugh. Zhao Wei's expression looked goofy and it involuntarily made him want to just relieve his lungs. There's an invisible locking array surrounding the whole pagoda and the medallion I hold is inscribed with a special micro-array that acts as the key. Old Man Guan explained casually. These are Old Man Zhong's handiwork. Truly fascinating. Zhao Wei commented with genuine interest showing in his vibrant silvery gray eyes. Humphrey, you have yet to truly see the fascinating things in the world of alchemy. Old Man Guan proclaimed with vehemence. Zhao Wei almost rolled his eyes but restrained himself. The two soon followed a hallway that led to a rich botanical garden that brimmed with a variety of exotic-looking herbs. The sweet herbal scent hit Zhao Wei's olfactory senses like a tsunami. Amidst the herbal wonderland, stood a figure, more accurately, it was a mature woman of extreme beauty. She had fiery dark red silky hair that tumbled all the way to her thin waist, a waist that beckoned the hands of a man to gently hold on to it. Her gentle eyes were hazel with green fleeks, and in this rich botanical world of mismatched colors, made her seem natural as if she was a part of that beauty. Her stylish dress was a mix of red and green, different from the standard alchemist outfit, and it hugged her curvaceous figure in just the right places. She also exuded a mature aura that could make young men go bonkers over her. Yeah, she had that Onsama vibes or ara kind of thing going on. When Zhao Wei's eyes subtly wandered to her soft, red moist lips, he sincerely thought that they were every man's dream. Kissable and. All of a sudden, she turned her head, pausing her actions, and looked at Zhao Wei. Her hazel eyes met unknown silvery ones, attractive and sexy. They reminded her of the moon, the stars, and an untamed storm. There was surprise and curiosity in the woman's eyes as they assessed the indifference of the extremely handsome young man. The woman then turned her attention to the old man standing beside the unknown Adonis. Greetings, Old Man Guan, I honestly didn't expect your arrival. The beautiful woman addressed Old Man Guan with respect as she began to walk towards them. She was like a vixen, tempting and full of seduction as subtle as it was. Haha, Pillmaster Yun Yao, how have you been? Old Man Guan returned the greeting. Where have I heard the name Yun from? Yun. Oh, she must be that princess's aunt who was only mentioned a few times before disappearing into obscurity. Zhao Wei rummaged through the recesses of his memories and finally came to a realization. Just a bit of this and that and. Yun Yao answered with a breathtaking smile before she deliberately gazed at Zhao Wei. Old Man Guan caught the message and hastily began to introduce his disciple. Meet my new disciple, Zhao Wei, an unpolished gem that could very well shake the foundation of the world of alchemy. Old Man Guan spoke vividly with satisfaction. He seemed to be holding Zhao Wei in high regard. Zhao Wei found it embarrassing to be praised like that, but technically, Old Man Guan's words weren't just mere lies. Yun Yao looked at Zhao Wei with doubts showing on her devastatingly beautiful face. From the words unpolished gem, Yun Yao had already put two and two together. Zhao Wei was probably a novice, or he had yet to truly step into the Tao of alchemy. The young man looked younger than her niece, Yun Yao noted with wonder. To receive such high-sounding praise from a respectable and experienced figure like Vice Head Guan, there was something certainly special about the young man. Yun Yao decided to preserve her doubts for the time being and take a wait-and-see approach. It was then that a funny idea cropped up in her mind. "Old man Guan, I hope you won't mind leaving the young man with me for a short period. He has piqued my curiosity," Yun Yao proposed, her gleaming eyes never leaving Zhao Wei. This. A troubled look formed on old man Guan's face. He wondered what Yun Yao wanted to do with his dear disciple, but seeing her puppy, persuasive facial expression, old man Guan gave in. He decided to trust Yun Yao as he had known her for quite some time. 3 days at max. Old man Guan gestured with 3 outstretched, fat fingers. "Don't worry, old man Guan. Your disciple will be in safe hands." Yun Yao smiled. "Isn't that right, young man?" she asked Zhao Wei as if looking for some sort of assurance, or was it sarcasm? Her voice was soft and pleasant, capable of melting through the defenses of a man. "I am not looking for a Tao partner. Fight the demons, Zhao Wei." Zhao Wei recited fervently inside his mind. The woman was dangerous, but he liked. Dangerous. Zhao Wei thought that it wouldn't be bad to use her as a means to temper his mind and Tao heart. "It will be a pleasure, Miss Yun Yao." Zhao Wei mustered up one of his signature killer smiles, which caught the vixen unprepared as she became lost for words for a few moments. "You should address me as Pillmaster Yun Yao," Yun Yao warned with a stern expression on her face. Old man Guan felt awkward. The atmosphere didn't feel right, but he couldn't put a finger on what was wrong. He quickly excused himself and then left the two to their own devices. After old man Guan left, Yun Yao's expression changed. "Continue calling me Miss Yun Yao. It's been a long time since I was addressed as such." Zhao Wei was rendered speechless. This woman is truly a piece of work, he thought as he nodded. Chapter 115, Introduction to Alchemy. The fact that her sensual aura and drop-dead gorgeousness affected him made Zhao Wei slightly beyond guard. The situation bore testimony that he was still bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It defined his character as a human. Zhao Wei found it interesting. Zhao Yufei had her own charm and level of beauty, since she was an important character already anchored to the fate and timeline of the universe. If Zhao Yufei was a budding lotus flower yet to bloom and showcase its endpoint beauty, grace, and brilliance, then Yun Yao was a breathtaking mature peony, spreading its iridescent lights in a field of flowers, thus captivating the hearts of men. Her charm was intense, such that most men would willingly die under the said peony flower in the process of professing their unrequited love. Zhao Wei remembered such a saying back on Earth, and there were even poetic compositions based around the peony. All in all, he wasn't there to admire and fantasize about a seemingly untouchable beautiful woman, but to achieve a greater purpose, to enrich his ever-changing journey with almost limitless knowledge, wisdom, and enjoyment. As beautiful as Yun Yao was, Zhao Wei already knew how to show restraint when the time called for it. "Now tell me, young man, how did old man Guan find you, the supposed unpolished jade?" Yun Yao crossed her arms, a simple action that made her breasts overstrain against the fabric of her dress. Her enticing cleavage was all but hidden. Zhao Wei saw everything, and it was only through sheer will that he refrained from activating any of his helpful eye abilities. "Why are you asking? Does it really matter?" Zhao Wei countered with a casual smile. He couldn't just answer everything that he was asked like an obedient little boy. Also, the woman in front of him seemed like the type to always get whatever she wanted. "Alright, smart pants. You just gave me a good reason to put you through a series of tests." Yun Yao smirked mischievously, pretty much unconcerned by Zhao Wei's unsavory reply. Unpredictable, Zhao Wei smiled internally as he tried to get a read on her. "I presume you are like a newborn baby in the Tao of alchemy. You know of its existence, yet you still don't know anything." Yun Yao's aura shifted to that of an experienced master alchemist as she examined Zhao Wei. "You don't know anything about nurturing herbs and the creation of pills, right?" she guessed, more like she already had an already prepared answer for the question itself. "Your words are on point, Miss Yun Yao," Zhao Wei answered straightforwardly. Yun Yao smiled widely after hearing the young man's deep and lethal voice. Such a voice was perfect for murmuring sweet nothings that can easily trap both young and more experienced women in a web of infatuation and love. She had lived a sheltered life when she was still a child back at the Imperial Palace, and when she got admitted into the Broken Moon sect, Yun Yao came to realize her passion for herbal plants and subsequently, the noble art of alchemy. She hadn't had the time for romance or one-time trysts as she immersed herself in the Tao of alchemy. She didn't realize at first, but when she became a master alchemist, she was already nearing her mid-30s and the thought of men had become insignificant. Despite being in her 30s, Yun Yao felt that she was still in her early 20s, seemingly not to have aged a single day. Her cultivation talent, though not as exaggerated as those of the Crown Genius disciples, had enabled her to reach the peak of the sixth sky of the Ascended Realm. This made her status to be quite special in the Grasswood division, and she was regarded as some sort of prodigy despite her reluctance and aversion towards such titles. Alchemy is a broad subject, and before jumping straight into the pill creation part, you will have to consider the origin of the said pills, the medicinal ingredients. Yun Yao shook her head lightly, to get rid of her reminiscent thoughts, and began to explain some simple but important information to Zhao Wei. The commonly known ingredients are the medicinal herbs, as they make up 98% of the pill depending on the variation of the pill being made. Zhao Wei listened carefully while nodding, his eyes glued on Yun Yao's eyes to show that she had his mind and focus. Nothing seemed to matter around him when Zhao Wei maintained eye contact with Yun Yao. Even for a veteran alchemist like her, Yun Yao felt slightly embarrassed and affected by his dedicated concentration. The way he held eye contact could give a woman the wrong signal, quite easily misinterpreted as being wanted. The remaining 2% may be constituted by unique parts of the demonic beasts, unique heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or even something that stems from the self. Yun Yao finished her explanation. Zhao Wei found her knowledgeable about the Tao of alchemy even though she had only shared some basic information. From a seed to a young sprout, and finally to a mature herb, it is important for an alchemist to experience and go through the journey of the herbs as they mature, at least 2 to 3 times if possible. Well, Sama, I am not going to stand around and nurture a herb for thousands of years, and that is me choosing the middle ground. Zhao Wei showed a confused face as those thoughts ran through his mind. Yun Yao laughed with mirth in her eyes after noticing Zhao Wei's comical expression. Her laughter was like a beautiful piece of immortal music, soothing and gentle. You must be thinking about exaggerated numbers, right? I know the feeling, as I was once as confused as you are right now during my alchemy apprenticeship. Yun Yao smiled as she unfurled her arms from her chest. She then began to slowly walk around the beautiful garden of multicolored herbs. Each of her steps was calculated and careful as she didn't damage any medicinal herbs. She carried herself with the demeanor of an expert herbalist, showing that she truly cared for the plants. Today, I am going to show you how to catalyze the growth of a herbal seed, the origin of it all. Yun Yao gently declared. It's an uncomplicated technique I came up with after countless hours of sleepless nights and arduous research. No one specifically knows about it, and it seems you are going to be the first and the last person that is aware of its existence. Why me though? It's not like Zhao Wei was against the idea of learning something new, but why should he be given such a good thing when they barely knew each other? Fu fa fu, will you believe me if I say it's because you're extremely pleasing to the eye and I like you? Yun Yao unashamedly proclaimed. Who will believe that nonsense? Zhao Wei showed a stoic expression as he voiced his disbelief. The shamelessness of the woman. You are a fun person to mess around with, Zhao Wei. Yun Yao revealed a toothy grin, her flawless teeth being laid out in the open. Anyway, before you experience my technique, there are some foundational books that you need to read and internalize first. Please come with me. Yun Yao suddenly changed his expression into a serious one as she began walking towards an open door in the north. Zhao Wei nodded before following her. Break even one leaf of a herb and you will be stuck as my slave for an eternity. Yun Yao issued a strict warning without even looking back. As if you can live for that long. Zhao Wei almost rolled his eyes but heeded her warning without question. Chapter 116, Interesting Interactions. Yun Yao finally led Zhao Wei through a thick mahogany door that led into a study room. A well-crafted huge black desk stood opposite the entrance and a seat was behind it. There were both opened and unopened voluminous books spread chaotically on the desk surface. Sheets of roughly scribbled notes lay sprawled atop the books, further enhancing the state of disarray. This is a person who is dedicated to their course. It's truly interesting meeting someone with the essence of a scholar, Zhao Wei thought as his eyes analyzed everything in a matter of seconds. He even felt a subtle admiration for the hardworking female alchemist. On both sides of the spacious study room, in front of the desk, were tall shelves brimming with numerous books, manuscripts, and even files. Zhao Wei used X-ray vision to scan through the shelves and inferred that they were a mixture of alchemy manuals, ancient scrolls, and cultivation notes, though books geared towards alchemy were in the majority. Zhao Wei inadvertently smelled the air and noticed that it had 2 distinctive scents, one that belonged to Yun Yao and one that came from the books. The amalgamation of those 2 scents created something that was overwhelmingly pleasant, sweet, and hot. Zhao Wei had the urge to wantonly rummage through every book inside the study room. His adherence to basic respect and civility acted as a deterrent to such an impulsive behavior. As Zhao Wei was lost in thoughts while scanning the shelves, he remained oblivious to the watchful hazel green eyes of Yun Yao. Yun Yao leaned against the desk as she studied every contour, up to the very minute details, of the beautiful man's perfect face. Unconsciously, She licked her lips when she narrowed her inspection to his inviting damnable lips. What am I thinking even? I am no longer an infatuated little girl of the same age as him. Yun Yao reminded herself as she shook her head to dismiss those tempting thoughts. To her understanding, Zhao Wei felt like a forbidden fruit, something that if she risked her chances to take a bite from, then the consequences would be unimaginable for her. Hey, Earth to Mr. Zhao. What are you zoning out for when you have the chance to be alone in a room together with the most beautiful woman in existence? Yun Yao interrupted, her narcissistic remark earning a small fake cough from Zhao Wei. It's supposed to be the other way round. You are the one who should be feeling honored, don't you think? Zhao Wei casually winked. Yun Yao's cheeks flushed as she puckered her lips in displeasure. There was a stifling silence for a few seconds and tension in the room intensified. It was hard to know what was going on inside the minds of the two individuals. Well, this is awkward. I think there were books that I was supposed to give you. Yun Yao chuckled awkwardly while her dainty finger fiddled around with a strand of dark red hair, sticking out on her rosy cheek. Zhao Wei watched her in amusement. He found her embarrassment and slight discomfort cute. It blended quite well with her mature aura. Yun Yao walked to the huge shelf on the left and as if she already knew what she was looking for, she expertly and gently removed two books from separate sections. They were titled, Beginner's Guide for Pillmaking and Pillflame Heart Manual. Yun Yao wasn't finished as she leisurely strolled to the opposite shelf and methodically took another two books that were physically bigger, dimension-wise, compared to the previous two. I recommend reading through these 4 books to have a solid foundation when you start your journey on the unending road of alchemy. A wicked glint flashed in Yun Yao's eyes as she passed on the 4 books to Zhao Wei. You are too naive, woman. Zhao Wei smirked inside his mind. How could he not understand the mischief hidden behind Yun Yao's calm expression? Beginner's Guide for Pillmaking, Pillflame Heart Manual, 10,000 Plants Illustrations and Comprehensive Guide to the Art of Poisons, Poison Sutra. Zhao Wei quickly read through the titles of the 4 books in his hands before looking at Pillmaster Yun Yao. Thank you, Pillmaster Yun Yao. Zhao Wei said innocently in appreciation, his voice and tone as genuine as a baby's first words. Yun Yao looked at Zhao Wei with furrowed brows, not understanding why she was being thanked so sincerely. Yun Yao felt as if the brat was trying to play with her. Humphrey, thank me only after reading and comprehending the texts from those books. She unknowingly found herself pinching Zhao Wei's ear and only after a few moments, did she notice her peculiar actions. Zhao Wei wore a dumb expression as if not registering what had just happened. Not wanting to stay any longer in the same room with the hunk, Yun Yao excused herself and left, saying that she would come later as she had to make some important pills. Zhao Wei looked at her retreating curvy figure before she loudly closed the door. Well, what a surprising turn of events. Yun Yao, Yun Yao. Zhao Wei muttered her name silently. Who would have believed that she was the same Yun Yao described in the original novel? She seemed different in a good way. She was confident, deep-rooted, and kind of cheeky at times. She truly had a long-lasting impact on someone's memories if you got the chance to interact with her on a personal level. Deep down, Zhao Wei knew that there was yet more to unveil about her. Smiling to himself, Zhao Wei walked over to the desk and gently placed them above it. He then unceremoniously sat on the comfy seat that had the unmistakable scent of Yun Yao. This seat would have served well as a pervert's object of obsession. Zhao Wei scratched his chin as a momentary thought crossed his mind. And then, without further dilly-dallying, he began to read through the books. He chose the Beginner's Guide for Pillmaking as his first read since it was the thinnest of the bunch. In actuality, Zhao Wei would have started with any book. The book wasn't as shallow as one might have thought it to be. The theme of the discussion was the basic skills used in pill concoction and important factors to note during the process of extraction of the herbal essences, mixing, subtleties of control, and the finality of pill congealment. Several ink drawings demonstrated a figure practicing all the vital steps of pill concoction. As he comprehended the essence behind the Beginner's Guide for Pill Making, Zhao Wei felt as if he was embodying the figure drawn inside the book. The strange feeling was akin to that of a virtual reality simulation where one can experience all sensations. Pill concoction emphasized the harmony of various elements inside the medicinal herbs. Zhao Wei spoke to himself, he was arriving at his own understanding. In just a few minutes, Zhao Wei finished internalizing the contents of the first book and jumped to the next, Pillflame Heart Manual. The Pillflame Heart Manual expounded more on the flames used in the process of pill concoction. What level of temperature should the flames be maintained at? How intense should flames be? What level of control should one exercise when handling the alchemical flames? What type of coals or combustible materials were more suitable as sources of flames? The new knowledge was truly interesting. Even though the book didn't have any ink drawings or demonstrations, it evoked a heavy sense of imagination from Zhao Wei during the immersion. Time flew very quickly and after an hour, Zhao Wei had fully read, understood, and internalized the concepts behind the 4 books. 10,000 plants illustration? What was that? Too little. Zhao Wei lamented that they were just too little to sate his greedy mind. Zhao Wei understood that the 10,000 plants illustrated in that book were merely the icing on the cake, since who could say that they knew everything about the innumerable herbs hidden in the universe? Maybe there is a reason why it only serves as a foundational book for aspiring alchemists. He mused. This only serves to fuel my curiosity towards the treasures scattered all over the fan universe. Won't it take a lifetime to harvest them into my future storage ring, haha? Anyway, Zhao Wei felt that he was ready to formally begin concocting pills of his own. And he was prepared for failures, a couple of surprises, or totally outdoing himself in the process. Why are you spacing out for, brat? The door creaked open, and a beautiful woman with an exhausted expression entered the room. Zhao Wei smiled wickedly. It was time to take Yun Yao through a roller coaster ride of emotions. Yun Yao arched her long brows with a questioning look, wondering what Zhao Wei was smiling for. I think I should also tell her to give me a place where I can practice my alchemical arts. Chapter 117, Shaking Hands with the Devil. Oh, I was just thinking about you. It seems I am unable to get you out of my mind. What kind of spell have I been afflicted with, I wonder? Zhao Wei said jokingly while rubbing his chin, his sharp gaze never leaving the beautiful figure in front of him. Yun Yao momentarily paused her steps as various expressions showed on her face. There was surprise, shyness, anger, and doubt. She didn't know what to feel about Zhao Wei's reply. Even though she knew he was only merely joking, as it was in his nature, Yun Yao's heart thought otherwise as it nearly missed a beat. I should really be strict with this naughty boy, or else, I fear I'm going to be swept away by his pace. Yun Yao reminded herself as her demeanor and aura gradually shifted to an authoritative one. The exhaustion that was initially there on her divine face could no longer be found as she sauntered towards the desk. Humphrey, instead of going through the important books I gave you, I didn't expect you to be sitting around and wasting time. She reprimanded angrily. And why is the student sitting on the teacher's seat? Shoo, get away. Yun Yao, without warning, encased Zhao Wei's arm with her soft hand. A look of surprise formed on her face as she got a feel of the purely defined strong muscles beneath the soft fabric. Her surprise intensified further when she tried to gently pull him away from the seat. Well, she couldn't. Zhao Wei's body was like an immovable ancient tree that was deeply rooted in the core of the universe. Overly stable and unshakable. What sort of physical strength is this? Is he some high-level demonic beast in disguise? Yun Yao exclaimed in her mind. She hadn't used her full cultivation strength, but even if it was little, it was just enough to send anyone of the first sky flying to the heavens. Even though her battle strength wasn't on the same level as those who mainly pursued martial Dao as their crucial path, she was still a bona fide peak 6th sky ascended realm expert. And the gap between her and those of the first sky was like an uncrossable chasm, impossible to bridge. The curiosity of a woman can't be quelled easily, and she, Yun Yao, entered a silent war with Zhao Wei's arm, much to the latter's amusement and intrigue. Seeing her struggle to pull him away from the seat, Zhao Wei couldn't help but find Pillmaster Yun Yao to be so small and cute. Well, there was nothing small about her two distracting peaks and her valley of a yet-to-be unraveled bliss. They are humongous. Zhao Wei did an internal nod whilst enjoying the view. What's wrong, teacher? Am I too heavy for you? Zhao Wei suddenly spoke before rising from the seat, an action that caught Yun Yao by surprise that she nearly fell onto his body. Zhao Wei was quick enough to support her voluptuous body by holding her delicate shoulder in place, or things might have derailed into a very terrifying situation. He was an extremely virile man after all. The two looked at each other before Yun Yao's face flushed in embarrassment. She wished there was a hole around to hide her face. Zhao Wei moved aside, away from her path, and comically gestured his hands to the now empty seat. Ugh! Yun Yao groaned in frustration before dropping on the seat. She then leaned her back on the comfy seat without caring for her image. Zhao Wei was just too good. He had already gotten an edge over her in several situations, but she was prepared to snuff out his ingrained arrogance and smugness. Find another seat and continue reading those books instead of standing there like a clueless idiot, Zhao Wei. Yun Yao pointed her finger at the 4 neatly arranged books in front of her. Idiot? Wow, that hurts. But I don't think I need those anymore. Consider the little assignment as done. Now can't we just go straight to the main course? Zhao Wei's initial playfulness was no longer there as he walked along the desk, his tall finger trailing its edges. What do you mean that you don't need them anymore? Yun Yao asked in confusion. Zhao Wei didn't answer immediately as he subtly changed the subject. Reality is often disappointing. In essence, the book 10,000 Plant Illustrations may take an average aspiring alchemist about 10 years to fully unravel all of its content. Zhao Wei put his hands behind his back. A normal genius may take maybe around 3-5 years, give or take. Rote memorization cannot help at all in understanding the book except if you have deeper comprehension. Yun Yao was speechless as she listened to each word coming off Zhao Wei's lips. She wondered where he might be leading the conversation. Let me guess, you are a genius yourself, right, Miss Yun? Zhao Wei smiled at her. That panty-wetting smile was something that she really wanted to ignore. I guess. Yun Yao answered, wondering why he asked such an obvious question. I have always been a genius, dummy. She thought with pride. You took around 3-4 years to complete the 10,000 plant illustrations, if I may take a guess. Zhao Wei spouted random bullshit. If he wasn't embodying some random reincarnated big shot that knows all types of phenomena, immortal diseases, and physique, then what could it be? Yun Yao narrowed her eyes in uncertainty. How did you know? Did old man Guan tell you? Zhao Wei arched his brows in surprise. I was just taking guesses if you remember. And I had just met old man Guan today. The possibility of him telling me anything about you is almost zero. Not like it matters. Yun Yao sighed before giving the brazen young man a no-nonsense expression. Spit everything that you want to say. She demanded like a tyrannical queen. Okay. I have already comprehended the knowledge inside those books. I think it's high time that we jump into the practical side of things. Zhao Wei raised his hands in fake defeat as he dropped a bombshell. What? That's impossible. Yun Yao almost sprung up from her seat, partly in disbelief and anger. How she wanted to beat the living daylights out of him for bullshitting around her. But seeing the serious and cold expression he was showing, Yun Yao had the vague feeling that the young fellow was speaking the truth. Somehow, she found it quite weird that Zhao Wei could transition between expressions so fast like a chameleon. It was almost unnatural. Say, I believe you. Then my next course of action would be asking you the questions. Wait. Yun Yao stopped whatever she wanted to say and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction as if she had suddenly realized something. Why do I feel as if you are leading me by the nose? She tilted her head to the side with a smooth smile on her sexy face. You think too much, Miss Yun Yao. Just test me and you will get the answers that you wish for. Zhao Wei grinned while averting her concern. She really is sharp. The wow effect has somehow lost its initial impact. He thought nonchalantly. TSK, okay. I am prepared to see you make a fool out of yourself, anyway. Yun Yao gave in as she took the massive book 10,000 plant illustration into her hands. She then opened a random page. Tell me all the details about the clear soul crystal grass. All the minute details. Yun Yao put emphasis on her last words. Zhao Wei didn't flatter and went straight into answering. The clear soul crystal grass is a rare medicinal herb of the yin attribute and it normally grows in places with strong yin energy, death energy, or full of discarnate souls. It requires an average temperature of 3 degrees Celsius to 7 degrees Celsius. Zhao Wei proceeded to enumerate all its ecological requirements, up to very minuscule details that could easily be ignored as unnecessary. It is a vital ingredient during the concoction of the heart-stabilizing pill which helps in preventing heart demons and clearing the mind of any lethal distractions during major breakthroughs. There is also the clear soul pill which helps in nourishing the soul but it's only effective for those below the true spirit realm. Zhao Wei showed knowledge without hindrance, without impediments, effortlessly flowing out like a waterfall. Yun Yao continued to ask a plethora of questions that she forgot herself, lost in Zhao Wei's expanding domain of knowledge and wisdom. He was just like an all-rounded scholar, answering everything she threw at him without pause. Was she a genius? Yes, she considered herself as such and it wasn't all self-proclaimed. She was legit. No, she was regarded as such by many due to her alchemical contributions. Additionally, she was one of the youngest master alchemists, if not the youngest. The young man before him was simply beyond a genius. How could she not refer to him as such when he was explaining some things that were even beyond the scope of knowledge of someone new to the world of alchemy? Crossbreed or hybridization of different medicinal herbs? Hypothetical compatibility ratios? No, she had to stop him. Stop! Yun Yao shouted or her eardrums might be overwhelmed by the influx of knowledge. Zhao Wei listened to her plea. Many thoughts ran through Yun Yao's mind as she began to incessantly tap her finger against the wooden surface of the desk. He was certainly very precious with immense potential but she wondered if his skills were going to be as good as his knowledge. Old man Guan had given her around 4 days to give Zhao Wei a basic outline of the Tao of alchemy and show him that it was as arduous as martial Tao was, if not more. Currently, she was considering if Zhao Wei could be stolen. No, that came off rather straightforward. She wanted to see the full potential of Zhao Wei in the Tao of alchemy. She wanted to be a part of that journey. She had a feeling that he was going to be an indispensable assistant during her pill concoction sessions. If Zhao Wei was as insightful as she gave him credit for, then wouldn't it be possible for her to use him to deduce those incomplete recipes lying around in her room? As much as she admired and valued Zhao Wei, he was still old man Guan's disciple, but she was determined to know more about him during those 4 days. Zhao Wei might just be the catalyst she needed for her own improvement in the Tao of Alchemy. It sounded silly, but Yun Yao trusted her instincts. Knowledge and wisdom favored neither age nor status. Knowledge didn't discriminate, and her Tao of Alchemy mattered more than most. Leaving her seat, Yun Yao gracefully walked toward Zhao Wei and stood before him. She didn't realize it, but she was closer to him than she intended to. Zhao Wei could smell her flowery scent. A scent that could very well be the essence of seduction. Zhao Wei wondered if she had those legendary hidden physiques like the Bewitching Physique, Yin Cauldron Physique, or Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline. Author's note: random physiques that he had read from his past world's cultivation novels. I think I should really show you what true alchemy is. Yun Yao finally declared in a confident, alluring voice as she smiled at him, her small fair hand outstretched. Her hazel green eyes burned with the fiery embers of determination and visions of a bright future. Zhao Wei smiled back and gently enclosed her hand in a slow, almost intimate handshake. I will be in your care. Her breath hitched in her throat. Why did it feel as if she were shaking hands with the devil himself? Chapter 118, Poison Master? Maybe Poison Ivy would be better. By the way, I have been curious about your reason for giving me the comprehensive guide to the art of poisons, Poison Sutra. You don't look like the type to dabble in the poison arts. Zhao Wei nonchalantly commented, and as he tried to disengage from the handshake, he felt some resistance from Yun Yao's soft hand. Zhao Wei looked at the dazed female alchemist before abruptly leaning his face. He was so painfully close to her beautiful face that the tips of their noses were nearly touching. Ms. Yun, aren't you being a little bit clingy at our first contact? His deep voice and masculine scent in such proximity made her heartbeat increase at a fast rate. Yun Yao quickly realized that she was still tightly holding on to Zhao Wei's big hand like a child that doesn't want to be left alone when they met their favorite person. Please forgive my bad manners, I unwittingly forgot that I was still holding on to your hand. My mind has been all over the place lately. Oh deities above, am I slowly losing my brilliance? Yun Yao mumbled almost incoherently as she jumped backward, away from Zhao Wei as if he were a plague. That abrupt action made her two immaculate peaks shake and jiggle, leaving much to a man's erotic imagination. Her cheeks were flushed red in embarrassment and shyness that was so out of sync with her character. Currently, she just looked like the pure-hearted maiden she thought she wasn't. She hated it. She didn't like the fact that ever since she had met him, her mind hadn't been able to think rationally, and it had even led her to be unable to fully concentrate during the previous 1 hour of pill concoction. Her prior exhaustion had been a result of messing at the last step of pill congealment due to a lack of absolute focus. I should make a rule for my own sake. Any form of physical contact between us should be prohibited. Yun Yao arrived at a conclusion to prevent her inner demoness from misbehaving. She could control her desires well, but she was at the age where her sexual drive was at its peak. Men desired her, but they were just not worthy, as her love and passion were only reserved for the Tao of Alchemy. Was it fate or coincidence that Zhao Wei just had to be that special of a man capable of evoking and unearthing her controlled sexual drive? Yun Yao called that bullshit. As charming as Zhao Wei was, what she was interested in the most was his unordinary perspective towards alchemical concepts. She reminded herself there was nothing else. Yun Yao had her own pride and face to keep after all. Let's go to the pill refinement chamber. Yun Yao quickly spoke, her face didn't show any ripples. She was as serene as the gentle waters of a still lake. Zhao Wei noticed the change and nodded internally. It is good that she has managed to calm herself. Things might have gotten troublesome otherwise. He already knew about the requirements for a successful pill concoction. One of them was a calm state of mind, a mind that was free of any form of mental disturbances. An alchemist must be in their best mental state, and this can be achieved through diligent meditation. Many factors had to be considered to successfully create a pill worth consuming instead of useless trash with unresolved toxins. Deep within him, Zhao Wei understood Yun Yao was tempting and extremely attractive as a woman. Damn, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, as he was but a mere man. Zhao Wei just wanted to overly complicate this seemingly short-term relationship between them. They were all adults with a common goal of benefiting from each other's knowledge. There was silence between the two as Yun Yao led Zhao Wei past several doors in the eastern hallway. Yun Yao finally stopped at the furthest door before she opened it wide enough for Zhao Wei to enter and then closed it behind her. The pill refinement chamber was more spacious than the study room to facilitate a smooth airflow. On further inspection, there was even a well-integrated ventilation system throughout the chamber due to the existence of air vents and modified windows. Zhao Wei then turned his attention to a medium-sized purple cauldron at the center of the room. It was beautifully crafted with intricate drawings of purple lotuses etched on its smooth surface. It emitted a certain sense of spirituality which Zhao Wei instinctually analyzed that it was due to its unique status as a spiritual class tool. As for which tier it was, Zhao Wei didn't know. It was his first time seeing such a rare tool considering they were treated as treasures in the Cloud Country. That's Serenity Purple. She's my one and only. Yun Yao caught a glimpse of Zhao Wei's curiosity toward her alchemy cauldron and decided to courteously introduce it. She's a mid-tier spiritual tool. I got her as a gift from my late master before she passed away peacefully. Even though she was speaking about a loss, Yun Yao didn't show any sadness in her eyes or voice. Zhao Wei didn't offer any insincere condolences either and chose to remain silent. It was better to listen to her chatter away about things she was passionate about. She guarantees an additional 10% success rate during the process of pill concoction. She's also resistant to internal pill explosions in case of an error made during pill concoction. With every little detail she exposed, Zhao Wei would silently nod, sometimes humming in affirmation. After a few minutes, Yun Yao realized that she had talked more than she had planned. I am sorry about that, Zhao Wei. There is this bond. Yun Yao tried to awkwardly explain herself. It's fine. I understand what you are trying to say, Miss Yun. Zhao Wei cut her off with an understanding smile. I feel grateful that you understand. Let me meditate for a moment before I perform any alchemy, okay? Yun Yao said with mirth in her eyes as she sat on the futon near Serenity Purple. Gently closing her eyes, she immediately began to meditate, cutting off everything from her senses. She hasn't yet answered my question about that poison sutra. Her attention span is surely something. Zhao Wei thought, deciding not to disturb her. He then looked around and spotted a spare purple-colored futon. She likes purple it seems, or I just might be reading wrong into the information. Zhao Wei casually analyzed as he took a seat. I should also meditate? With his inner sight, Zhao Wei noticed that about 85% of the inner strength inside his Danshan was already converted into true force. Zhao Wei was honestly surprised by the speed. He thought it was going to take him at most 2-3 days for a full conversion, but estimations couldn't keep up with the peculiarities of the myriad constellation physique. There also seemed to be some subtle differences between the true force being produced by his body and Danshan. For example, the true force from his physique was more tyrannical than his Danshan's, which was peaceful. The similarities they shared were in their ultra-high quality, quantity, and density. Zhao Wei then observed the seeds of the elemental essences embedded in the illusory Clipith. He found no changes whatsoever. As for those elemental essences to experience both qualitative and evolutionary changes, time and luck were going to play very important roles. 2 hours later, Zhao Wei opened his eyes as he felt a certain gaze directed towards him. You look like a saint when meditating, but I won't be fooled even for a minute. Her voice was soft and gentle as she pouted her lips at Zhao Wei. When and where did I claim that I was a saint, huh? Zhao Wei said indifferently. In your dreams, Yun Yao randomly replied with a blank expression before standing up. Zhao Wei cringed internally at the reply, but his eyes never left her figure as she began to sort out the simple medicinal herbs that she needed on the table. They were carefully stored in transparent jade containers so that they wouldn't deteriorate in quality. After sorting through everything, Yun Yao walked towards the cauldron with the herbs. She's thorough. Each herb has been weighed in respect to their required portions. Zhao Wei noted as his eyes had never left her. You are going to concoct the blood cleansing pill. Zhao Wei spoke in a matter-of-fact voice. Yun Yao didn't show any surprise on her face as she slightly nodded. For someone who can fully comprehend the whole 10,000 plant illustration and beginner's guide for pill making, it seems no herbs or pills can easily escape your recognition. She then suddenly touched her chin with a thoughtful look as if she had remembered something. I remember you asking me the reason why I gave you the poison sutra back in the study room. She spoke with a weird gleam in her beautiful hazel green eyes. Oh, you remembered? Zhao Wei leaned his cheek on his fisted hand. I am a poison master. Yun Yao cluelessly tapped her smooth chin as she dropped a shocking revelation. Zhao Wei had his mouth hanging wide open like a certain Pokemon. He was undoubtedly rendered speechless. And how could Yun Yao not be satisfied by the reaction she elicited from him? Chapter 119, Did you watch Barney the Dinosaur? What? Do I look unqualified, or are you thinking along the lines that a woman can't be a poison master? Yun Yao cocked her head with an elegant smile on her cherry lips. She was clearly enjoying the moment. Ever since she had met the young man, she had thought that apart from his top-notch looks, there had been something enticing and otherworldly about him. Even though he didn't make any effort to hide, Yun Yao had perceived the subtle indifference hidden behind his beautiful silvery gray eyes, which were accentuated with attractive dark eyelashes. He looked like the type to be unresponsive towards his surroundings, as if everything was stale and uninspiring before his gaze. Seeing him genuinely surprised by the notion of her secret profession made her feel somehow weirdly accomplished. Who said anything about you being unqualified as a woman? Zhao Wei grinned while shaking his head in disbelief. Did she think he was someone with a stringent patriarchal outlook on certain matters? She may have misunderstood the reason behind my loop of surprise, Zhao Wei thought. The reason why I am surprised is because those who dabble in the arts of poison are very rare, as it is treated by many as an unorthodox path. Zhao Wei clarified, and it seemed as if he had a lot to say but restrained himself. He just wanted Yun Yao to show him the ropes of the way of alchemy as soon as possible. He could have opted to pursue the individual practice of pill refinement by himself, but Zhao Wei understood that pride sometimes had to be put down. The guidance and teaching of an expert, an already established master in the world of alchemy, was highly indispensable and a shortcut to skip through the unnecessary beginner mistakes. Of course, his efforts, hard work, and seemingly good affinity with the craft were going to determine his future progression. Yun Yao hummed softly before squarely looking at Zhao Wei as if she had met a kindred spirit. She realized that Zhao Wei had more to say and was only acting on self-preservation. Pursed lips, eyes that would momentarily dart to her serenity purple, and the herbs placed before her. Even though he tried to hide it, Yun Yao was intelligent enough to read his body language. You have more to say, right? Yun Yao urged with a knowing, soul-stirring smile. She simply couldn't leave him when the topic of interest was all about poison. She felt that Zhao Wei might be harboring a totally different school of thought. Seeing her shimmering, almost crazed eyes, Zhao Wei slightly furrowed his brows. He knew if he insisted on keeping his opinion at bay, then this pushy woman wasn't going to stop soon. Okay, it's just some generic perspective towards cultivation in general. Zhao Wei gave in to her inquisitive yet curious hazel green eyes. Yun Yao had a victorious grin, full of smugness. She had won in making Zhao Wei talk about his standpoint on the matter. Zhao Wei wondered if the Aphrodite of a woman treated everything as a competition. Disengaging his clenched hand from his cheek, Zhao Wei leaned back and assumed a straight, confident posture. What is orthodox? What is unorthodox? What is righteous? What is demonic? Who stipulated that all paths should be categorized under these loose concepts of morality? He began, his charismatic voice, impactful, full of vehemence and indifference. Zhao Wei radiated an air of wildness and abandon like a reckless youth who wasn't constrained by that generalized thought process. Yun Yao was captivated, infected by his manly confidence and his unfetteredness. It even affected her breathing rate as she struggled to contain herself due to the joy bubbling inside her heart. She understood Zhao Wei as she had once had the same thoughts back in the days when she had bravely pursued triple paths, two admired by many while one was shunned as devilry. It was during her youth, when she had been around 25 years of age, that she had introduced herself to the rarely charted Tao of poisons. Her late master had once squabbled with her when she had learned about her eventual interest in the so-called unorthodox path. But who was she? She was Yun Yao, someone hard-headed, strong-willed, determined, and like the clouds. As much as the clouds might get dispersed by the turbulent cold winds, their indelible mark on the vaults of the heavens would never get erased. You know what? I didn't expect you to be deep, but that subtle wildness around you is something that I was never wrong about. Yun Yao wildly laughed. Her laughter was like that of a carefree child, pure, wordless, and orgasmic to the ears. She seemed unburdened by worldly matters and radiated pure happiness. Zhao Wei watched her free-spiritedness at that moment, reveling in that picturesque scene. He decided to save that moment, that image, somewhere in his mind so that when he was free, he would partake in trying to capture the essence of her ethereal beauty inside a painting. Even though he still hadn't actively begun to invest in the path of painting and artistry, Zhao Wei made that memory among his task lists. Do you want to know the reason behind my interest in Tao of Poison? Yun Yao vaguely smiled as she turned her attention to the purple-colored cauldron in front of her. She then swiftly performed a series of mysterious hand seals that levitated the medicinal herbs above the opened lid of the Serenity Purple. Multitasking? Zhao Wei observed her set of actions carefully. Do you think there's a difference between the Tao of Poison and the Tao of Alchemy? Yun Yao nonchalantly asked as she used one of her hands to revive the flames of the special fire-attributed combustibles below the cauldron. She then used her hand to extract the medicinal essences from each herb. Her usage of the true force was certainly calculated and kept at a minimum. She seemed to be an advocate of efficiency over quantity. In a matter of seconds, several medicinal essences could be seen floating in the air before Yun Yao effortlessly guided them into the cauldron to undergo refinement. Zhao Wei didn't answer her question, fearing that he might distract her beautiful fluid actions. You needn't worry about me. I can make these types of pills even while my eyes are closed. Yun Yao smirked. She could already guess what Zhao Wei was thinking. Nothing short of impressive. All right then, I won't be considerate anymore. Zhao Wei spoke in slight admiration as he mulled over Yun Yao's question. Yun Yao continued whatever she was doing, but a small prideful smile lingered on her divine face. It was refreshing. I think the Tao of Alchemy and the Tao of Poison are of the same essence. Poison can originate from both plants or special beasts, and this applies to alchemy. Zhao Wei explained after a short moment of drawing inspiration from the esoteric book, Poison Sutra. They both dance on the precipice of life and death, creation and destruction. Pa. Yun Yao gently slapped the sides of the cauldron, an action that caused the lid to topple off, and what followed was a fresh, rich medicinal aroma of pills. Almost immediately, 6 blood-red pills flew from the cauldron and settled in Yun Yao's small fair hand. Under the light of the room, the 6 blood-red pills exuded a red sheen from their smooth surfaces. These blood-cleansing pills were surely of the highest quality. Zhao Wei, who had watched every little ministration done by Yun Yao, couldn't help but feel excited about beginning his own practice almost immediately. Your answer is good. Pills can kill. If by an unlucky chance or cruel fate, I was ever born sinister, then killing a huge population will be just as easy as stepping on an ant. Yun Yao casually stored the fresh steaming pills in a jade bottle, her actions and eerie tone making her terrifying and seemingly insidious like a death goddess. Zhao Wei loudly gulped. You had once taken different mixtures of poison, right? Yun Yao then turned her head towards Zhao Wei, giving him a kind smile. Her current smile was anything but kind, and Zhao Wei was extremely shocked by her powerful intuition, or was it something else? How did you know? Zhao Wei neither denied nor accepted her claim. I have a special gift. I am. Yun Yao answered before stopping midway. A poison master. She shamelessly continued. Zhao Wei rolled his eyes and almost clicked his tongue. I didn't know you liked making jokes. He blandly stated. Yun Yao smiled vibrantly before her expression turned serious. The shift in expression was so sudden that it slightly alarmed Zhao Wei. You know you could have died when you did what you did. I am extremely surprised that you are even alive and still breathing. She currently had the demeanor of a strict but caring mother as she openly admonished Zhao Wei's past dangerous actions. Were you trying to build up a stupid poison resistance, or were you trying to suicide? Zhao Wei remained silent as Yun Yao continued to vent about his carelessness and inexperienced bum. Why do you care about my past actions? Didn't I live to tell the tale? Why do you care about me when we barely know each other? If there was one thing that Zhao Wei was still trying to decipher thoroughly, then it would be women. They were always full of surprises, both predictable and unpredictable at the same time. A few minutes later, Yun Yao exhaled silently before looking at Zhao Wei. Her cheeks were flushed in embarrassment after recalling she had acted and talked like she deeply cared about Zhao Wei. Why are you still sitting there? Get your ass over here. Yun Yao didn't care about her language. She wanted to mask that weird feeling within her. You have pills to make. And it starts at this very moment. Zhao Wei grinned like a fox, which further intensified her shyness. Is purple your favorite color? You seem to like it very much. Did you watch Barney the dinosaur when you were a kid, Miss Yun? Zhao Wei eased her situation by asking random questions. Who is Barney the dinosaur? In the following days, the two followed a repetitive routine of practicing alchemy, secluded cultivation, meditation, and having deep discussions about the Tao of alchemy and poison. Yun Yao had never felt more alive. As for Zhao Wei, there was one thing that he had been anticipating even as his skills in the creation of pills became better and better each day. He had finally reached the much-needed equilibrium in terms of true force, and the God Eye variant was about to evolve. What are the changes and boons that it was going to bring with it? Chapter 120, Yun Yao's Tao of Alchemy, Aspiring Alchemy Goddess, First Cycle of Evolution commences. As the orange sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting its ghastly shadows over the limitless mountainous landscape, the air grew cold and the first snowflake pirouetted from the heavens, followed by a code-like metrical downfall of countless others. From a musical point of view, their frosty dance was similar to a celestial waltz as they reminded the denizens of the cloud country that winter was there to stay and the eventful year was about to end, ushering in another cycle to the ever-flowing time. A beautiful woman clad in a long black dress that perfectly encapsulated her divine figure stood absent-mindedly at the center of the snow-laden courtyard as she gazed in another direction, more specifically, a reclusive chamber some large distances from where she was. The merry snowflakes that fell on her beautiful, long dark red hair thought they were on for a free ride, only for them to miraculously evaporate into vapor. The woman's sinfully voluptuous body was like a hot medicinal furnace capable of melting away the coldness of the winter. Her narrow eyebrows were furrowed as she showed complicated feelings on her face. She seemed to be having conflicting thoughts about something, yet she was too unsure of herself. Yun Yao exhaled lightly, her breath forming a gentle mist in the cold air. I didn't expect it to snow without warning, as the weather has been quite irregular over the years. Sometimes there is even a snowless winter. She then funnily gazed at the bridge of her nose as a lone snowflake momentarily landed on her glowing satin skin. She giggled at the sheer absurdity of the scene before removing the Lone Ranger. I hate winter, she said with indifference which contrasted with her forlorn expression. I wonder when that guy will finish his cultivation. It has been 2 days already, ever since our teacher-student duration of 4 days ended. Old man Guan seemed to have been delayed somewhere or is busy. I am once again reminded that he's an exaggerated genius in both alchemy and the martial Tao. What did he do in his previous life to get fate to favor him so much? The snow had already accumulated to ankle level within that short duration, but Yun Yao's soft and tender body was impervious to the frostbite. I just can't resist feeling slightly jealous and proud for guiding such an existence. Yun Yao gently crouched down and randomly began to draw stick figures on the snow-covered ground. One stick figure resembled a male figure and another, a female. Between the two artistic creations was a roughly drawn cauldron that seemed to create an invisible bond between them. The two stickman figures now seem inseparable. As bad as the drawn picture was, it still evoked the feeling of emotional chemistry and reminded one of a neutralization reaction. Like the yin and yang of the acid-base reactions. What mattered wasn't her below-average drawing but the ethereality of the essence captured from within, her inner feelings of attraction and all that emotional luggage. But she understood. She knew. Her intuitions told her so. The man was a mixture of perfection and imperfections. He had ambitions and dreams that exceeded her own world of imagination, but that only made her feel invested to unravel him. To peel him and understand him layer by layer like a fresh onion. But he's quite resistant to my all-powerful charm that can lead to the fall of innumerable kingdoms, he. Yun Yao laughed to herself, finding it interesting that Zhao Wei practiced the elusive Tao of self-restraint and anti-horniness. Those two terms were something that he would normally mumble when she unintentionally exposed the divine ravine of limitless imagination. And it had only been through consistent pleadings that Zhao Wei shared his deep understanding of those two rarely trodden paths to her. Yun Yao remembered how she had laughed like never before when he had explained such bizarre concepts. Just what couldn't she find attractive in that man? Sighing deeply to herself after feeling that she had spent the short break that she needed, Yun Yao stopped playing with the snow before giving the lone house one last look. After that, she didn't forget to ruin the drawings with her feet before using her true force to sweep the snow away. She was just being extra careful lest she suffer from an embarrassment of the century if Zhao Wei discovered her trash-level chaotic drawings. With how brilliant his mind was, he was probably going to know what those two stickman figures represented. I better revise those ancient pill recipes since my break time is already over. Since he dreams big, shouldn't I also dream of being the alchemy goddess? Yun Yao smiled as she elegantly walked away, her footprints on the snow-covered ground barely traceable. As unrealistic as it is, with hope, talent, luck, and hard work, Yun Yao, can achieve anything when it comes to the Tao of alchemy. Yun Yao chuckled to herself, her hazel green eyes like a green lotus pond rippling with waves of ambition. She was going to do it. She was determined. It was her own Tao of alchemy. Her perseverance. Her dedication to the craft. Her inborn reverence to all that was alchemy. Unknown to Yun Yao, the affirmations of that day, refined and redefined her Tao heart, actualized the mysterious intention of her Tao of alchemy, and formed an unseen bridge that would soon lead her to remarkable heights. Only time will tell if her history with Zhao Wei was going to be a continuous one or a shattered one, meant to be forgotten in the river of time. Anyway, who was sure that they knew anything about the future? Yet again, the indiscernible flutter of the wings of the butterfly goddess and the ominous rotations of the cogwheels of fate interlaced together to create a beautiful symphony of a new destiny song. Inside the cultivation chamber, Zhao Wei sat in a lotus position as he awaited the inevitable. His senses were cut off from the snow-laden domain outside, his main concentration directed towards the impending evolution of the God-Eye variant. He began to mentally list the perks gotten from the base form of the God-Eye variant. God-Eye variant's base abilities: accelerated thought processing, mind palace, photographic memory, X-ray vision, telescopic vision plus microscopic vision, limited future attack prediction via deep analysis of body muscles and internal energy circulation. Finally, temporal sense, a mode where I perceive events around me in slow motion due to high-speed mental calculations. This is good. I think the business plan of building systems in the future will be a good venture. Zhao Wei thought with a smile, and it was then that the same satisfied smile on his lips froze like the Ice Age. The first cycle of evolution of the God-Eye variant commences. Those were the last lines of encrypted texts he saw before he went blind, swallowed by an infinite darkness. Reality subtly fractured to accommodate the arrival of a stupendous, evolved God-Eye of its kind. The first cycle was the beginning of a new beginning. Chapter 121, Eyes that can peer through the very fabric of reality. Awakening. When thinking about the universe, what exactly comes to mind? Is it the swirling masses of kaleidoscopic galaxies or maybe nebulas? Is it the mysterious black hole capable of devouring all states of matter without restraint? Is it the beautiful glitters of the star constellations in the vast skies? Just not to be mistaken, this isn't all about the wisdom path venerable. Quasars, entropy, creation and destruction of stars, antimatter, space-time. There are just many things that came to mind when talking about a broad subject like the universe. All that aside, what is exactly the universe? What is reality? The universe encompassed the whole of existence from the smallest subatomic particles to the cosmic galactic wonders and its uncountable celestial bodies. It was infinite and always in a state of unperceived constant expansion. Reality was more sophisticated, more complex, as the universe was just its physical manifestation. It encompassed what lay within the universe and beyond, from the emotional spectrum, the intangible space and time, macrocosms, and our own insignificant existences. Reality and the universe can practically be referred to as information. They are part of the information that we, humans, can read about and memorize but still can't fully comprehend its entirety due to existing physical and mental limitations. The very fabric of reality is a piece of information that we can't have access to. How can we understand something beyond the domain of human cognition? How can we understand the information encoded in reality? There was only one answer, through heaven-defying means, more specifically, going against the laws of causality. This was simply seizing an infinitesimal part of the great Tao without even understanding it at the grand level. And the individual, Zhao Wei, had unintentionally done just that. Evolution. Zhao Wei's God-Eye variant was going through a cycle of evolution. Even though his consciousness was being submerged by an infinite darkness, he could still feel the indescribable pain as if his soul and mind were being minced and rewritten into something much more grander and splendorous. Zhao Wei wasn't growing stronger, he felt like he was being tortured. Even when he was half-conscious, he instinctively tugged at the hairs on his temple in a hopeless attempt to mitigate the unimaginable pain. His white teeth incessantly clattered against each other like those of a resident of the mental asylum, his jaws clenching and unclenching in odd fashion. His actions proved futile and his pain seemed to even increase as if to mock him. If that wasn't enough, Zhao Wei unconsciously went for his eyes. This pair of eyes was the source of his nightmarish pain. They were putting him through an infinite cycle of suffering. He thought he understood pain and embraced it, but he had solely been mistaken. He was wrong. His pain resistance was simply laughable and his steely will could also bend. Zhao Wei decided to do the unthinkable to, at least, alleviate the suffering. He was in his most vulnerable state where all irrationalities would run amok inside his breaking mind. CHA. In a fit of desperation and illimitable anguish, Zhao Wei violently tore his two eyeballs from their sockets in one swift movement. Rivulets of blood, brimming with vigor and vitality, silently dripped down his cheeks in irregular streams. His mouth opened and closed in succession. The mighty scream that was supposed to ensue did not occur. It was soundless. He couldn't scream as if he had already screamed all his life and his voice, forever lost. He couldn't cry. He couldn't do anything except experience this hellish abyss of self-torture. Zhao Wei finally gained consciousness after gorging his eyes out, but even that didn't help. He was previously in a world of infinite darkness, but now, he was in a world of radiance. The situation was ironic, as his eyes were no longer present, leaving only hollowed sockets dripping with red blood and tissues. Zhao Wei could now see everything. Literally everything. The sudden influx of information nearly made his already breaking soul and mind cross the final hurdle and shatter completely. As more and more information about his surroundings made its way into his slowly stabilizing mind, the pain also lessened. Zhao Wei didn't understand what was happening as the strings of information inside his mind were extremely chaotic and jumbled up. It was simply a mess with no order and coherence. Why can I see without my eyes? And why are my initial vision-related abilities more powerful? It's as if these meaty eyeballs have been inconsequential. The eyeless Zhao Wei spoke in wonder as he gazed down at the two bloodied eyeballs in both of his hands. When Zhao Wei tightly clenched his hands around those eyeballs and decisively popped them into a paste, he didn't feel any regrets. Anyway, it was then that his body's unnatural regenerative power kicked in and his eyes gradually began to regrow. Zhao Wei furrowed his brows together and the current him looked quite horrifying, like a being straight out of a horror film, or canonically like a Luca Zoltik. It's a strange feeling being able to subconsciously feel my tissues regrowing and mending together. Zhao Wei mused. Zhao Wei had been seated in a lotus position throughout the whole process, even now when his eyeballs were about to be completely healed. Finally, Zhao Wei could be seen with his regenerated eyes currently shut closed. Zhao Wei tried to open them, but they felt surprisingly heavy, as if an irresistible force was preventing him from opening something that shouldn't be opened. It was as if the simple action of him opening his eyes was a taboo, something that went against the interest of the principles of heaven and reality itself. Zhao Wei didn't panic, finding the situation interesting. It was a test for him to surmount the insurmountable. Did he have the guts and will to defy the heavens and reality imposed on him? Did he have it in him to pry open the eyes that went against the intricate laws of casualty? If it was a test, then Zhao Wei couldn't be more incensed to demolish it. When have I been afraid of tests? Bring it on. He amped his confidence and determination. His eyes were going to open no matter what. Zhao Wei struggled, and the struggle between him and the eye muscles escalated to a war of attrition that took several hours. It was a mentally demanding task, but he didn't falter. Eventually, the resistance began to dwindle, and Zhao Wei strenuously urged one of his eyelids to open. Am I trying to open an eye-arm Jolner? Zhao Wei wondered incredulously. And then it happened. Zhao Wei managed to open the stubborn eyelid, and what was seen beneath was a deep silver that seemed to encompass all the colors of the universe. In front of his deep silver eye, all kaleidoscopic colors lost meaning, and the very fabric of reality itself became like an open book for him to read, comprehend, and decode into analyzable information. Now the finisher. Zhao Wei pursed his lips, a serious expression settling on his transcendent face. He forced the other eye to open. Do. A terrifying pulse reverberated all over the room when both of his eyes were fully opened. And then, an invisible ripple emanated from them, spreading throughout the whole universe like wildfire in a forest. For a moment, the temporal forces of the universe stopped. Space froze. The symphony of destiny playing in the background paused. And an unknown message was forcibly sent into the fabric of the universe. All divine entities from the ancient desolate realm of gods, terrifying beasts of chaos, and eventually, every living existence in the fan universe, understood one thing. A dreadful, taboo existence had woken up. And with his awakening, came irrevocable changes that were soon going to capsize the established laws of the world. A new era was nigh. Only the truly divine and the truly powerful god kings, gods and ancient possessors of the 8 great god eyes understood better than anyone. Chapter 122, Truth Discernment, Information Perception. Ancient desolate realm of gods, life sacred land. The life sacred land was extremely huge, its sheer size 10,000 times bigger than the Azure continent. At the center of the life sacred land, was an ancient tree of life whose towering height seemed to connect the highest heavens and the mortal world. From another perspective, the ancient tree of life appeared to be supporting the whole weight of the heavens from crumbling down to earth. Its humongous branches stretched widely in unison, bearing within them verdant green leaves and multicolored fruits oozing extremely potent life energy. Its forest green thick and sturdy bark radiated the allure of ultra-high quality material for both artifact refinement and alchemy. At the base of the gigantic tree, complex roots that gave off the feeling of being alive spread out like labyrinthine tendrils, digging far deeper into the recesses of the earth. If only there was the existence of the 9 realms, then the ancient tree of life would have been akin to a miniaturized bristle. At the uppermost branch of the ancient tree of life was a majestic palace of crystalline green that seemed like the heart of the life-sacred land. Well, the subtle fluctuations of a remnant power beyond ancient gods and god lords pulsating around it bore witness to a greater being residing there. A 9th god eye, or maybe something more? That ripple bears no resemblance to anything I have ever felt before. It gives me the feeling that it's above everything. A heavenly voice that seemed to be in sync with everything in nature lightly echoed inside the palatial confines. The bearer of such a magnificent voice was a beautiful woman sitting on an immaculate, verdant green throne weaved out of the ancient tree of life. She wore light green imperial robes that suggestively hugged her slender but mouth-watering curves. She had tall slender legs, bereft of any sort of imperfection, peeking out of her flowing robes. Her pearly skin was soft and tender, her slender nose gracefully sculpted with detailed precision. Just like her natural green wavy tumbles of waist-length hair, her powerful eyes reminded one of a beautiful spring and unforgettable intimacy. This woman with a regal, transcendent poise was the life goddess, the one and only possessor of the life god eye. If Zhao Wei had been here, he could have easily put 2 and 2 together while sighing about how the heavens like to bless the jade beauties with such looks. All lives within the cosmos are interconnected via the supreme laws of life, but it's a pity the life god decide indifferently. Just how many times had she been frustrated to the point of being indifferent? Even though I have perfected the life laws, I don't think I can easily pinpoint the origin of the ripple whose very essence seems to disrupt the intricate mechanisms behind reality. Her insightful gaze extended far beyond the crystalline palace, spanning the vast reaches of the life-sacred land and beyond. The life goddess understood that her control over the supreme laws of life originated from the god-eye bloodline coursing through her veins. It was her birthright, as if fate had decreed so ever since she came into existence. But with such a decree from fate, naturally came invisible limitations that made her unable to cross some certain boundaries unless. It's impossible. I can deduce everyone within the life-sacred land, and that seems to be my current limit. Maybe the destiny goddess can calculate fate and trace the origin of this mysterious person, she spoke to herself, her voice still full of doubt. She didn't fully believe that the ever-so-mysterious destiny goddess could easily control everything. Anyway, The destiny goddess would always make her uncomfortable. Gently combing her soft hair behind her elf-like ear, a rare smile graced her face. It was a smile that seemed to radiate life into everything in existence. Even a person on the verge of death would surely revive after witnessing it. Why do I feel like I will be meeting that person quite soon? A woman's intuition could sometimes really affect reality. Beyond the life-sacred land, within the Yangling Zone, in the hidden subspaces of the ancient desolate realm of gods, an old man with a genial aura sat with his legs crossed within the turbulence of spatial storms capable of disintegrating any existence below the third heaven. To survive the destructive energies of the void, one had to, at least, perfect a law. The old man seemed to be in harmony with the conceptual space and time around him. The old grey robes he wore were anything but simple as space runes. No, his law comprehension had manifested on them. This old man belonged to an era before the life goddess. He was the space-time god and he controlled space and time as he wished. Unfortunately, he was more proficient in the laws of space than time. He also was the possessor of the space-time god Eye. All of a sudden, the old man opened his eyes, revealing deep pools that looked like two black holes. His eyes emanated the aura of antiquity as if he had seen and lived through countless eras that spanned hundreds of billions of years. Did that triple just travel across all points of time? A grim expression settled on the space-time god's face. This is going to be a big deal as it concerns the future of the fan universe. The space-time god exhaled slowly and his breath inadvertently shattered the space before him as seen by the small mirror-like crack on its fabric. The ripple of an unknown source had roused different reactions from various prominent figures of the fan universe and they were only left with unanswered questions. In the Great Canopy Country, at the Tower of the Six Warlock Divine Sage, there was someone who got a hold of little clues through divination, but at what cost? Back to the Broken Moon sect, Zhao Wei was reveling in the new changes of the evolved, God Eye variant. He touched a black stone from the ground and intently stared at it. Abruptly, lines of text gradually materialized in his vision like a small HUD heads-up display. Black stone, a random stone picked from the ground. Then with a thought, he dispersed the text. Zhao Wei then took a pill bottle from his pocket before placing a shiny blue pill with a crystalline surface on his palm. Its pill aroma was expertly contained within. Even Zhao Wei could barely register its scent, and only due to his strong olfactory senses, which were akin to that of a voracious beast, could he perceive the almost imperceptible aroma. He then forced his newly gained ability to activate. Marrow Cleansing Pill. This is a perfect grade pill created by the junior alchemist, Zhao Wei. The pill is of the highest quality as it has retained 99.9% of its medicinal power created from the following ingredients: spirit marrow herb, 5 seasons flower, 100-year-old purple ginseng, violet grass, and 3 drops of pure spiritual water. Effects: used to cleanse the marrows and improve the quality of the blood. It's also an important pill for physical body refiners. TCH, only 99.9%. Why does it feel like a mockery? Zhao Wei groaned in displeasure at the evaluation of his pill, arduously created from his blood and sweat. Anyway, even though the evolution didn't straight up grant me battle-oriented abilities, its information perception is still very valuable, if not more. Zhao Wei analyzed the advantages of having this appraisal ability. He was satisfied with it as everything directly linked to reality stemmed from one thing: knowledge. Let's call the new ability, truth discernment. With one sweep of my gaze, all the truth and falsehood of the world shall be laid bare in the open. Zhao Wei named the new ability instead of giving it something generic like eyes of appraisal. Just then an interesting thought came to his mind and a mischievous smile formed on his face. Should I analyze my physique? Chapter 123, Akasha Terminal, Unlicensed Medical Doctor, Delusional Zhao Wei had reached an important step. He wanted to know his physique's evaluation. How did reality or the universe's knowledge terminal perceive the myriad constellation physique? Stating it like that made him think of Sumeru City's Akasha terminal invented by the greater leader Rukongai, but fortunately, his truth discernment somehow seemed to be connected to the universe's database, drawing detailed knowledge from things he had surface knowledge about, or so he thought. In essence, Zhao Wei was basically still in the beta period testing of the evolved ocular power, so he had to take his time to see its limitations and strong points. So far, truth discernment has shown to activate whenever I make physical contact with an object. I wonder if it can extend to anything within my line of vision. Another speculative thought cropped up in his mind before he decided to first concentrate on what he was going to do. That will have to wait first, since I am curious about something else at the moment. An anticipatory glint gleamed in Zhao Wei's deep pools as he concentrated his conscious thoughts on his body whilst activating truth discernment. Name: Zhao Wei. Secret identity: transmigrator, possessor of the God Eye variant. Current identity: inner disciple of Broken Moon sect, partial disciple of both Vice Head Zhong and Vice Head Guan, favored disciple of Elder Hai Yun. Profession: junior alchemist, Trash painter, mortal level chef, unlicensed medical doctor. Cultivation base, first sky of the ascended realm. Body cultivation technique, primordial stellar energy body refining art. Other cultivation techniques, tyrant fist, flowing stream, instantaneous lightning movement, illusory steps, overworld thunder cry. Plus, physique, myriad constellation physique, incomplete, bloodline, none. Lifespan, only 10 years of living remain as a result of the curse known as eating more than you can chew brought into effect by forcefully using the Hack's Stellar Nova, the one. What the fuck? Eating more than I can chew? Like seriously? I was saving my pitiful life from a three-eyed medium-ranked mysterious villainous old goat. He could feel the sting deep in his soul. And what's with trash painter and unlicensed medical doctor? As much as I want to refute this, it isn't exactly wrong per se. Various cursive thoughts stampeded around in his mind nonetheless. Zhao Wei then opened his mouth wide like a fool, his eyes almost poking out of their sockets like Pinocchio's nose. He wondered if there was something wrong with truth discernment. The information was so detailed and vital that it even exposed his secret status as the neighborhood's cliched transmigrator. And that was something that every reincarnator, regressor, or transmigrator always guards with their life. Well, it's not like Zhao Wei cared that much, though not as terrifying as exposing his inner emotions, alignment, sexuality, and thoughts. Zhao Wei felt that truth discernment had reservations about some of his personal information. At least, it didn't act like some NPC favorability system. Zhao Wei shrugged as he continued to analyze his status information. But still, it hasn't provided what I was expecting. The focus should be on my physique instead of my whole being. Zhao Wei once again focused on that single detail, the myriad constellation physique. Soon, lines of text began to form in his field of view. Myriad constellation physique. This is a special physique fatefully formed as a result of practicing the primordial stellar body refining art. Forged from the absorption of the primal essences of the moon, sun, and the stars. The pioneer of the physique, Zhao Wei, can channel these celestial energies throughout his body and make them exist in a harmonious state. Even though it's incomplete, it grants the pioneer the following boons: incalculable talent, no bottlenecks, unable to be categorized under Fan Universe's talent distinctions, limited fate veiling, slightly resistant to fate deductions, potent regenerative healing, unchained physical might, extreme heat, and cold resistance forged from the flames of the sun and the cold of the moon, stellar flames. As incomplete as it is, it has the leeway to evolve and continuously grow stronger as long as the pioneer continues to deduce and perfect the primordial stellar body refining art. Hee hee. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin while chuckling unceasingly. He looked crazy at this moment. But not crazy enough. There's still room for improvement. Stellar flames was something that he improvised after immersing himself in the Tao of alchemy over the past few days. It directly went against what was already established in the Society of Alchemists. Only true spirit realm experts could use their own flames to perform alchemical arts, but Zhao Wei thought otherwise. He was secretly a lawbreaker. An unconventional one to boot. Instead of using coals or unreliable combustible materials, why couldn't he just create his own flames to perform his own way of alchemy? Yan Yao had her own school of thought when it came to the Tao of alchemy, even Old Man Guan. Zhao Wei upped his game and decided to circumvent the almost insurmountable wall between him and true spirit realm experts. I wonder why he's still the vice head. I reckon even among true human rank experts there exists qualitative differences. The current head of the Grasswood Division should be more experienced and powerful in terms of alchemy and general combat. Zhao Wei arrived at a conclusion regarding Old Man Guan's current situation. Unfurling his palm, white and yellow flames instantly materialized, silently and eerily dancing in all directions under his secret puppetry. The stellar flames looked unusually tame under Zhao Wei's hands. The extreme heat easily increased the temperature inside the room, but no sweat could be seen on his skin. He could feel the flames' heat, volatility, ferocity, and impulsive urge to incinerate everything. And if it were not for Zhao Wei's existence, the stellar flames would have made winter turn into a full-blown summer. Extinguishing the flames from his hands, Zhao Wei exhaled a hot, misty breath. I have been sequestered in this room for almost an eternity. He yawned in exaggeration as his cross-legged form began to float in midair. Then, he stretched his legs to stand, his feet smoothly landing on the ground. How lazy was he to not just stand up like any normal person would? Well, the problem was that he was not normal, and casually floating during meditation was addictive as hell. Zhao Wei understood the need to practice acting cool, both for his audience and those who wanted their faces slapped. I wonder how Yan Yao is doing. The mature beauty who is addicted to the Tao of alchemy should be practicing what she's good at. Probably. Zhao Wei nonchalantly stretched his body, his joints, bones, and muscles making sounds of pleasure. And then, he stepped outside into the snow-laden lands. Cold winds brushed against his handsome face and obsidian black hair, causing a few strands to loosely obscure his vision. The Night King has arrived. I am going to one-shot him and destroy the suspense of the final season. A delusional smile formed on Zhao Wei's face as he walked the lands of snow, determined to save the 7 kingdoms. Anya and Snow, they better be prepared. With each step that Zhao Wei took, the cold snow on the ground began to subtly melt due to his body's special heat. Chapter 124, Under the Oak Tree. It was late evening and the little snowflakes had gradually ceased to blanket the lands with their white beauty. The sun was nowhere to be seen in the inky expanse as the silvery outlines of twin full moons began to materialize. It was a beautiful sight to behold, the existence of the 2 ethereal moons further highlighting the fantastical aspect of the snow-covered landscape. In the haven of dignified alchemists, inside the architectural wonder of a stylish pagoda, an oak tree stood in a lone courtyard. The oak tree was ancient and massive, its long and twirling branches reaching toward the expansive winter sky. Uneven layers of snow clung to the branches, and whenever the chilly winter wind blew past the tree, some frost and snow would fall off, glistening under the silvery moonlight. Under the oak tree, there was a small refuge offered by the protective branches. It was an area untouched by the curse of winter. The silhouettes of 2 figures could be seen in the small refuge, one feminine and one masculine. A miniature bamboo accent table separated the 2 individuals, proudly holding on to 2 ornamental steaming teacups and a silver kettle that continuously spewed wisps of fragrant steam from its spout. Zhao Wei sat cross-legged, his posture exuding unspoken serenity, composure, and the confidence of an overlord. A lazy smile hung on his flawless face while his deep silver eyes sparkled naturally under the low-intensity creeping moonlight. He was looking at the sensual woman across him. Yun Yao was sitting elegantly on her knees like a sophisticated prim lady of a traditional family. She took the small cup off the table and with elegant poise, she took a sip of the freshly brewed tea with spiritual honey. She briefly closed her eyes, savoring the honeyed tea with a small pink tongue, enjoying the subtle bitterness and invigorating sweetness. Yun Yao could feel his gaze roaming all over her face and tempting body hidden beneath a revealing purple dress. She smiled in her mind. The feeling of being ogled and admired made her heart quicken its thumps. With Zhao Wei's eyes fixed on her curves, she felt an exhilarating dopamine rush, as though she were the prey of a seasoned hunter, a lethal predator who was patient and well-restrained. She knew she didn't have to impress any man with the way she dressed, but she couldn't resist wanting to look good for him. He was different. Not like any other men she had ever interacted with. Even in her mid-30s, Yun Yao still hadn't lost her heyday spark when it came to making men kneel and worship her. You've been staring for quite a while now. Does your big sister look delicious and eatable tonight? Yun Yao finally said in a seductive voice as she softly set down the cup. She was confident in herself, and as a smirk formed on her provocative red lips, she could already visualize him praising her and commenting on how irresistible she looked. Lord knows how she wanted to tease him so badly that he would forget his name. Zhao Wei, tonight it's my win. Her hazel green eyes twinkled imperceptibly. Zhao Wei didn't hold her gaze and instead picked up the teacup before drinking half of the contents in it. He was avoiding her gaze not due to timidness but something else entirely. How could he look at her straight after discreetly using truth discernment on her? He wished he had never done so, since the information he had gained about Yun Yao factored in also her bust, waist, and hip measurements. I, Zhao Wei, have never cared about these things, the young man lamented inside his heart. Then why? Why was the universe trying to introduce him to the Tao of perversion? That was simply borderline heretical. Immoral. Even Lord Fifth acknowledged this type of immorality when he was the most immoral avian across the infinite realities. As cultured as he was in the Tao of anime, there was a realm of perversion that he had never wanted to reach, as it was truly reserved for the true degenerates beyond the cosmos. Sighing, Zhao Wei pushed aside his thoughts and focused on Yun Yao. Delicious? Eatable? What kind of pill did you concoct and eat today? Zhao Wei furrowed his brows. He had decided to withhold his honest opinion about how ravishing she looked tonight. He didn't want to tell her what she wanted to hear. You are no fun. Is it that hard to offer a simple unbiased compliment to a gentle lady? Yun Yao puckered her lips in slight annoyance. She knew Zhao Wei was just being himself, that is, pretending to be unpredictable. There goes my plan to tease him. I feel like you have grown stronger, little guy, Yun Yao said nonchalantly as she proceeded to hold the silver kettle's handle before refilling Zhao Wei's cup. Zhao Wei resisted, gritting his teeth in frustration. It seems you haven't given up on addressing me like that, Yun Yao. How many times have I reminded you that I am not as little as you claim me to be? Yun Yao grinned mischievously, having discovered a new hobby during her prolonged stay with the young man. Just like how she enjoyed refining pills, she also liked getting a rise out of him. After all, Zhao Wei rarely reacted to her naughtiness. I am older than you, sweetie, and when I say you're a little guy, it's because you are. No doubt about it, she said confidently, giving him a playful wink to let him know she was joking around. Zhao Wei drank the tea in his cup in one swift motion as he considered something before he slowly spoke in a husky voice. Yun Yao, there is a boundary that I don't want to cross if possible, but you have been testing my patience ever since we met. I feel like my emotions are on edge whenever you speak without filter. You are wild, and so am I. Even a monk has a limit when provoked. Yun Yao felt small, hot, and bothered, under his raw intense gaze that carried promises of an adventurous night, of passion and heavenly sensations. Of loosely tamed lust. As she gazed into his eyes, she immediately sensed an uncontainable thirst for her. His eyes, which were kissed by the moon, were trying to conceal the fiery passion that was burning within him. But she knew better, she could feel his desire radiating off him like heat waves. Zhao Wei had been suppressing himself for long, and right now, he wasn't in the clearest state of mind. The thirst was real, further emboldened by the brilliance of the moon and the romantic silence of the night. He was averse to such topics, but it seems the time to confront his inner wants and feelings had arrived. Yun Yao directed her gaze to the fallen brown leaf on the ground as her cheeks flushed red. She realized she couldn't hold his gaze when he was looking at her the way she always fantasized about him doing so. She could feel the heat flowing through her body and the embers of a forgotten feeling surfacing in her lower torso. What will you do about it? Yun Yao ignored all risks and decided to goad him, to provoke him. A dangerous predatory glint flashed in Zhao Wei's eyes before he gently pushed away the small table that stood between him and his prey. Yun Yao instinctively moved back, and before long, she realized that there was nowhere to run as her smooth back hit the rough surface of the oak tree's bark. Small mists of hot air continuously escaped her small mouth as her breath quickened in anticipation of what was to follow. She was prey, cornered and helpless against an alpha predator that was taking his sweet time to openly stalk her. She secretly enjoyed it. Zhao Wei hovered over her, his masculine frame casting a shadow on her voluptuous body. Yun Yao could smell his intoxicating manly scent. It overwhelmed her senses and made her feel lightheaded. When Zhao Wei leaned and touched the soft skin of her perfect face, Yun Yao's body tensed and quivered under his electrical fingers. Zhao Wei breathed in her natural scent. She smelled of jasmine and pure, unadulterated seduction. He enjoyed her submissiveness. A well-hidden smirk tugged the corners of his lips as he combed away the waves of her hair from blocking his access to her magnetic ear. Yun Yao inadvertently moaned when she felt his warm breath hit her ear. Her misty eyes, failing to hide her embarrassment and lust. Zhao Wei nearly chuckled knowing that he had such a severe effect on her hormones. When his white teeth playfully grazed the outline of her sweet ear, Yun Yao arched her back in unrestrained pleasure as another needy, more prolonged, moan escaped her succulent tasty lips. A domain down there was suffering from a sudden influx of lewd juices. She was like a tsunami. A flood dragon. Zhao Wei smelled her excitement as he thought of something ridiculous. You were asking me what I wanted? Zhao Wei sent a puff of air down her hair and she looked at him with beady eyes. She wanted more. She wasn't confident of resisting the sweet torture. She needed his lips on her. With all those desires swirling in her mind and clouding her judgment, Yun Yao hastily breathed out a reply. Yes. Yes. Zhao Wei flashed a wicked grin like a villain who was about to finalize his evil plan. Too soon for you to find out. He said in a low voice, and as if clarity was returning to his mind, Zhao Wei leaned back to a confused Yun Yao whose beautiful face was a maelstrom of fiery desires and carnal impulses. She was in heat. Zhao Wei patted her head lovingly as if she was a cute little girl. Little girl, I am older than you. He caressed her soft cheeks before walking away. When Zhao Wei's figure eventually disappeared into the night, Yun Yao had yet to fully process what had just happened. Did she just get left hanging when she was all pheromonic and ready for something passionate? What a nefarious plot it was. Zhao Wei. I am going to kill you. A royally pissed voice cut through the night like a knife through hot butter as malice and dread radiated off the shaking figure of Yun Yao. She was going to have her revenge. Under the oak tree, she solemnly pledged. Chapter 125, I am really not a shameless perverted alchemist. As the first light of day crept over the horizon, the broken moon sect stirred awake. The sun's warm golden rays pierced through the thick layers of frost and snow, transforming the icy landscape into a sparkling wonderland of diamonds. Perched atop the roof of a modest house, a solitary figure sat cross-legged like a wise sage in deep contemplation. His eyes were closed, but his long dark eyelashes fluttered softly in the gentle breeze. The stillness of his body was a stark contrast to the vibrant energy of the surrounding world. Zhao Wei suddenly opened his eyes, revealing deep silvery pupils with golden tints reminiscent of the sun. Zhao Wei gazed at the breathtaking scene of the sun ascending above the distant horizons as if it were escaping the oppressive grasp of the snow-laden countless mountains. A cool breeze howled past his face, gently ruffling his enviable hair. What a wonderful morning, Zhao Wei said softly as he greedily breathed in the refreshing scent of a new dawn. With wisps of the fresh morning air filling his lungs, Zhao Wei had the momentary feeling that he could tackle anything. It was a reminder for himself. It was a possibility. It was a future that he yearned for, just like most cultivators. The evergreen bamboo trees below swayed happily to the celestial music of the wind. They danced as if to commemorate Zhao Wei's feelings. Even though I have advanced to the peak first sky of the Ascended Realm, I don't feel any noticeable increase in strength except for the increase in my energy pool, Zhao Wei lightly mused as he observed the massive amounts of true force bubbling inside his Danshan. With two sources of true force energy, Zhao Wei had an indisputable advantage when it came to wars of attrition. Clenching his fists, he concentrated on the raw physical power coursing through his muscles, just waiting to be unleashed and wreak havoc on his enemies. I sincerely miss fighting and engaging in bloody battles. I feel kind of rusty, but a peaceful life now and then isn't that bad. His warrior's spirit yearned for countless battles while his rationality chased after tranquility and peace. He knew the concept of peace and tranquility in a cultivation universe was a hard bargain. Without the necessary strength to back it up, then all would be for naught. I don't have the check-in system, or 10,000 times rebate system, to have my own slice of life yet. Zhao Wei grinned in amusement. I have to relentlessly push on forward without stopping. He stood up and briefly stared at the far-off mountains and the bright skies before gracefully jumping down the building. Slowly exhaling, he went inside to take a bath and have a change of clothes. After having the cold water rejuvenate his nerves and prime his body for the day, Zhao Wei wore his inner disciple outfit. It was a black robe made out of fine rare material, soft to the touch. An elaborate drawing of a crescent moon was expertly sewn on the back, symbolizing the broken moon sect. What a special outfit. It can be able to manipulate its size to fit my physique. It also has some kind of internal thermoregulatory function that's convenient for places with hot and cold temperatures. Zhao Wei slowly analyzed his black robe, marveling at the skill of the tailor and the materials used to create such a special outfit. It can also nullify attacks from anyone below the Ascended Realm. This information made Zhao Wei want to test the durability of the outfit, but he controlled himself. His past self, who was in the Consolidated Realm, could easily counter existences with power rivaling those of the Ascended Realm, so the fate of the special outfit was pretty predictable. Kid, have you forgotten your teacher already? Come outside, I haven't seen you in days, and this old man can't wait to impart his lessons. Suddenly, a lively old voice cut through Zhao Wei's round of thoughts. It was Old Man Guan, and the day had arrived for him to pick up the young genius. How was he? Did he live up to your expectations? Outside Zhao Wei's house, Old Man Guan curiously asked the mature beauty beside him. Humphrey, he isn't that bad. I showed him everything I knew that a beginner should be mindful of. Yun Yao replied with a complicated expression on her alluring visage, her voice filled with sourness and certain grievance. He's a quick learner. I want to say more, but I will have to leave the other bits for you to see for yourself. Yun Yao added begrudgingly as her burning gaze stayed glued on Zhao Wei's door. The door that once opened would show her the annoyingly handsome face of the man who played her for a fool last night. Old Man Guan noted this, since he had never seen Yun Yao showing such a face and talking as if she had some unfinished business with someone that murdered her pet. Did something happen between the two? He wondered in confusion while rubbing his beard. Don't tell me. Something clicked inside his mind as he came up with his own conclusion. Old Man Guan, as someone with a century of experience, could clearly sense that there was some friction between Yun Yao and the brat, Zhao Wei. The possibility of a lover's spurt was high, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of Yun Yao being genuinely dissatisfied with something terrible that his pseudo-disciple did. He couldn't get a total read on Yun Yao's current emotional state. She was a jumbled mess. I can't wait to ask Zhao Wei what transpired between them, haha. Old Man Guan's eyes twinkled in slight anticipation. Soon, the door opened, and a young man came out with an innocent expression on his face. Greetings, teacher. Zhao Wei performed a respectful bow at Old Man Guan. At that moment, he showed the naivety and air of a young pretty boy. Yun Yao scoffed internally at this. You look more energetic than the last time I saw you, Zhao Wei. What has Yun Yao been feeding you? Old Man Guan accepted his greetings with an amicable smile as he patted Zhao Wei's shoulder. Ahem, Miss Yun is a good cook. She showed me the prowess of an experienced chef and fed me quite well. Zhao Wei heartily explained as he stole a glance at Yun Yao. Oh, really? I didn't know Yun Yao liked to cook. Well, this is a first, as she always invested in the art of alchemy with no time to squander. Old Man Guan arched his brows in genuine surprise. This cheeky bastard. How can he willfully joke about my bad cooking talent with such a straight face? Truly hateful. Yun Yao clenched her small hands in silent anger. Only she knew about the hidden sarcasm in Zhao Wei's words. This further worsened her mood after having a long, sleepless night of tossing around in bed. But then she remembered that she had a plan to return her embarrassment of that night, which calmed her down. All in all, she didn't prioritize her insubstantial revenge over her newfound ambitions. Let's go then. We have a lot to cover, young man, Old Man Guan said with urgency. He even forgot about the tension between the two. Meet me at the square after you have sorted out your issues with Yun Yao. He then alternated a knowing look between them before walking away with an amused smile on his ruddy face. Both Yun Yao and Zhao Wei silently gazed at each other, unsure of who should start the conversation. Even Zhao Wei didn't know how to feel about their current situation. And that was the problem, he knew he wasn't supposed to feel. He couldn't forget his vision, ambitions, and aspirations. A soft, tired sigh left Yun Yao's lips, which broke the silence. You are reluctant. You remind me of my younger self somehow. She began. How? When I didn't believe in something as disillusioning as love or affection. Zhao Wei looked at the contours of the woman's perfect face, not knowing what to say. So there were times when he didn't have a suitable input of his own? Why aren't you saying anything? Yun Yao spoke in frustration, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. She looked vulnerable. We should take the time to think and calm our minds. What happened last night was just a spur of the moment, Yun-er. Zhao Wei finally spoke with hints of genuine affection. Not of love or lust. He saw Yun Yao as a fun person. He felt comfortable with her as they shared similar interests when it came to the Tao of alchemy. She felt more than an acquaintance, she was a friend. Feelings beyond that were only going to lead to unforeseen complications that he wasn't prepared for. Yun Yao felt giddy inside her heart when she heard him address her affectionately, but she wasn't happy about him avoiding what could ensue between them. But she knew she couldn't force the issue. She was understanding enough to have a rough guess about Zhao Wei's thoughts. Some as unrestrained as him couldn't be bound easily. It would take time, effort, and sacrifice. Their current relationship, as vague as it was, wasn't that bad to begin with. Yun Yao smiled. He's a challenge, but I have never shied away from challenges. Instead of being a pitiable woman, it was better to grow up a pair. Don't forget to visit me when you get the time, okay? I still have a lot of alchemical theories and incomplete recipes you could help me with, big brain. Yun Yao moved forward and delicately palmed his cheek. Her eyes widened, astounded by how smooth his skin was. It's a deal. As a scholar, I still have a lot to learn from you. Zhao Wei allowed her to touch him, and after a few moments, he curled his fingers around her wrist before gently pulling her hand away. And without speaking further, he walked away lest he did something stupid. Again. When he finally left, Yun Yao looked at the part where Zhao Wei had just touched. His scent and warmth still lingered on her skin. She looked around carefully as if confirming that no one was looking at her before pressing her wrist against her nose. Huff. She breathed in his scent before her cheeks flushed red. I am really not a shameless perverted alchemist. She deceived herself. At that moment, she didn't care about her image. Zhao Wei. She softly called his name as a dangerous, indiscernible look flashed in his hazel eyes. Meanwhile, as Zhao Wei reached the square where Old Man Guan was waiting for him, he suddenly felt an eerie chill cascade down his spine. Who is suddenly obsessing over me? Brat, what took you so long? Old Man Guan called out to the approaching Zhao Wei. Just nothing special. Zhao Wei vaguely replied with an unreadable expression. Old Man Guan didn't question him. Let's go. This old man will teach you more than the beautiful senior sister of yours. Old Man Guan said confidently with a chuckle as he led Zhao Wei to a magnificent pavilion. Zhao Wei grumbled internally after understanding the hidden implications of the old man's words. What an observant old coot. Chapter 126, Holy Pill Bible, Exchange Hall. Every pill master has their own insights on the art of alchemy, developed from experience and rare enlightenment, which results in varying alchemical techniques, Old Man Guan slowly explained to the attentive youth. His calloused hands were placed on the charcoal gray pill cauldron as translucent red flames burst forth from his palms, evenly distributing heat to every inch of the cauldron. Zhao Wei watched in rapt attention, analyzing Old Man Guan's flame control technique, his true spirit alchemical flames, and his steady and calculated precision when it came to combining various medicinal essences inside the cauldron. Treat the flames and the plants as an extension of your spirit. Only through the establishment of a deep connection can one hope to increase their success rate and pill quality at the final step of congealment. Old Man Guan continued with the demonstration as he calmly manipulated the extracted medicinal essences, and under his fluid expertise, he gently tamed the varying elements of the herbs to effortlessly combine. That one pill was among many that were being concocted by Old Man Guan inside the pill cauldron. He showed his experience and multitasking abilities as he oversaw the creation of multiple elixirs. Quickly removing the worn-out lid from the mouth of the charcoal gray pill cauldron, Old Man Guan gently guided the 8 pills to float atop his palm. The pills were perfectly round and shone with a pale green glow when sunlight hit their pristine surfaces. A strong herbal scent hit Zhao Wei's nostrils, and just from simply smelling the pills, he felt his mind relax, his soul attain serenity, and his spirit rouse to the heavens. They carried an unusual pill aura that seemed to coincide with nature yet still bound to the mortal level. Clear Soul Pill. Zhao Wei quickly identified the pills. He had already done so even before Old Man Guan had begun making the pills. Using truth discernment, a blue text materialized in front of his vision. Clear Soul Pill. This is a semi-spiritual pill concocted by Vice Head Guan. After burning the pill, it has the effect of clearing the mind and nourishing the soul. Note: people with unstable minds will easily succumb to chi deviation. Medicinal ingredients used: spirit crystal grass high quality, 100 flower fruit high quality, evening glory flower high quality, and red lingzi high quality. Success rate: 100% due to the high quality herbs and exceptional alchemical skills of Pill Master Guan. Quality of the concocted pills: excellent. I trust that you have gotten a glimpse of my alchemical technique. I call it the yin-yang alchemy flow, which incorporates the steadiness of the yin and the turbulence of the yang. Old Man Guan's serious voice sounded as he put the fresh pills into a pill bottle. Then, he looked at Zhao Wei with hopeful eyes. He wondered what sort of surprises the young man was going to show him after spending 4 days with Pill Master Yun Yao. Oh, it seems he can't see the prompts of blue text in front of me, just like in Yun Yao's case. That's good. Zhao Wei cautiously thought, but he still maintained a calm exterior. I have recorded everything in my mind, you have to trust me on that, teacher, Zhao Wei said with confidence. Good, good. Old Man Guan ruffled his beard as he remembered that Zhao Wei was a master of memorization with 100% retention. I understand that this semi-spiritual pill is high above your current level, but I think seeing where your current limits lie will make it better for me to gauge your proficiency. He then explained his intentions while pointing at a new set of medicinal ingredients used in concocting the Clear Soul Pill. I am not afraid of challenges. Zhao Wei's eyes gleamed with valiance. I like your spirit. Zhao Wei took on the mantle before the charcoal gray pill cauldron. A few moments later, Old Man Guan could be seen with his mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. Zhao Wei held on to 8 pills in the palm of his hands that shone even brighter than Old Man Guan's earlier pills. The vague feeling of spirituality was also strong on them. Their quality, at first glance, also seemed to be better. The student had certainly surpassed the master when it came to the creation of the Clear Soul Pills. Though not by a huge, despair-inducing margin. Now I think I should introduce NL memes in the fan universe. The art of jaw-dropping has become a mainstream Dao of pursuit. Zhao Wei joked internally. He felt it would be a waste of time and resources to even think about introducing memes as sacred as they were. Sigh, I am glad I see Mao Tai. You have surpassed my evaluation criteria by going beyond. My pills are of excellent quality, but yours have undoubtedly achieved perfection. Old Man Guan released a bitter sigh. He was both happy and aggrieved by Zhao Wei's current achievement. With Zhao Wei could perfect his own alchemical craft by putting a spin on what he had shown him, how could he have the confidence to teach him more extensively? It was because of you that I managed to create a perfect pill, teacher, Zhao Wei humbly spoke, but Old Man Guan cried internally. Who would have thought that he would pick up a monster as his pseudo-disciple with such heaven-defying levels of perception and talent? There is something I want to give you before you go visit Old Man Zhang, Old Man Guan resolutely said after giving it some thought. Is that it? Zhao Wei innocently arched his brows in confusion, as if not understanding why Old Man Guan's tutelage was short-lived compared to Yun Yao's. Yeah, I don't think I can teach you more things. What I am going to give you will be more valuable than pointless narration from me. Old Man Guan explained with a heavy expression on his ruddy face. I am afraid my old heart won't take it anymore if you continue giving me a constant dose of heart attacks. My face is too old to be slapped. Old Man Guan cursed inside his mind. Zhao Wei showed a sad expression as if he didn't want to part with Old Man Guan. Don't give me such a face, boy. Old Man Guan's lips twitched in guilt and irritation. Without dilly-dallying, he proceeded to rummage through his pockets, removing a thick black book the size of 3 Oxford dictionaries combined, and gave it to Zhao Wei. That's my legacy. It contains the insights I have gained through my journey of alchemy, the pills I have ever created, the errors I have made, and a generalized overview of alchemy in relation to immortal cultivation. It also contains insights of other master alchemists that I had alchemical Dao discussions with. If he was no longer confident in teaching Zhao Wei further, it was better to finalize his role and show that he did his best. Zhao Wei didn't refuse the precious gift. Knowledge from multiple master alchemists was definitely more than precious. Even though he had yet to read the Holy Pill Bible, he had an inkling that it would surely help him become a master with his own established school of thought. But the minor problem was that he was binding his karmic threads with Old Man Guan, and now, It was stronger as he had given him his lifelong recorded experience. It was an inevitability but not something worth being concerned about in front of benefits. Your legacy lies in good hands. Thanks, teacher. Zhao Wei spoke with utmost sincerity. I know. I believe your legacy will be even grander than existence itself, and I don't know why. You have shown me that some individuals are really set to be better and unrivaled compared to others. I don't even know what to say, young brat. This old man has never felt more speechless than at this moment. Old man Guan cringed at his own words. Take these pills. They will earn you quite a huge sum of substandard primal crystal stones. That's the fate of alchemists, being rich. Old man Guan then placed the green pill bottle on Zhao Wei's outstretched palm. Hee, you really know how to make people smile, old man. A shameless smile formed on Zhao Wei's face as he swiftly hid away the pill bottle. So money is what makes you smile genuinely. Unbelievable, brat. Old man Guan hurriedly chased away the young greedy pill collector from the pavilion. A jovial laughter rang through the pavilion as Zhao Wei happily ran like a mischievous cat with one destination in his mind, the exchange hall. He was going to make quite a lot of substandard primal crystal stones. He was finally going to get rich. How carefree will that be? Chapter 127, Cultivation itself is an art of enjoyment. The moon goddess was awake, coloring the mountainous landscape with her silvery hues. A figure soared up into the air with untold elegance. The captivating eyes of the young man, reminiscent of the silvery hues of the moon itself, drank in the beauty of the night's panoramic view from the sky. It was breathtaking, inspiring and empowering. Nature felt so godly charming. It was unlike the viewpoints that he cherished from the vantage points of Shanghai in his previous life. Zhao Wei gently closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of the night air. It smelled of the woody aroma of the rebellious bamboo and pine sprouting on the mountain and also the coolness of winter. He felt his mind and soul relax in the genial embrace of nature. It was peaceful, full of positivity and promises. The sheer urge to pick up a painting brush or a pencil to capture the essence of this lively scene is welling up inside of me. Zhao Wei opened his eyes while talking to himself. Is this the benefit of full comprehension of the manual, insights of a diligent painter? With every moment that he enjoyed what was happening around him, it was like his mind and artistic vigor were being elevated into something much more. It was akin to his proficiency being leveled up passively with each bout of enlightening situations. So it's true, cultivation itself is an art of enjoyment. His soft whisper was carried by the wind as the breeze caressed his otherworldly face, wildly gravitating his long strands of black silky hair skyward. From his initial interpretation of cultivation as sanguinary a few months ago to something akin to a leisure activity, Zhao Wei found himself smiling at his own absurdity. Life was all about self-realization. The gift of life was all about enjoyment. Deep within his lonely heart, he harbored a deep curiosity about what fate and life had in store for him. This life of mine. I will cherish it. Zhao Wei looked down at his soft hands, at his uncalloused palms that knew not of the hardships of the world. Having enjoyed his serene moment, Zhao Wei decided that it was time. He had spent the day making pills just for tonight. He was quite determined to be a pill merchant, to be a household name in the Broken Moon sect. He wanted his name to be synonymous with that of a pill sovereign. How arrogant. He chuckled as he expertly and discreetly flew into the dark recesses of the night, untouched by the sacredness of the moonlight. Soon, he landed a few miles away from the exchange hall where he couldn't easily be spotted. He then followed a path that was amply lit by glowing lanterns on each side. At the entrance of the exchange hall, hello, Zhao Wei adorned a friendly smile after a passing group of 3 pretty ladies greeted him. 2 of them wore the signature black striped outfit of inner disciples while the last one was clearly an outer disciple. They giggled among themselves while blushing after getting a glimpse of his smile as they hurriedly descended down the path. They couldn't wait to add Zhao Wei to their list of gossip, and surely, he was going to take the majority of their talk. As Zhao Wei entered the hall, he was met with a lot of curious glances. As much as he wanted to deny it, he knew that his presence would always garner attention wherever he went, partly due to his devilish charm and his current status. He did a cursory inspection of the open space bustling with a plethora of commercial activities. The location was brightly lit by colorful lanterns that magnified the ambience of the place. There were numerous stalls set up in the hall. His ears picked up the chatter of disciples as they haggled prices and bargained during transactions. It was a competition that pitted sellers against sellers and buyers against buyers. Truly lively. This is a space that doesn't discriminate between inner disciples and outer disciples. Zhao Wei noted as he coolly walked toward the registration booth manned by a vice deacon in charge of trading affairs. I have come to register myself. I want to set up a stall. Zhao Wei skipped all the formalities and stated his intentions to the bald, short, middle-aged man with an aquiline nose. He wore an oversized black robe with golden stripes that showed his vice deacon status. What the hell is Captain Hook doing here? Zhao Wei swore the vice deacon shared some subtle similarities with the infamous Disney villain. Do you know the rules? The vice deacon addressed with a bored expression on his face. He didn't care about anything and just wanted to get over with it. In the corporate ladder, he wasn't high or low and just settled in the middle. He was just slaving away in the exchange hall. He couldn't wait for the closing time to arrive just before midnight. Zhao Wei nodded as he fingered his hidden pockets before revealing 10 substandard primal crystal stones. He then placed them on the counter, and he noticed a momentary change in expression on the vice deacon's face. The cycle of corruption never ends even in the other world. Amusement shone in his eyes as the vice head greedily clawed away the substandard primal crystal stones. Take this exchange token, it will be your trading permit in this area. Lose it and you will lose the qualifications to trade here. The middle-aged man explained with a strict tone as he placed a bronze token on the wooden surface. Of course, you can reapply for another token but at double the cost if you lose it. A shrewd glint shone in his small eyes. Zhao Wei restrained a smirk as he swiftly took the bronze token off the counter and wordlessly left. He understood that the exchange hall was supposed to be a free space and setting up a stall shouldn't incur any charges, but he knew better. The world didn't run like that and people would always find ways to gain benefits and profits in the face of promising ventures. The circle of inevitability was hard to avoid. Anyway, Zhao Wei didn't take long to establish his own stall. He arranged some of the pill bottles that he was going to sell on the table. Not wanting to waste his voice to advertise what he was selling, he put up perfectly calligraphed labels on separate groups of pill bottles. There were the marrow cleansing pills, broken moon breath returning pills, bone regenerating pills, and clear soul pills. Naturally, some disciples were curious about what he was selling. The female disciples seemed to really like eye candies. It's a pity Zhao Wei didn't know how to play trick or treat. What are you selling, handsome? A young woman with a cute appearance but a body that screamed pure athleticism approached Zhao Wei as his first customer. She had designed her upper clothes such that Zhao Wei or anyone else could get a peek of his well-defined abs. She was also relatively tall like an Amazonian warrior. Zhao Wei rubbed his palms against each other as a shrewd smile formed on his lips. It was business time. The pill merchant mode was on. Chapter 128, Zenji, Earning Profits. Zenji, among her fellow inner disciples, wasn't as famous as the disciples in the top 10 of the inner ranking system. Due to her outstanding physique for a lady, lean but fairly muscular attractive body, firm buttocks, and attention-grabbing height, she was quite famous among the council of far-gone degenerate men and yin-loving women. Undoubtedly, she could easily pass as someone who practiced the usually ignored body cultivation techniques, and that's what made her quite unique among a populace that mostly followed the cultivation of spiritual energy. The Tao of body refinement was a resource hog, and Zenji would always walk around the exchange hall to look for suitable resources to supplement her cultivation. As someone who is in dire need of resources, in addition to the 10 substandard primal crystal stones that inner disciples receive every month, Zenji took on various sect missions to earn more money to buy what she needed the most. Spiritual pills were a luxury that each inner disciple would receive every 2 to 3 months except the elder-bound disciples who were well catered for. She, Zenji, didn't have a backer, so she had put on more effort for survival and made do with rare quasi-spiritual pills in the market, as low as their quality was. Tonight, she had just finished her meditation session and decided to hit the night market to look for something that might catch her interest. It was then that she noticed the eye-catching perfect strokes of calligraphy written on those labels from afar with her excellent visual senses that separated her from her peers. As extraordinarily beautiful as the seller was, with a face that carried a passive cupid arrow to pierce the hearts of women, Zenji's attention had mostly been occupied by the magnetic allure of the pill bottles. Her long legs had moved on their own, and soon, with a charming smile of her own, she had gone straight to business due to her innate curiosity towards the goods on display. Everything is meticulously well labeled, but the buyer is still asking about the goods as if she has yet to see anything. If it's not my cue to increase her buying impulse, then when is it going to be? Zhao Wei chuckled internally. A beautiful woman like you to be interested in my pills, if this is not the deliberate handiwork of fate and destiny, then what is? Zhao Wei complimented his first customer, who had the inherent qualities of a seasoned female warrior who liked to dance with life and death. He donned an amiable smile that increased his favorability with Zenji. His words are simple and cliched, something that I have heard from quite a number of my pursuers, yet I feel my warrior's heart excited since it comes from his mouth. Zenji thought in admiration while trying to calm her thumping heart. She swore she could hear it beating in her ears. What a good tactic. He's already won my curiosity. Even though she tried to hide it, Zenji still had her cheeks reddening in embarrassment. Her current image blended unnaturally well with her warrior-like demeanor to create something heartwarming. She looked like an innocent maiden, carefreely walking the fields of wheat and barley. Satisfied by his lethal charismatic move, Zhao Wei then proceeded to effectively advertise his products. He decided to make them as appealing as possible. Taking a random pill bottle in the section labeled Marrow Cleansing Pills, he began. These are marrow cleansing pills which you are already aware of. They are common and saturated in the market, but what if I say my pills are different from the rest? I wouldn't easily believe you, as all the pills that I have tested in the market are either of the same slightly average quality or are even worse. Zanji furrowed her thin brows, a doubtful expression marring her delicate features. Even though Zhao Wei had already captured her utmost attention, it didn't mean that she would naively believe whatever came off his mouth. However, she was still curious about what made him so confident in his pills. Zanji didn't know Zhao Wei's identity as Old Man Guan's temporary disciple, just like most of the disciples. But through the subtle scent of herbs and pills that was only present in alchemists, Zanji knew that Zhao Wei's identity wasn't a ruse. He was possibly an apprentice alchemist or more, a talented one to boot. That was her honest evaluation of him. Haha, as expected of a brilliant warrior, you are right to have doubts. However, I am positive about my alchemical creations. They are the best you could ever find in the market. For example, these marrow cleansing pills. Zhao Wei continued with unshakable momentum as he deftly moved the pill bottle back and forth, creating a hypnotic feeling to his actions. Zanji watched, her black eyes akin to a moonless night, never leaving Zhao Wei's hands. It is commonly known that they are only effective to those below the Ascended Realm. The marrow cleansing pills I have on hand don't discriminate between those of the Consolidated Realm and Ascended Realm. A spellbinding gleam shone in his silver eyes, his tone unbelievably persuasive. Zanji felt drawn in by his tempo. You are a body refinement practitioner, right? And you are looking for a pill that may effectively remove the flaws you made before your ascension? You are seeking perfection. You want to be unordinary. How did he know about me wanting to amend the flaws? Zanji's lips visibly trembled as her black eyes widened in disbelief. The corners of Zhao Wei's lips tugged into a victorious grin, his pupils mirroring the bright moon. I simply know more than you, Belle. With calculated movements, Zhao Wei entered the finale and opened the lid of the pill bottle. A subtle but rich medicinal scent hit Zanji's senses. I want the pill. I need it. She felt her body instinctually desire for those marrow cleansing pills inside the bottle. She clenched her hands into fists just so she could resist the urge to act like a plebeian. How she wanted to snatch that bottle off Zhao Wei's hands. If it is perfection that you seek, then you have already found it. In my hands, I hold your answers. Zhao Wei telekinetically lifted a single pill from the bottle, intentionally hovering it within the beauty's reach. Zanji could feel that the pill was special even before she had the chance to negotiate the price. For being my first customer, I will give you the pill for free. You will have a taste of the effects yourself and be the final judge. Zhao Wei expressed his magnanimity, building his trustworthiness. However, only he knew that it was a beautiful trap. A trap that Zanji wasn't going to escape from, and she would willingly allow herself to be ensnared. Without dilly-dallying, she snatched the marrow cleansing pill, like a water-deprived traveler who has seen a mirage of an oasis, before elegantly placing it on her wet, pink tongue. She then closed her eyes, savoring the process of the pill melting into a rush of raw and potent medicinal power that gradually seeped into every inch of her muscular but attractive body. MMN. She barely restrained a satisfied moan, but she was lucky that only Zhao Wei heard her, much to his amusement. The medicinal efficacy was top-notch, its sleekless potency remaining unwasted throughout the body. Zanji felt her cultivation realm of the second sky of the Ascended Realm edge closer to the peak. This is only one pill. Then how will the effects of the rest of them be? Zanji immersed herself in the afterglow after the pill was completely absorbed in a matter of minutes. She slowly opened her eyes, coming face to face with an expectant but sure gaze of a handsome devil. Irrefutably, she was ready to sell her soul. After all, the devil's deal was too good to pass up. How much for the whole bottle? She crossed her arms, causing her muscles to flex beautifully. It was just pure art. Zhao Wei couldn't help but admire her as she reminded him of Kivai, the envoy of the goddess of darkness from the survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. But profits simply preceded admiration. A normal marrow cleansing pill costs 5 substandard primal crystal stones, but my pills should be twice that. Yeah, I want to create a monopoly. Zhao Wei thought. Just 50 substandard primal crystal stones for the whole bottle. Will do, he said slowly, his eyes never leaving hers. 50 substandard primal crystal stones were the price of about 5 low-class mortal skills in the market. As for a true spiritual pill, it was 10 times higher than a typical mortal limit pill. Without bargaining, Zanji removed the exact amount and gave it to the surprised Zhao Wei, who couldn't believe her firm resolution. Zhao Wei restrained himself from smiling like a greedy merchant after an extortion deal. His first customer was quite a rich young lady. Do you have any more body tempering pills? At the moment, I only have. Zhao Wei gave a detailed explanation of the remaining pills on his stall. Zenji's lips twitched in disappointment. It was a pity. Tomorrow, there will be more surprises, dear customer. I will procure what you need ASAP. Seeing her disappointment, Zhao Wei gave her hope. Her face immediately lit up in anticipation and excitement. By the way, I have a favor to ask from you, Zhao Wei suddenly spoke in a low, quiet voice as if he was about to share a secret. Instinctively, Zenji leaned forward, only for his calming body scent to invade her small nose. She moved back to her original position after realizing her actions. An embarrassed smile gradually spread on her face. Zhao Wei chuckled lightly, adding more fuel to her embarrassment. I want you to just spread my reputation among your friends. Just a little bit of marketing. Zenji followed suit with a low chuckle of her own. That was embarrassing. Do you usually tease numerous women like this? Zenji grumbled while putting the jade pill bottle in her pocket. Don't worry. I will tell my friends. See ya. Zenji clicked her tongue before quickly leaving with a wave of her hand. Zhao Wei smiled at her receding figure until she disappeared into the crowd. Some nearby disciples, after witnessing the interaction between the two, threw all their doubts out of the window and decided to flock to Zhao Wei's stall. Hello, what do you desire? He smiled warmly at his new customers. It was going to be a busy night. There was no rest for the devil. That night, Zhao Wei left the exchange hall with a contented smile after amassing a lot of money. He had amassed almost 1,000 substandard primal crystal stones. That was around 1 billion taels of silver outside the Broken Moon sect, back in the mortal world. His abrupt rise in wealth easily made a lot of disciples feel jealous, but they could only swallow back their indignation, believing that it was only due to luck. Anyway, Zhao Wei didn't care about them. Why should he? The business world will always be ruthless and naturally competitive. Tomorrow, I have a meeting scheduled with Vice Head Zhang. I find the Tao of formations even more interesting than alchemy, Zhao Wei remarked with a loud yawn as he snuggled deeper into his bed covers. It was time to rest his mind and body after hours of engaging different customers. Chapter 129, News about Floating Crest Trial. The innumerable stars in the sky dimly glittered incessantly as the subtle glow of dawn began to color the eastern horizon. The stridulations of the cicadas had already ceased disturbing the peace of the morning, replaced by the resonating chirps and cries of the golden sparrows and yao birds. Inside a breathtaking view of a courtyard, the figure of Zhao Wei could be seen sitting in a lotus position, his eyes calmly closed, as he faced the direction of the morning sun. He was meditating, refining his mental realm, his true force, his physique. It was a dedication. It was a necessity. He needed to be always at his most optimal state. Hard work and discipline were vital aspects of the self. Rest, leisure, and practice were equally all parts of the greater Tao which encompassed the mundane. His meditation posture created the illusion that his entire being was connected with the earth like an immovable mountain, unperturbed by the tides of time and the cycles of the seasons. The elements approached his form like eager children, finding his affinity to be almost unequal and treating him like a parent with whom they should find solace. Multicolored hues of the core 5 elements entered his being, traversing his meridians before reaching the Danshan and further reinforcing the seeds of elemental essences embedded on the illusory tree of infinite possibilities. Additionally, his core body refinement scripture, primordial stellar body refining art, helped to continuously absorb the celestial energies of the sun, moon, and stars. Bathing in the celestial trinity sun, moon, and star energies, was just like drinking water. It was an integral part of him. After hours of sitting motionlessly like a gargoyle, Zhao Wei finally opened his eyes, revealing serene pools of silver, tinted with a little bit of gold. His handsome face didn't look sleepy but brimmed with vigor. The fresh session of cultivation had primed him for the day. The aura around him also felt significantly stronger than his previous one, but not to an exaggerated level. Zhao Wei noticed this, and without showing any emotions on his face, he controlled the chaos in his aura, bringing order to his existence. Second sky of the ascended realm, now this feels like cheating, Zhao Wei said nonchalantly as he rose from the ground. The golden incandescent light of the sun washed over his face and form, making him look like a beacon of light, utterly divine and transcendent. The recent breakthrough didn't faze him, nor did it bring happiness to him. After all, it was just a minor sub-realm. What made him feel amazed was the myriad constellation physique. He was its beta tester, but so far it has only shown to be full of advantages. After having a moment of sunbathing, Zhao Wei returned to his house to soak in a warm bath and have a change of clothes before wolfing down a sumptuous meal. He had an important meeting ahead of him that he couldn't help but anticipate. The events of the previous night of trading had already been shoved to the back of his mind. His breakthrough in measly riches paled in comparison to Vice Head Zhang, or more precisely, his mastery of the mystical Daoivores clad in exquisite black Taoist robes. Zhao Wei sauntered out of his residence, but an out-of-breath servant, who was hurriedly walking towards him, came with a piece of news. "Good morning, senior brother Zhao Wei." The lanky young man with a weary expression cupped his fists with an exaggerated bow. "Good morning," Zhao Wei calmly said. "Elder Haiyun requests your presence." The servant stated loudly, then returned from whence he came. Zhao Wei silently nodded to the thin air before he followed the path that led to Haiyun's residence. Did he miss me? Zhao Wei cringed at that mere thought. Considering he has yet to teach me anything, maybe he wants to rectify it. Or maybe. Something clicked inside his mind. There is a possibility that Old Man Guan has passed on his evaluation of me to him. His brow furrowed in a contemplative frown as he pursed his lips in thought. Anyway, it isn't good to be dismissive. I better listen to what my supposed antagonistic master has to say. In a matter of minutes, Zhao Wei arrived at Elder Haiyun's gate where he curtly nodded at the comical-looking 7-foot guard. He didn't fly as that was his guarded secret and had opted to just use his physical speed. Oh, moi also came? Zhao Wei thought when he saw a youth with a passive cold look standing before a man clad in speckless white robes. The man was Haiyun. He seemed to be talking about something uninteresting. Zhao Wei, ever in control of his information intake, didn't bother to eavesdrop. When Zhao Wei edged closer, moi noticed him. As for Elder Haiyun, he had already been aware of him the moment he arrived at the gate through his spiritual sense. I pay respect to the master. Zhao Wei clasped his hands with a slight bow. Good. We haven't seen each other in a few days and you have already achieved outstanding achievements in your cultivation progression, Elder Haiyun exclaimed with a satisfied smile hanging on his lips. He didn't find his quick advancement to be abnormal. He thought it was the influence of Vice Head Guan's excellent pills plus Zhao Wei's innate talent. But even with the help of pills, Zhao Wei's cultivation speed seemed rather peculiar compared to Moi's, who had managed to reach the Ascended Realm just recently. Their talents were supposed to be the same, right? Moi's lips twitched, frustration, doubt, and indignation momentarily crossing his eyes before he reverted to his cold expression. What's so different about him? Why is he still better than me when I had resolved to surpass him? Aren't our talents the same? Humphrey, constantly using pills to break through realms is going to cost him in the later stages. I am me and he's him. I shouldn't despair lest I develop an inferiority complex or heart devil over something stupid. I believe my time to shine will arrive. Various thoughts run through Moi's mind in a matter of seconds. He promised to work himself to the bone after this session. Being constantly in Zhao Wei's shadow was surely demoralizing, but due to his forced to mature mind, he took it as something to constantly motivate himself. I have received a positive response from Vice Head Guan. He told me that you are someone who was born to be an alchemist, Elder Haiyun continued with a smile. You are exaggerating. I am not that talented in alchemy Dao compared to martial Dao, Zhao Wei humbly smiled back at him. It was just a mere pretense. Stop pretending to be humble. You are allowed to be arrogant if you are capable, Haiyun said coolly, a wise glint shining in his eyes. Zhao Wei smiled awkwardly after being exposed. Well, my acting still needs improvement. He noted silently. There was something that I wanted to talk to you about, Haiyun proceeded with a serious expression. He was no longer smiling. The two young men listened carefully. The Floating Crest trial is set to occur in 3 months. Floating Crest trial? Zhao Wei mildly thought as he recalled all the information he had read about the Floating Crest trial. He had only one evaluation. It was both a dangerous place and a place of fortuitous opportunities. The Floating Crest Palace only opened after every 5 years. The competition would be based on the inner disciple rankings, involving roughly 100 participants. At the end of it all, only 10 exceptional talents that would stand above others will be able to get the chance to enter the Floating Crest Palace. It didn't matter if your granny or grandpa was the sect leader. If you didn't have the necessary strength to secure a spot, then you would simply forsake such a precious opportunity. It will be interesting if I must say. I have yet to meet the shy girl that got involved with Zhao Feng in a you have seen me naked cliched situation. There is also his senior sister or something. I can't believe they will just be passers-by. Soon, after Elder Haiyun explained everything about the Floating Crest trial, he gave each one of them a token to enter the hollow building, thus giving them 2 chances to access it. Moi, are you planning to murder the whole lineage of someone that wronged you or what? Why do you have to be that cold? Zhao Wei joked lightly as 2 young men descended the mountain. I have never met a guy with so much nonsense like you. Moi harshly retorted. It's really simple, little brother. It's because you have no friends. Zhao Wei teased. He was trolling him. Moi felt the sting and winced before assuming a neutral face. I don't need friends. Yeah, you don't need them. What? I swear one day someone is going to humble you. Newsflash, I have already once been humbled. I am not looking to be humbled once again. They always say that. By the way, didn't I humble you once? Moments later, Zhao Wei's carefree laughter echoed through the air as he sped away. Moi left fuming in his wake, cursed a string of bitter insults. If only he was faster than him. But it was a pity he was Quicksilver and Zhao Wei was the Flash. He could never catch up. Chapter 130, A Raid Out, Questioning the Underlying Principles of Reality. Floating Crest Palace, huh? Zhao Wei muttered under his breath as his silver eyes trailed to the ancient and mysterious palace floating majestically in the skies above the broken moon sect. The perpetual flashes of the green, blue, and white lightning around the architectural wonder made the scene utterly terrifying, giving the feeling that whatever lay beyond those olden palatial walls was wealth and danger beyond a man's imagination. When he had just arrived at the broken moon sect, Zhao Wei had looked at the floating crest palace, all in anticipation of the fortuitous encounters awaiting there. But after a few days of integrating with the sect system, interacting with various persons of interest, and continuously practicing his versatile strengths, Zhao Wei had pushed the thoughts somewhere at the back of his mind. Only to be momentarily forgotten. Even the matter of his remaining 10 years of life didn't faze him compared to his pursuit of happiness and meaning, that is, immersing himself in the tapestry of limitless knowledge branched off from the greater Tao. Eternal life, invincible strength, undying, these three pursuits were just the tip of the iceberg of what he was searching for. They were inevitabilities. If the great Tao, the underlying principles of reality, were just about eternal life, then wouldn't that be blissful ignorance? Zhao Wei understood his own insignificance, he was but a mere momentary speck within an indifferent universe. However, dreams, aspirations, and ambitions existed for a reason, to unravel, to guide the apotheosis of something small into something divine and truly eternal. Smacking his lips, Zhao Wei's visual focus left the floating crest palace. He had something important to attend to. It was something that set his scholarly spirit ablaze. Learning was also a form of enjoyment. It was both a necessity and a leisure. So contradictory, right? Here we go again. It's about time to exercise my mega mind. Zhao Wei lazily grinned as he navigated numerous mountainous paths that led to the Clan Mission Division. The Clan Mission Division was located hundreds of miles away from Elder Hyun's residence and stood on the polar opposite of the Grasswood Division. Compared to the Grasswood Division, the Clan Mission Division wasn't as grand or aesthetically pleasing, it was just plain ordinary. A few pavilions graced the grounds of the Clan Mission Division and they were sparsely spaced from each other. Standing atop a tall tree, Zhao Wei noticed that the way the pavilions and surrounding landmass were arranged wasn't as simple as it seemed. There was something special about the arrangements of the structures. It was like, hey, this is a formation. I am aware that it is a formation, but I don't know what formation. Zhao Wei carefully observed, his eyes widening in wonder and intrigue. Wow, a formation within a formation, superimposed on each other, entirely different from each other yet still perfectly integrating. His eyes saw things on a different spectrum. With truth discernment, he could see through hidden mysteries such as hidden formations. However, unraveling them would be a different matter altogether. What he was currently witnessing was possibly the work of an expert or more believably, the combined effort of a few array masters. Interesting. To converge the various nodes of the arrays in such a complicated way makes deciphering more difficult. I speculate this is a defensive formation of some kind. Zhao Wei talked to himself, his mind running different 3D simulations of the double arrays. He was trying to break them down but it was almost impossible since he lacked the foundational knowledge of what composed arrays. He was just like a child discovering a whole new world. Can a child really know how to walk on his two legs before walking on all fours like their Neanderthal ancestors? Zhao Wei had to comprehend the building blocks of arrays. Qualitative knowledge can only be gained step by step. Methodically. Haha, the universe won't always give me the answers I fervently seek. I need to work my brain juices to exhaustion, right? Zhao Wei chuckled inwardly as the silver in his eyes increased in intensity and determination. Jumping down, Zhao Wei rushed toward the central pavilion which stood at the heart of the Clan Mission Division. The moment he stepped inside the formation, he felt an invisible wave pass over him, like an MRI scanner. What a weird feeling. I guess that's some sort of inspection or identity measures. Zhao Wei arched his brows in contemplation. Zhao Wei entered a spacious courtyard with a variety of wildflowers. Nothing fancy compared to his courtyard or Elder Hyun's. Beneath an exotic tree with dazzling multicolored leaves, a thin old man sat comfortably on a bamboo chair as he enjoyed a cup of steaming hot tea. I thought you had lost your way, young lad, Vice Head John casually commented as he put down his cup on the table. His sharp eyes were locked on the young man. I pay respect to the teacher. Zhao Wei cupped his fists as a small smile formed on his face. He then vaguely explained, I didn't get lost. I am coming from a meeting with Master Hyun but something interesting made me overthink when I was at the periphery of the Clan Mission Division. Something interesting? Vice Head Zhang narrowed his eyes. To say that he wasn't curious at all would be a lie, but he let the matter slide. Geniuses saw things from multiple different angles than normal folks, and who would know what goes inside their peculiar minds. Zhao Wei was being intentionally vague, and he couldn't be bothered to inquire more. "All right, lad, take a seat." Vice Head Zhang gestured to the empty seat facing him. Zhao Wei didn't stand on ceremony and made himself comfortable. With his keen observation, he noticed there was a mountain of books sitting close to Vice Head Zhang's foot. Of course, he didn't directly use his eyes. "Do you want some tea?" Vice Head Zhang offered. "I am good." "Then that means we can get straight to business." Vice Head Zhang telekinetically guided the great pyramid of books onto the sturdy table. The kettle and the cups didn't even budge from the sudden increase in weight. The green tea inside the cup didn't show any ripples. What level of control was this? It was simply magnificent. This old man is truly adept in control. Now this is what I call experience. He is the true deal. Zhao Wei's senses didn't leave anything out after observing the old man's actions. "That old fogey Guan overpraised you that I became even more curious about your true capabilities." Vice Head Zhang's voice dripped with both curiosity and doubt. How could he believe his old friend when he said Zhao Wei was better than his experienced anti-caste in some aspects? It was better to witness it himself. The Tao of arrays and formations is an entirely different dogma from alchemy. Just like how a pill is composed of multiple ingredients with varying elements, an array is also the same but more complex, deeper. It is made up of small building blocks, a language. Vice Head Zhang smiled mysteriously as he passionately explained. Zhao Wei listened attentively, his mind internalizing the shallow yet deep concepts that Vice Head Zhang had provided. "I won't extrapolate any more due to the risk of spoiling the fun, lad. You will understand once you go through and grasp the core essence of arrays from those books." A short, throaty chuckle escaped his mouth. "I believe this is a simple task for you, right?" A wicked grin formed on Zhao Wei's face as he hugged the mountain of books. What a crazy one. Who embraces books as if he is embracing his lover? Vice Head Zhang mumbled quietly while shaking his head. He chose to observe Zhao Wei. He had shown an exceptional performance during the 9-picture array test that incorporated truth and falsehoods. Additionally, Old Man Guan's evaluation cemented his overall competence. He wondered how he was going to handle the Tao of arrays, a path that theoretically encompasses all other paths. It was the ultimate auxiliary path. Beginner Introduction to Arrays, Simplistic 49 Array Models for Beginners, 12 Ways of Constructing Arrays, Spirit Recovery Art, Basic Inscriptions Training Manual, Understanding on Calligraphy and Basic Schematics. Zhao Wei's eyes scanned the titles of the books on the table. With his newly upgraded abilities, he had a feeling that he could easily absorb all the information by only touching the book cover. It's a pity that he was in the presence of another person. He couldn't just show that he could gain knowledge by simply touching a book. It was better to play the part of a standard genius with outstanding memorization. So he simply took the traditional route of good old reading. Automated reading is going to be preserved. For now. In a matter of minutes, he presented the books back to Vice Head Zhang, who took them without showing surprise. He already knew about Zhao Wei's photographic memory, and it was the best he had ever seen. He, himself, could memorize a huge percentage of information after seeing it once or twice, but Zhao Wei was simply in a separate league of his own. But how was his comprehension? His thought process? His critical thinking? His deductive reasoning? He wanted to test him, to see through his depths. "Are you confident?" Vice Head Zhang smirked. His questions weren't going to be easy. "Old man, I didn't know you were such a tease." The aura around Zhao Wei began to change as he confidently smiled at Vice Head Zhang. "I will answer everything you will throw at me." How exhilarating. How much he wished to have a Tao discussion about arrays with the old man. The knowledge was making him feel demonized. Chapter 131, Runes, the Programming Language of Arrays. Haha, you are truly a monster. You will always be a monster. Vice Head Zhang boisterously laughed, his voice booming like the perpetual thunder from the floating crest palace. He palmed his forehead, his head reeling as he glanced at the confident youth who had a satisfied smirk. "I know it's just a figure of speech, but calling me a monster is making me uncomfortable, teacher," Zhao Wei said innocently, his Tao of shamelessness once again showing signs of reaching the realm of perfection. The bald old man's face reddened in anger, and it was only due to his cultivated self-control that he resisted smacking Zhao Wei's handsome face into a baboon's glaring butt. "Humphrey, I can call you whatever I want, you shameless brat." Vice Head Zhang snorted in disdain. "You think I don't know that you secretly enjoy being called a monster?" Zhao Wei couldn't hold back his scoff. "It's not about being arrogant or egotistical, but I have heard too many praises that they have grown stale in my ears." The way Zhao Wei talked with such freedom and nonchalance made Vice Head Zhang arch his almost non-existent brows. He was surprised by his boldness. Although somehow rude, He found it interesting. He saw some of his younger self in him. A reminiscent expression temporarily appeared on his old face before it immediately disappeared. I have to admit that my old friend's evaluation of him wasn't totally unfounded. In theory alone, he's a step ahead of his generation, but it isn't enough. For him to actualize his potential in the Tao of Arrays, he needs more knowledge and experience. That means more books. Vice Head Zhang analyzed while caressing his white beard. Just moments ago, he had tested the young man and he had met all the basic requirements and mindset needed to pursue the Tao of Arrays. Vice Head Zhang felt that it would be more beneficial if the bratty youth were exposed to more knowledge. He wanted to unearth more of Zhao Wei's potential. His instincts told him that the youth held more surprises. What if he's limitless? What if he can theoretically pursue whatever he wants? Could such an individual exist in this reality? A weird thought surfaced inside his mind, but he secretly laughed it off as just pure hubris from his imagination. Standing up from his seat, Vice Head Zhang glanced at Zhao Wei and reached a conclusion. I think that you have more to learn. Don't you think it would be a waste if you didn't fully utilize your rare gift? Vice Head Zhang suggested with a rare smile. Teacher, it's as if you have always known me. Zhao Wei's expression mellowed as his eyes twinkled with unlimited cuteness. Vice Head Zhang's face morphed into pure disgust, his mouth comically opened as if he was struggling to vomit. Heavens, please, for the love of my ancestors, don't ever show that face in my presence. Zhao Wei blinked out for a second after witnessing the oh-so-familiar meme-worthy expression. Okay, I will keep that in mind as long as... Zhao Wei began in a mirthful voice, but he deliberately stopped mid-sentence. As long as what? There's nothing more to say. Hee, I will not be played by you. Consider me no longer interested. A few minutes later, the two men were seen in a small study room filled with only aged manuals and scripts. This is my humble collection of anything array-related. The previous books were just mere appetizers. This is the advanced stuff that I can offer you before you delve into the practical side of things. Vice Head Zhang gestured his hands around the room as he introduced the small library. Zhao Wei casually scanned the hundreds of books and internally nodded to himself. Every piece of valuable knowledge is a gift. Not bad. Why do you think about my collection? Vice Head Zhang casually asked. Not disappointing, I guess? Zhao Wei smiled. Vice Head Zhang gave him a stinky side-eye before a small chuckle escaped his lips. Suit yourself, brat. If you find any trouble in digesting some of the knowledge, you can find me outside. Vice Head Zhang patted the young man's shoulder before he walked toward the door. Don't ruin any of the books or you will suffer my infinite wrath. He then added without looking back, his voice carrying a hidden threat. The bald old man wasn't joking, Zhao Wei understood. It seems he loves his book collection so much. What is this? Another Joe F. Goldberg in a cultivation universe? Zhao Wei mumbled in a light tone. Anyway, I would also not want anyone to mess with my collection or any of my things. Some basic decency and respect won't cost a dime. Without further ado, Zhao Wei began to read through the books. He took his time to internalize the concepts behind some insightful approaches toward arrays. He didn't need to rush. The earlier knowledge he had gained was further augmented, filling the holes in certain aspects of his knowledge. He couldn't know everything, but he could always improve and update his repertoire of information. It is now that I am realizing that the novels that I have previously read rarely ventured much into formations and runes. Zhao Wei began to recall the Xianxia-themed stories he had read. Only a few had a satisfactory introduction of the Tao of Arrays, and the main characters would always neglect these auxiliary paths to pursue their strongest path. In King of Gods, Zhao Feng had the opportunity to pursue both alchemy and art of formations, but he remained steadfast in the martial Tao. However, it was quite pitiful since the path he took was ultimately a path that stemmed from a dead great Tao expert, the inevitable creator of the illusory fan universe. Even if he pursued other paths, it was only after he had reincarnated into a real universe. Talisman Emperor Chen Zai, at first, particularly practiced the great Tao of Talisman for hundreds of chapters before he became another typical sword wielder like Chu Kuangren and Jianhua Shuang, protagonist of Unparalleled after 10 consecutive draws and Legend of the Swordsman respectively. Of course, Ji Ying, the Autark Omega Sword Tao expert, and Yang Yi, Mook of Almighty Sword Domain, couldn't be forgotten as they were the epitome of swordsmanship. One sword to rule them all, Zhao Wei chuckled at his poor choice of reference. The Tao of Swords was famous for a reason. It embodied the hot-bloodedness of the Xianxia protagonists as they stayed true to their convictions while defying the laws of heaven. With a sword in my hand, I shall cleave open the closed gates of immortality. With a book in one hand, Zhao Wei posed like an experienced swordsman, his imaginary sword pointing toward the cruel and unjust heavens. He smiled and cringed at his own silly act, but since he was alone in the room, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't ruin the old man's collection. Well, that was pretty childish. Maybe I am reliving my childhood. Zhao Wei fingered his cheek in absent-mindedness before he decided to finish reading all the tomes, manuals, and scripts inside the room. After putting away the last massive tome, Zhao Wei released a soft sigh. He was enlightened. His eyes were now open, introduced to a whole new world of mysteries and wonder. The Tao of Arrays and Formations was truly a path that could encompass or complement other paths. And within the Tao of Arrays, there existed 3 branches, namely, runic inscriptions, talisman creation, and formations. Those 3 branches shared vast similarities, hence they could be considered to be one. Runic inscriptions were just a form of array but on a smaller scale. They incorporated mysterious symbols called runes. Runes were a type of special language that could interact with heaven and earth. An inscription master had to have a basic mastery of this language to, at least, interact or draw power from the obscure laws of nature. In more refined terms, from Zhao Wei's former world perspective, runes were like a programming language. Without it, we can't hope to better communicate with the computer and create algorithms. Without runes, a runic inscription was pretty much non-existent. The runic inscription was the final byproduct of different interactions of runic symbols. A runic inscription could be drawn on an artifact, pill, random object, or even the body. However, this path was extremely difficult, laden with many twists and turns. It was like a Xianxia version of quantum physics. Talisman creation involved talisman papers and a talisman brush. Each talisman was made with multiple strokes and lines. Generally, the greater the number of strokes and lines, the higher the quality and power of the finished talisman. It required extreme precision, perfect control, and sharp senses. It was through talisman creation that Zhao Wei realized the importance of calligraphy and painting. There have been quite a few books that touched upon these 2 artistic concepts. Talismans had various effects that ranged from attack, defense, movement, escape, communication, and storage. Lastly, we had formations, which were known by many as they were the most used. There exist 2 categories of formations: natural formations and man-made formations. Natural formations were those created by nature and they were the most difficult to decipher or break, while man-made formations were those deliberately set by an array master. Objects, especially weapons, could be used to set up different types of formations. Heck, even stones could be used as long as you have the focus, foundation, and knowledge of what you are doing. Formations were mostly large-scale compared to both runic inscriptions and talisman creation. All in all, to draw formations, inscribe runes, and finally, to create talismans, one was required to have a strong soul that was more than average. Their mental energy or spirit force also had to be a lot less. They suffer a severe backlash. That isn't a good ending, right? If performing a runic inscription on a physical body is possible, how about the domain of the soul? Will it be possible to use my body and soul as a talisman? What if I could hypothetically draw a formation capable of showing the effects of eternal life? Zhao Wei let his imagination run wild. His hypotheses were merely unrealistic but still within the realm of possibility from his perspective. However, at his current strength, his thoughts could only be categorized as mere dreams of a child who had yet to understand the world around him. The Great Tao of Arrays was truly a pathway to many reality-shattering abilities. Zhao Wei was determined to do all sorts of research. The Great Tao is interesting. His silver eyes twinkled with an insane gleam like a mad scientist of sorts. After making sure that everything was in the right place, Zhao Wei then moved out of the room with an anticipatory look on his face. Well, let's see what I can do with this newfound knowledge. Chapter 132, Laughing in the face of failure. Zhao Wei silently walked over to Vice Head Zhang, his mind filled with thoughts about array theories, diagrammatic 3D spell formations, and how he should go about making his very first array. Vice Head Zhang sat on a reclined chair, in his hand a briar pipe that emitted slow wisps of smoke. He sucked in, taking deliberate puffs before euphorically exhaling rings of smoke. He noticed the boy, but he didn't stop himself from enjoying the high-quality spiritual tobacco. Vice Head Zhang gave the young man a once-over and noticed that his mind seemed to be in other places. He was quite familiar with his state. He had once been there since it was a common occurrence among array masters. One would always overthink as they try to decipher new array knowledge or how to set up the said arrays. Phew, you look like someone who has stumbled upon something good. Vice Head Zhang blew some smoke while casually commenting. Yeah, something like that. I never would have thought that the Tao of Arrays would be this. Zhao Wei dropped himself on the opposite seat. Interesting, difficult, mentally straining, headache-inducing. There are many words to describe the boundless path of arrays, Old Man Zhang finished for him, his tone playful. I meant to say that it was an exciting path, old goat. Zhao Wei rolled his eyes internally but maintained an impassive expression. So, have you finished reading everything in the study? Vice Head asked, blowing a few rings of smoke in the process. Zhao Wei smelled the exotic scent, however, he seemed unaffected, like it was normal. Yeah. Compared to the starter books that you had initially given me, those can be considered some pretty advanced stuff. Very helpful, if I must say. That was the intended effect. Vice Head Zhang showed a thin smile as he put down the pipe on the small table. So, are you gonna jump straight to beginner trials? Aren't you gonna demonstrate the practicals for your clueless student? A thick angry vein pulsated at Vice Head Zhang's bald temple. Answering a question with a question? Don't you know how to be polite to your elders? Haha, old man, I know you are one not to care about niceties. Zhao Wei chuckled softly, his face beaming with an infectious smile. TCH, okay, okay. Vice Head Zhang sighed before his face broke into a smile. But you will be sorely mistaken if you think I am going to practically direct you in setting up arrays, he added, his initial smile disappearing like the smoke he had been inhaling. Zhao Wei was curious about the reason behind his decision and couldn't help but question him. Why? Find your way, just like a blind man. Experience the failures and frustrations until you feel like giving up. I want you to get lost in the world of arrays before you realize the optimal path that only you can understand, Vice Head Zhang replied as he gazed at the far distance, staring at nothing in particular. Don't you remember that I am not your full-time teacher? Vice Head Zhang gazed back at Zhao Wei with a knowing smile. Ah, so strict. Fine then, I will do it myself. Zhao Wei didn't feel dissatisfied by the old man's decision. He was quite different from Vice Head Guan. Anyway, he already had the necessary foundation to indulge in array making, and even though he knew it wouldn't be an easy walk in the park, he was going to cross all the hurdles nonetheless. I like the spirit, brat. I am awaiting the surprises you are gonna show me. Vice Head Zhang gave the young man a light nod. Zhao Wei took the cue to leave as he slowly rose from his seat. He then cupped his fists, thanking the old man. Thanks for your tutelage, teacher. I think I am going to have a long day of practicing from here on. You may go. I know you don't want to spend any more of your time with a stinky old man. Vice Head Zhang harumphed while crossing his thin arms hidden under wide sleeves. Zhao Wei showed a blank expression, stumped on how to respond to the old man's funny accusation. I am off. Not knowing how to reply appropriately, Zhao Wei did what he knew best. He pulled one perfected technique from the Jota Earl lineage. He swore he heard the old man shower his back with R-rated cusses. What a foul mouth. Is he bipolar or something? Inside his courtyard, Zhao Wei sat cross-legged. Before him were numerous sheets of papers, both with something drawn on or just blank. Some papers were mercilessly twisted and scrunched into irregular balls. There were drawings of geometric patterns, magical spell formations, indecipherable runes, and random objects. He had been practicing his drawing skills and wrist movement for hours, trying to perfect his muscle control, speed, accuracy, and productivity. Before being an array enthusiast, one had to be in tune with artistry. It wasn't a necessity, but it was pretty important. Zhao Wei had to start from the foundation. And through hours of numerous practices, he slowly improved from trash to a rather passable artist. It was all about creativity. He had decided that once he had upped his artistic skills to a commendable level, he would try creating his very first formation. What he had in mind was a simple but practical spiritual energy gathering formation. Zhao Wei could use anything including stones to set it up, but if the method of sequencing he incorporated was faulty, then the formation would be bare bones. Unlike alchemy, which was quite straightforward in its nature somehow, the Tao of arrays was more vague and filled with mists. All in all, both of them were equally difficult professions. Zhao Wei took hold of a sizable number of random stones on the ground. He then began to telekinetically set each stone in different directions, all the while adhering to a geometric pattern that looked like a hexagon with diagonal lines. But nothing happened. There was no disturbance in the natural flow of spiritual energy. It was utterly silent except for the constant howls of the evening wind. Zhao Wei blankly looked at the lousy formation. You are a failure, but how about giving it another try? He addressed himself with a casual smile hanging off his mouth. He touched his chin and began to float so that he could get an aerial view, a more exaggerated but broader perspective. Looking at problems from different angles. Zhao Wei began to rearrange the stone positions. This time he was more careful and more conscious of the nodes and the core. There isn't a rule that stipulates formations have to be something geometric or flashy. Zhao Wei reasoned as he recalled his previous attempt, kind of retracing his steps. Even with his newfound optimistic approach, Zhao Wei's second attempt at arranging the spiritual energy gathering formation still failed. Third attempt. Failure. He tried again. Fourth attempt. Failure. Not yet. Fifth attempt. Another one. Haha, come on. How long will I keep on failing? Without showing visible frustration on his face, Zhao Wei smiled at the situation, his flawless face never losing an ounce of positivity. Sixth attempt. Motherfucking mother of failures, you aren't winning anymore. He cursed out with a triumphant momentum. I win. Zhao Wei laughed aloud, his eyes drawn to the gradually darkening sky. He was blatantly mocking failure. He was laughing at its friggin' face. On his 6th attempt of trying to successfully set his very first formation, Zhao Wei did it. He broke the code. He learned the code. The list of failures only served to push his genius mind to its fullest potential. In the courtyard, a simple yet complex formation was roughly set up, and the stones, which were positioned in a disordered manner, shone with crystalline lights as they interacted with heaven and earth, drawing spiritual energy from it to a centralized location. Zhao Wei could sense the motion of spiritual energy being sucked from the earth and the atmosphere, but sadly, he could neither command it nor passively absorb it. Well, at least, I managed to succeed, but why am I still unsatisfied? Zhao Wei furrowed his brows tightly. While I can absorb the sun, moon, and star energies, the myriad constellation physique hasn't evolved to be able to passively absorb heaven and earth energy. He pondered. What if I formulate an array, maybe a runic inscription? TCH, that would be a lot of work and massive drainage of my mental energy. I already feel tired after 6 attempts at setting up one simple formation. Zhao Wei tightly clutched at his silky hair, tugging at it as his mind delved into other matters. A tired look showed on his face as he sighed. I am being greedy, but as long as there is a possibility of my crazy thoughts succeeding, then there is no reason for me not to see it to the end. Zhao Wei grinned as he sat cross-legged. He wanted to meditate and recover his spirit and mental energy via spirit recovery art. Compared to a normal meditation session, it hugely boosted the speed at which one recovered their spirit and mental energy. When Zhao Wei closed his eyes, the night finally fell. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months. Time flew by without warning as Zhao Wei invested most of his time and energy in the great Tao of alchemy, arrays, and cultivation. When 2 months passed, an unknown sense of accomplishment bloomed in Zhao Wei's chest. He had made so much progress. Chapter 133, Painting of a Masterpiece, Inner Court Residence. Zhao Wei's courtyard. A mature beauty with attractive features, especially her signature long, fiery red hair, gracefully walked into the residence unimpeded. A cute, dazzling smile hung on her moist red lips as her hazel eyes glanced admiringly at the garden of chrysanthemum flowers intermixed with magnificent black roses. It was a breathtaking scene, calm and mind-relaxing. The red-haired beauty plus the flowery scenery complemented by multicolored butterflies looked like something straight out of a painter's prized canvas. This fella really has some good tastes. Did he psychically know that I like purple chrysanthemums? She murmured as zeal and enthusiasm settled in her mirthful eyes. She gently lowered her upper body and cut off a nearby chrysanthemum flower. She didn't care that her long snow-white dress would get dirty from the soil or dust. Well, that little fact was inconsequential compared to her love for purple-colored eye candies. Yun Yao delicately handled the flower, making sure not to break its shimmering petals. She then pulled it closer to her nose and took a long exaggerated whiff. She momentarily closed her eyes, savoring the heavenly scent, as her facial expressions mellowed. Opening her eyes, she released a soft contented smile. However, she remembered that there was a certain scent that she quite liked which elicited a flush of red spreading on her white cheeks. Shaking her head, Yun Yao forced her mind not to think about something naughty. Zhao Wei was a friend, a peculiar one to be more exact, and she wasn't supposed to think more about their friendship at this juncture. It was better to leave their complicated relationship to the natural cycle of development and the passage of time. Time was the ultimate decision-maker in the emotional department after all. There were simply a lot of matters going on in people's lives that could affect their emotions and perceptions. From a talented alchemist to an expert array creator. Yun Yao suddenly noticed a small pond at the furthest corner of the courtyard. And from where she was, she could perfectly hear the constant splashes of water as small fishes jumped around. I guess that's new. She cutely pouted. This was her second time entering Zhao Wei's courtyard. The bastard had promised to visit her once in a while, but it looked like the situation had been reversed. It was her doing the visiting instead. How hateful. Just because he's busy doesn't mean that he can't visit the little old me even for once. He's always saying that the grind is much more important, and I always wonder what the hell is that. Yun Yao silently grumbled as she observed the small fishes, of different glowing colors, jump above as they tried to gobble up the evasive dragonflies. Of course, they remained unsuccessful with each attempt. It was an interesting sight, and it lessened the dissatisfaction inside her heart, albeit a little bit. Deep inside she knew she didn't have the authority or the right to demand anything from him, and that included his time. Funny. Don't I look like those little fishes? Trying to capture something nigh impossible? She slightly smiled as the water rippled and a short skirmish suddenly ensued inside the pond. The reason was pretty much self-explanatory. As one dragonfly got captured, there will always be a window of opportunity for the dragonfly to get captured, whether it be through luck, favorable timing, or other factors. A confident smirk sprouted on her alluring face as her gaze darkened. The moment she entered his residence, she didn't realize it but he had already sensed her. He didn't have to constantly monitor his residence to know if he had trespassed his home. With multiple arrays set around his residence, nothing could escape his perception. The arrays included Chi Sensor Array, Illusion Killing Array, Spirit Waiting Array, Evil Intention Capture Array, and Heavenly Thread Camouflage Array. The Chi Sensor Array was one of the arrays he had formulated during those 2 months. It could accurately sense the specific energy signatures that came from the cultivator regardless of whether they were actively using a concealment technique or shape-shifting technique. It was basically the antithesis to the Tao of assassination. The Illusion Killing Array was an array that could form lethal illusions capable of silently killing anyone below the true spirit realm. It directly attacked the mind when the opponent was lost in illusions mirroring their deep, darkest desires. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had inadvertently begun to explore an infinitesimal percentage of soul laws. Spirit Waiting Array could protect against discarnate souls and ghosts. It didn't contribute much to the complex array system he had set up as there were barely any ghosts in the Broken Moon sect. Evil Intention Capture Array could perceive killing intent directed toward him inside its range. Heavenly Thread Camouflage Array could seamlessly hide the complexities of the multiple arrays from perception. Unless one had a powerful true spiritual sense that was extremely sensitive to all sorts of oddities, then the Heavenly Thread Camouflage Array would always hide everything that the array master didn't want others to know. Zhao Wei knew he was going overboard or rather overkill with his array setup, but who cares? Knowing he could make various arrays and flawlessly integrate them without showing any incompatibility, filled him with a vague sense of pride and accomplishment. It showed he was improving, he was getting better at his craft day by day. Those 5 arrays were only a small glimpse of his 2 months of training. Rising from the futon, Zhao Wei lazily stretched his muscles before his calm gaze penetrated through the walls and landed on the sensual woman idling in his courtyard. She's truly a troublesome woman. Has she finally decided to exact her revenge? A short chuckle escaped his lips as a lazy smile formed. Let's hear what she has to say first before she starts throwing a tantrum. He ran his fingers through his untamed hair before deciding to head outside. Hey. Zhao Wei smiled at her as he stood beside her. Hey. She returned the greeting but didn't turn her gaze away from the pond, her delicate arms crossed under her heavy bosom. She feigned being in a severe bad mood. There was a brief awkward silence before Zhao Wei decided to break it. How have you been doing, Yun Yao? Zhao Wei positively asked with a one-sided smile playing on his lips. Bad, I guess, since a certain someone thought I was of little importance to the point of easily breaking their promises, Yun Yao coldly replied. I am sorry. I will make it up to you. Zhao Wei struggled to apologize, his jaws clenching in resistance. He didn't need to be sorry about his negligence, but since Yun Yao was no longer a stranger but a friend, he subconsciously felt that he had to make up for it. Just once won't hurt. She was a pretty nice woman, especially towards him, and Zhao Wei didn't know how to feel about that. You promise? I hope you aren't trying to blind me with your fake promises. Again. Yun Yao arched her brows and finally directed a frown look at him. His spellbinding handsome features made her face soften slightly, but just because he was over the top handsome didn't mean that she was going to give him an easy time. I promise it will make you happy. It will be a special present for you, Zhao Wei said honestly in a mysterious tone. Yun Yao, as much as she wanted to brood, for the love of her, she just couldn't stay completely dissatisfied with Zhao Wei, and that was the problem. She was curious about the present Zhao Wei had in store for her. It was going to be her first time receiving a present from his stingy hands. Show me your resolve then, Mr. Mysterious, she deadpanned with an easygoing smile. His mandatory clan mission will be up soon. It wouldn't hurt to spend the remaining days before he goes by annoying the hell out of him, foo-foo. Zhao Wei remained oblivious to her thoughts. As for the mandatory clan mission that every inner disciple was supposed to take after every 2 months, he didn't give it much precedence over his self-improvement. In fact, he had forgotten about it, pushed down to some dark places at the back of his mind. Be patient, lady, Zhao Wei wiggled his index finger at her before pointing at the garden of flowers. Can you please go and stand amidst the chrysanthemums? Yun Yao stood still for a moment, her mind running with several thoughts about Zhao Wei's intentions. And when she saw him brandish a remarkable, sleek painting brush, Yun Yao's eyes widened in realization as she got the answers. Immediately, she gracefully moved toward the garden. Is this place alright? Stand there for a moment, Yun Yao. Don't move. Zhao Wei stretched his palm out as mischief grew in his eyes. He then hurriedly disappeared into his house before he returned with his full painting kit plus drawing resources. Yun Yao curiously observed his every movement. Zhao Wei was just charming and cute, hee. As for the word cute, which he clearly didn't like being addressed as such, Yun Yao preferred it even more over other sweet words. Taking a seat on a comfortable wooden stool, Zhao Wei arranged everything very well before he began to paint a masterpiece of a present for Yun Yao. Chapter 134, Painting of a Masterpiece, 2. As he sat on the small stool, Zhao Wei intensely gazed at the blank canvas. From that white canvas with vast possibilities, he could already visualize the image he wanted to capture. Standing amidst the exquisite blooms, Yun Yao set her body free. She didn't want to act or try to think of different poses. She wanted to be herself in that moment, free from inhibitions, pressure, or responsibilities. Only by letting her inner spirit guide her could she give Zhao Wei the chance to capture her as a whole. Even though she was an alchemist, Yun Yao had little knowledge of the Tao of painting. Zhao Wei smiled softly as he looked at the only mature flower in the vicinity. With his paintbrush suspended over the canvas, he resembled a painter who had suddenly encountered a creative block. Zhao Wei's vision had no hurdle. What he was doing was only drinking in an image that was going to forever be part of his memories. Yun Yao was simply a delight to the eye. Noticing his intense gaze and lack of movements, Yun Yao chuckled, her melodious voice syncing with the sun-kissed petals dancing in the breeze. "Why are you staring at me like that?" A small smile played on his lips. What else can a painter do but observe what they wish to capture on their canvas? "Your eyes and expression didn't feel that way," Yun Yao retorted with a playful smirk. "Oh, what did they seem like then?" he questioned with interest, leaning back to look at her directly. "Enamored, or perhaps even smitten? I'm not sure." She tapped on her chin, her face gazing upwards in thought before she answered with uncertainty laced in her voice. Zhao Wei twirled the painting brush between his fingers, not missing a beat as he suppressed a laugh. "That was the part of the plan anyway. You are stunningly beautiful. At this moment, your beauty shines more even than the morning sun," he shamelessly spoke with a straight face. "That's cliché, you know that. You need to work on your cheesy lines, young man." Yun Yao pouted her lips whilst lightly shaking her head in pity. However, her cheeks reddened as she tried to mask her transient shyness with false bravado. His words, as cheesy as they were, made her heart go into overdrive, beating with an intensity that terrified her. She subconsciously let those feelings guide her actions as she gracefully walked around the mid-sized garden. Her delicate fingers traced the soft contours of the chrysanthemum petals, finding them the perfect distraction from Zhao Wei's eyes. "Stop acting cute, Yaoer. That's not the image I am looking for, from you," Zhao Wei said nonchalantly, his hand returning to the blank canvas. I am not trying to be cute, damn it." Yun Yao balled both of her hands in anger and embarrassment. She stared at Zhao Wei with undisguised venom in her eyes, as if looks could poison, Zhao Wei would have been long dead. But here was the problem, Zhao Wei was impervious to most poisons. Yes. That's what I am looking for. The raw, unfiltered emotions stemming from the depths of your emotions. However, this is not what I am looking for." Zhao Wei spoke in a low voice but his eyes held a manic glint. Yun Yao breathed out softly and reined in her temper. "Now that you have calmed down, I want you to remember that moment that you have ever felt truly happy, beyond excited after success or just a past memory." Zhao Wei shared what he was looking for by explaining his thoughts to her. Yun Yao silently nodded. "You can do whatever you like, let it all out. This time I am doing this for real. I won't interfere with you." Zhao Wei rubbed his nose. "Okay. All right." Seeing him quite embarrassed by his past actions, put a refreshing grin on her face. Noticing his lax but serious expression, she softly chuckled. He won't be causing trouble anytime soon. Yun Yao then began to sift through her memories, of the moment where she had been truly excited, thrilled, and high beyond measure. What was that moment? She thought. Her hazel eyes shone brightly as she remembered. It was something that was connected to her journey as an alchemist. It was when she had been a mere beginner, with no technical knowledge about the boundless Tao of alchemy. It was a time when she had been a mere youngster, still wet behind the ears. That moment had been her first ever success in creating her first pill. With a nostalgic look plastered on her beautiful face, Yun Yao found herself recounting the details of that moment. She felt Zhao Wei could listen to any of her ramblings without throwing any judgments around. "I haven't always been a genius, you could say. I never was born a genius. Others will term it as a late awakening. Just know in my earlier years when I had been a clueless young girl yearning for the mysterious alchemical practices, I had been, free, a hardcore struggler." She talked with carefree energy, her tone amused as she shared some of her past. Zhao Wei observed her enthusiasm, her poise, and the tension gradually leaving her body. She was at her most powerful state as she introduced him into her muddled past, of a gem yet to be polished. Simultaneously and effortlessly, Zhao Wei began making strokes on the canvas with a painting brush. At that moment, he embodied her emotions, her past frustrations when she struggled to make beginner-level pills, Her frustrations when her late teacher sternly corrected her mistakes but still with patience. It was a cosmic, artistic, empathetic link, something that could only be born when a painter embodied their subject's emotions across time and space. Yun Yao's silhouette cast a shadow over the flowers surrounding her. Her laughter became unfettered when she reached that point in the narration where she used to explode many cauldrons. Her long red hair cascading wildly in waves, down her shoulders, got blown by the winter wind and she instinctively swept them into place with her fingers. Zhao Wei continued painting, his strokes filled with intent and perfect precision. He poured his admiration for untamed, mature beauty. Of ambitions and a youthful past. He was capturing the essence of the moment that entailed Yun Yao, who stood at the crux of it all. The morning sun, the garden of words and flowers, the beautiful woman. Before long, Zhao Wei gracefully made the final stroke of the yet-to-be-unveiled masterpiece. Yun Yao, whose mind had begun to return to the present, sensed Zhao Wei's finality. She couldn't wait to see how he had drawn her. This is going to be his present to me, she thought as she brusquely walked over and settled behind his back. She didn't give any thought to her act of impatience and lack of physical boundaries. What mattered most at that moment was the painting. However, the moment her eyes fell on the now masterfully filled canvas, the words that were about to come off her lips quickly evaporated. Her small mouth widened and then closed again due to the shock, surprise, and disbelief. Unconsciously, she gently palmed her mouth as a lone tear left her eye, slowly trickling down her smooth cheek. You. What have you done? Yun Yao stammered, her voice slightly trembling. Zhao Wei changed his posture and turned his head to face Yun Yao when he heard the choke in her voice. When Zhao Wei saw her cry, his brows arched in complete surprise. Why are you crying? Yun Yao didn't answer him and dramatically pointed her trembling finger at the painting. A painting that perfectly blended various aspects of aesthetics and beauty, perfection and imperfection, happiness and sorrow. The emotions of the past and the present coinciding at it felt contradictory. It's the most beautiful thing I have ever set my eyes on. It feels so unreal that I fear if I blink even once, everything I have seen so far will disappear like an illusion. Yun Yao inhaled and exhaled soundly before she spoke with utmost sincerity. The evaluation came from her heart, mind, and instincts. Zhao Wei just smiled as he gazed back at the painting. Is it weird that he didn't feel any connection to his creation? As if he was a mere third-person observer? Truthfully, he had no over-the-top evaluation of his own painting, but rather appreciated the gesture behind it. It was meant to be a gift. That's the problem with most artists. Even though their creations are nearly perfect, they will never see the perfection that others see in them. I think the beauty of painting is within perfection but the thoughts, emotions, essence, intent captured in the portrait. Zhao Wei reflected on his own simplistic views. You can take it, Yun Yao. It's now yours. Forever. Zhao Wei gave the painting a last look before giving it to Yun Yao. However, she kept on refusing, saying that it was too precious. Then I am going to. Zhao Wei pretended to throw it but swiftly, Yun Yao restrained his arm and shamelessly glued herself to him. If it were not for Zhao Wei's unprecedented reflexes and body control, then they would have fallen to the ground. Just like a typical romance novel, right? Zhao Wei blatantly defied the trope. You have no shame gluing your body to me like that, Ms. Yan, Zhao Wei spoke in a mocking tone, a knowing smirk tugging the corners of his lips. I don't give a fuck. Aren't you enjoying it, Mr. Zhao? Yun Yao spat out with equal mockery. No. You aren't supposed to say that. I am the one to say that. You are being misogynistic. And you are being unreasonable. More like being honest. Under the golden brilliance of the sun, an intermix of deep and soft bursts of laughter echoed in the large courtyard, and the winds of change carried with them the scent of an evolving relationship. It was a heartwarming moment for troublesome individuals. Chapter 135, Something's Poking My Behind? There was a moment of silence, of utter unbridled comfort between two people. Yun Yao forgot she was sitting on his lap, too absorbed by the moment. As for Zhao Wei, he was all too aware of Yun Yao. How could he not be? How could he remain oblivious to the dizzying womanly scent that was unique to her? Her body's weight pressing down on his lap didn't make him any more calm. The heat from her soft, sensual body seeped through her clothes and subtly warmed him up even though he was already self-sufficient. For the love of the Lord of Cheese, Zhao Wei could even perfectly feel her slightly large but jiggly buttocks. Hey, I think something is poking my behind. Yun Yao side-eyed Zhao Wei with a curious but embarrassed expression on her face. Zhao Wei arched his brows, not showing any ripples on his face. Something poking your behind? I wonder what it is, Miss Yun. The red on Yun Yao's cheeks intensified as mild anger and embarrassment overwhelmed her emotions. You know what I am talking about, you pervert. Zhao Wei chuckled intensely as he found Yun Yao to be very cute when she was a raging mess of emotions. What's so funny, Huh? Do you think it's funny having something unknown threaten your behind? Yun Yao questioned with an intimidating glare aimed at Zhao Wei. Hearing her words, Zhao Wei only further increased the intensity of his laughter, and he only stopped when Yun Yao gave his abdomen a vindictive pinch. Ouch, that hurt, Zhao Wei said blandly as the laughter receded. Serves you right, perv. Yun Yao rolled her eyes before gazing at her hand. Is this bastard made out of metal? His side wings are super hard like a spiritual artifact. She thought incredulously. Do you want to know what's poking you? Zhao Wei asked with a wicked smirk dancing on his handsome face. Do you take me for a clueless kid? Yun Yao awkwardly smiled as she uneasily shifted her body, which made her butt press more on the spear. She felt it and her eyes widened in both realization, curiosity, and wonder. She was a grown woman, so how could she not be privy to information about the male body? It's my treasured weapon. But fear not, fair maiden. It only attacks defenseless women who sit on laps uninvited. Zhao Wei leaned toward her ear and seductively teased her. His breath made her body involuntarily spasm and her toes curl. It took all of her willpower not to purr like a horny cat. Yun Yao felt humiliated by the fact that someone younger than her, a mere boy with a slightly good appearance, could have such an effect on her. Hot and bothered, she abruptly pushed Zhao Wei away and found herself a couple of distances away from him. Her hands never let go of the canvas as she tightly held it like her life depended on it. Did you have to overreact, Yun Yao? He chortled derisively as he supported his body on the ground. He had allowed the fall to give her momentary satisfaction. I have never met someone as shameless and perverted as you, Zhao Wei. I don't think I will ever meet another one like you. She shook her head lightly as her mirthful eyes gazed down at the man on the ground. Perverted? I am everything but perverted. What you witnessed was just a simple biological reaction from a healthy young man. Nothing unordinary. Zhao Wei aimed his right index finger at his temple before he began moving it in a circular motion. Biological? I have never heard that word. Yun Yao got easily distracted by the new vocabulary. Oh, right. I forgot the cultivation world isn't ready for science. Zhao Wei briefly looked at the sky as he thought. It's something to do with the body and life forms in general, Zhao Wei tersely answered her. That apostrophe s. Phenomenal. Apart from alchemy, did you happen to also study ancient medicine? I guess you could say that. Zhao shrugged as he rose from the ground. Surprisingly, he didn't have any dirt on his clothes. What's up with that answer? She found herself pouting like a dissatisfied little girl. It's the... Zhao Wei's words trailed off and he whipped his head toward the gate to his residence. Oh my, is the whole family after me? He muttered under his breath. He then looked back at Yun Yao. Our little meeting is over, Yun Yao. Why? Yun Yao gave him a puzzling look, her shoulders slightly slumped. Unknowingly, she increased her grip on the wooden canvas. Is he already tired of my presence? It can't be. She thought in fear and worry. If possible, she wanted to stay with him for the whole day since she currently had no quotas to meet. Zhao Wei studied her micro-expressions, her quickening heartbeat, dimming eyes, tensed hands. Yun Mengxiang is outside the gate. He quickly clarified lest Yun Yao's mind continue wandering to darker places. In one step, he arrived in front of her, much to her surprise. It was as if space and distance could shrink when he moved. Why do you like thinking of the worst possible scenarios? Zhao Wei combed the strand of loose hair from her face and gently tucked it behind her ear. Her body trembled in surprise due to his unbelievable speed and sudden touch. His gentle actions filled her with warmth and the dark thoughts in her mind began to fade away. Did you think I was chasing you away? He playfully pinched her soft cheek before putting his hand to his side. Zhao Wei. You can be too confusing at times, Yun Yao softly sighed. Why do you say so? Beware, don't ever play with a woman's feelings. Things will get dangerous in the future if you entangle yourself with other women. Yun Yao inched closer, her tone dark and deadly. An indecipherable light shone in her eyes as she placed her palm on his chest. While not meeting his gaze, Yun Yao then began to slowly head towards the gate. What was that? Zhao Wei pursed his lips as he stared at Yun Yao's whole baking industry. Was that a warning? Or a hidden message? Chuckling to himself for failing to decipher Yun Yao's vague warning despite having high comprehension levels, Zhao Wei slowly retreated to his mansion. Maybe taking a cold bath could give him flashes of enlightenment. He remembered he needed to retrieve a technique from the hollow building before his first sect mission. He had been procrastinating the visit but now he had found a suitable time. Chapter 136, Grand Archival Tower. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping his strands of unruly hair into a frenzy as Zhao Wei navigated the serpentine path that snaked around the mountain. From miles away, he could see it. It was the sacred building of the clan and many referred to it as the Hollow Building. The magnificent tower was like an unfettered spear, effortlessly piercing through the clouds and the heavens. With each distance that he continued to cover, the tower became clearer and more defined. Its imposing height and the grey mist constantly surrounding it, like a cloak, gave the majestic tower a sacred yet mysterious aura. Now this is a Korean dungeon tower. Which constellation lost their toy from a crack in the space-time continuum? Zhao Wei thought in amusement. The tower had an unmistakable resemblance to the ones he used to read in regression manhwas. From some manhwas, the towers were just mere artifacts of some higher existences called constellations, and each constellation had its own domain of power. In other scenarios, the tower was just an amalgamation of independent dimensions stacked together into ascending levels. Let me analyze its material composition and structural integrity. Zhao Wei activated Truth Discernment. A rare look of surprise formed on his face after reading through the brief description of the tower. Grand Archival Tower, an incomplete peak-tier spiritual artifact found and bound by the sect ancestor or the progenitor of the sect thousands of years ago. It's a repository of innumerable martial techniques ranging from the low-level mortal techniques to the highest, spiritual class skills, the minority in the list. Fragmented from a low-tier earth-level artifact. Over time, it birthed an artifact spirit. So it had such a history. I bet the guardian inside the tower is the artifact spirit. If I remember right, it never avails itself in the novel and just communicates telepathically with the protagonist. Zhao Wei began to recall the details. I don't like the idea of someone creeping into my mind. But if it's just communication, I can allow that. I am confident of shielding against deliberate mental intrusions. A cautionary glint intensified in his silvery golden irises. Soon, he arrived at the top. Zhao Wei saw lines of guards strategically positioned near the entrance to monitor any type of visitors. Each of them was an elite at the third rank of the Ascended Realm, and some were even in the beginning phase of the fourth rank. They were soldiers bred and groomed by the sect. The moment Zhao Wei's figure came into view, they all went into alert. They studied his unique black robes that were only worn by inner disciples, which easily guaranteed a pass into the tower. It was widely known that only inner disciples, core disciples, deacons, and elders could access the hollow building. For an outer disciple to access it, they would need to have a special hollow token provided by the higher-ups. However, it wasn't that easy to begin with. To receive the token, one had to be leagues above thousands of other outer disciples. They had to be an elite among elites. The guards were usually haughty to the weak, especially to the outer disciples. On some occasions, they could even show indirect disdain to some common inner disciples who were weaker than them. In their eyes, Zhao Wei was a bona fide inner disciple, as no one in the Broken Moon sect would court death by illegally wearing inner court robes. He had an annoyingly handsome face that made them want to punch it. What bothered the guards and made them apprehensive was the feeling of oppression emanating from Zhao Wei. State your business. One of the guards, presumably the leader, mustered up the courage to ask. Sadly, he thought it was wise to send a mental energy probe against Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei ignored the weak mental probe as it couldn't even tickle his mind realm. From just a glance, he had already deciphered what type of people stood guard at the entrance of the hollow building. He only had one word for them: trash. They liked to assert their superiority over the weak while cowering to the strong and influential. Are you dumb? Our leader is talking to you. Failure to comply to answer equates to an all-out attack from us. Another rather courageous minion warned. It was just a bluff to sound brave and make others fear them. They weren't stupid enough to attack an inner disciple. Zhao Wei icily gazed at that particular guard. His stare made him instinctively jump back while his trembling hand held onto his sheathed sword. Beyond all doubt, he didn't dare even for a second to think about unsheathing it. Any unnecessary movements warranted different kinds of death. The young man could absolutely kill him like a giant unknowingly squashing on an ant. The giant didn't really care about insignificant existences. I am Zhao Wei and I don't think I have to explain the reason for coming here. I would really appreciate it if all of you behave. Manners maketh men, right? He said nonchalantly with an emotionless glare. Without waiting for their replies, he then opened the huge gate leading inside the wondrous tower. The guards watched his receding figure as the gates closed behind him. Their heads were trickling with cold sweat and the muscles all over their bodies were tensed. They felt as if they had escaped from hell unscathed, and that was only because the devil had allowed them in all his magnanimity. It was then that whispers began to travel amongst themselves. Phew. That was hella scary. Fuck, when did our sect have such a terrifying fella? The guard, who had jumped backwards due to the fear of death, touched his neck with trembling fingers. It was only after confirming that his neck was intact that he breathed out an intense sigh of relief. Was that a hallucination? Or was that a future showing my head rolling off my neck? He thought in fear, his face as white as a sheet of paper. Boss, what do you think of him? A slender guard with slightly heterochromatic eyes asked the middle-aged leader. The leader of the guard showed a self-deprecating smile as he shook his head with pity. I don't think of him. At that moment when he talked, all of us would have already ceased our thinking capabilities. I got the feeling that he could decapitate all of us in one move. It is just a feeling, an instinct. We were simply prey and he was the apex predator. If I had to compare his level of power, I wouldn't know where to categorize him. He's that unmeasurable. Everyone sucked in harshly at the revelation from the leader. Does that mean if we were not in the sex grounds that person would have destroyed us without as much as blinking an eye? I think we should try to change our ways. We shouldn't try, but do it like our lives depend on it. We have been arrogant for so long. The leader looked at everyone and felt that he had been a bad example. They needed to start behaving just like how that person had warned them. Outside in the wild, beyond the protection of the sect, they were truly insignificant. That inner disciple had hidden himself very well. When I get the chance to descend the mountain, I will need to have all the information about the new disciples. It seems I have been lagging too far behind. Everyone, let's have a talk, he ordered the guards to convene around him. Chapter 137, Heavenly Meteor Extermination Bow Technique. Hollow Building, Grand Archival Library. The moment Zhao Wei took a step inside the majestic library, he felt as if he had entered into a separate dimension. Everything inside from a structural perspective was not like the outside environment. The self-contained air reeked of ancientness and knowledge. The space was larger and grander than the libraries he had ever used in his 2 lives. While surveying every nook and cranny of the place, Zhao Wei moved toward the sparsely arranged floating stairs. The stairs led to the floor containing all the martial techniques imprinted on jade slips. Silently, Zhao Wei took out a silver token and let it hover over his palm. With one hand clasped behind his back, he gracefully ascended the steps to omniscience. Zhao Wei smiled internally at the thought. Is omniscience a pipe dream or a possibility? Is it possible to have all the knowledge of the overarching universe? Does knowledge truly have an end? If knowledge doesn't have an end, then is omniscience fake? Ultimately, a person who claims that he knows it all, then that person truly doesn't know anything. Memories and knowledge change over time. They fade or are forgotten, but what if the mind, soul, and body were eternal? Could that be considered having achieved the peak of omniscience, transcending the boundaries of knowledge? Zhao Wei slowly pondered, the silvery hues of his pupils shining with scholarly avidity. What he was theorizing in his mind was undoubtedly beyond him, but where was the fun in that if he only limited his imagination to the present? The outstanding aspect of the Great Tao was its unrestricted reach. The Tao was meant for all people from all walks of life, talent, and cultivation. Even a mortal could comprehend the Great Tao if the opportunity arises. This sort of impartiality towards all living beings was truly a gift that many have yet to realize. Continuing this line of thought, if I want to achieve true eternity in mind, body, and soul, then I really have a long way to go. The flames of ambition inside Zhao Wei were emboldened. Zhao Wei couldn't help but subtly smile when he arrived at the upper floor. There was silver mist everywhere, slightly obscuring visibility. Zhao Wei instantly realized it was the work of multiple ancient arrays. The array responsible for creating the mist was the sensory suppression array, but it seems it was inactivated. The resources needed to maintain and activate arrays were stupidly expensive. Zhao Wei knew about that fact. If the array was activated 24/7, then the Broken Moon sect would surely incur some heavy losses. You'd be surprised by the frugality practiced by big sects like the Broken Moon. Young one, pass your token over here, a throaty, old voice suddenly spoke, cutting off Zhao Wei's internal musings. It was a telepathic message. Oh? The artifact spirit or some elder stationed here? Zhao Wei wondered as he threw the token to a specific region amidst the mist. You have a silver grade token, you can pick a high-class mortal skill, the voice instructed as the token swiftly returned to his palm. After that, a not-so-inconspicuous spiritual sense overtly scanned him. Zhao Wei furrowed his brows but didn't show other emotions despite feeling violated. If there was something that cultivators in general sucked at, then it was goddamn privacy. Relaxing his facial expressions, Zhao Wei ignored the true spirit realm pervert guarding the library. It seems the artifact spirit is either dead or asleep. Could it be the truth I discern from the world is flawed? Shaking his head, Zhao Wei moved toward the floating jade slips. He sensed there was a sudden shift in the array that repositioned the jade slips in response to the token used. If you had a bronze token, then middle-class mortal skills would be availed, and so on. Zhao Wei began studying each jade slip, their description, effect, and requirements. Everything was summarized, and to access the full content of the technique, one had to pick the particular jade slip and be done with it. As for Zhao Wei, he wasn't in a hurry as he wanted to read the wondrous effects of each technique. If possible, he would have liked to steal all the skills. The only problem was the current surveillance he was under. I'll show mercy all this time, bud. Next time, I'll come to say hi. Zhao Wei schemed his plan silently as various models of the arrays and their corresponding flaws appeared in his mind. The primordial stellar energy body refining arts needs to be augmented further. It's not supposed to be limited only to the flesh, but encompass the energy and soul aspects. My current circumstances can only allow physique and energy refinement. Soul arts are rare, but extremely vital for survival. Before the heavenly principles and the chains of fate, what did it matter if one only had an invincible body? All aspects of a supreme transcendent must be equally balanced like forces of yin and yang. Eventually, Zhao Wei decided to pick a high-class archery technique lest the old-timer nagged him. It was called the Heavenly Meteor Extermination Bow Technique. When Zhao Wei merged his consciousness with the Jade Slip, he got all the information about the technique. It had 3 forms. The first form, 10 suns overshadowing heaven and earth. The second form, Heartlock Explosion. The third form, Existential Incineration. As formidable as the first and second forms were, the third form was the one that totally amazed Zhao Wei. It wasn't about conceptual erasure, but literally being incinerated by the celestial fire into wind-blown ashes. The technique in itself had stringent requirements and restrictions, but they mattered not in the presence of unrivaled insight. Heavenly Meteor Extermination Technique demanded huge pools of true force, high comprehension talent, and one to be at least at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. So you've decided on the Heavenly Meteor Extermination Bow Technique, huh? Lad, are you confident in your comprehension abilities? As powerful as the technique is, many have failed to surpass the first form. The pursuit of archery Dao is even rare and you would have to traverse that path by yourself, the true spirit realm elder finally spoke after sensing the technique picked by Zhao Wei. The technique will only waste your time and efforts. Pick something else if possible. That's the only advice I can give you. However, if you're dead set on practicing the technique, I won't stop you. He advised. I made up my mind the moment I touched the Jade Slip. The Heavenly Meteor Extermination Bow Technique and I are certainly fated. But thanks for your advice, Elder. If things prove hard, I'll return for another suitable technique. Zhao Wei modestly cupped his hands with respect. Good, at least you're aware of your own limitations. You have a promising future, kid. Now scram. This elder has such a nasty personality. You're telling me to scram as if you've forgiven me from a possible slaughter. Did I steal your wife or what? And please stop talking as if you are a diviner. It's a pity you didn't catch the hidden meaning of my last sentence. Zhao Wei scoffed internally before he began descending the stairs. There was no need to entertain that elder anymore. After Zhao Wei left, the true spirit realm guardian elder sighed, impatience tinged in his tone. When will my shift end? I just want to drink the spiritual bamboo wine and slack off in the mountains. Ugh, it's a pity. Guarding the hollow building is a mandatory task for wasted elders like me. If Zhao Wei had been there, he would have wondered if the elder was the uncle grandmaster, had a lazy sign-in system, or simply, was just a drunkard. Chapter 138, Zhao Wei stood in the heart of his courtyard, surrounded by an expanse of white stretching far and wide. His breath turned to vapor, mingling with the icy air in tiny, fleeting clouds. A chilling wind howled past the desolate pine trees, shaking off the accumulated icy snow on their thick branches. Zhao Wei gazed at the limitless heavens, his eyes cold and calm as the frozen Grand River below the mountains. The morning sun is not being given a chance to shine, he softly mused, finding the dark, ashy clouds pleasing to the eyes. It was just right for what he was about to do. Turning his eyes away, Zhao Wei took a deep breath and focused on the recently acquired technique. Heaven Extermination Bow Technique. From his understanding, the technique heavily favored those with extreme yang energy, those with an established yang attributed true energy, or those with physiques attuned to the yang laws. It also demanded a strong physique and outstanding mental fortitude. If you don't understand the essence of the flames, how can you hope to play around with fire? Zhao Wei smiled, the frost sticking to his eyebrows vaporizing voluntarily. First form, 10 suns overshadowing heaven and earth. He slowly closed his eyes, serenity permeating every inch of his body. The insights of the technique flowed into Zhao Wei's mind as he leisurely comprehended it. 10 suns above, commanding the heavens and destroying the earth. Zhao Wei concentrated on the primordial stellar energy within him, the heat coursing through his meridians like molten lava. In the era of antiquity, there was a legend of the 10 primordial golden crows. They blazed with the brilliance of the sun, each taking turns to illuminate the world. Yet, if all 10 appeared at once, it would herald calamity for all living things. Inevitably, this catastrophe came to pass, ushering in an apocalypse that threatened the very extinction of life. The 10 golden crows, in their majesty, unfurled their fiery wings, poised to scorch heaven and earth. The ancient humans were surely done for. However, it was only through the emergence of a supreme expert from the ancient race with exceptional archery skills, that humanity held on to hope. With his divine bow, The ancient god valiantly shot 9 golden crows, erasing their existence from the universe. Of course, the 10 suns overshadowing heaven and earth isn't on the same level as the Supreme One's archery Tao or the golden crows in destruction levels. The first form is just an inspired imitation. However, I can't ignore its lethality. To destroy something akin to the sun, a cultivator probably required conceptual comprehension of universal laws. Or just be extremely powerful that the sun and the moon pale in your presence, Zhao Wei thought in amusement, just like a heaven-toppling jade beauty. Heat waves gradually began radiating off his figure, distorting light and creating momentary mirages. The snow below his feet started melting and receding within 2 meters from where he stood. Zhao Wei could feel the power of the stars, the primordial flames, urging him to release them into the world, to wreak havoc. Sadly, he was in control. He was the master of the flames. With his brows slightly knitting together, Zhao Wei summoned the stellar flames according to the visualization of the 10 suns overshadowing heaven and earth. His eyes abruptly snapped open, transcendental golden rings surrounding his silver pupils. From his hands, a bow created entirely out of pure stellar flames materialized. Flames that could easily melt a standard cultivator's bones to ashes, seemed servile to his presence. Zhao Wei slowly pulled back the fiery string as he aimed the arrowless bow at the sky. His internal energy depleted, congealing into a radiant, fiery arrow. The heat emanating from him was so intense that the cold dared not approach. 10 suns, Zhao Wei muttered and dramatically released the string. There were no excessive movements, just a simple release. The moisture and snow within a 5-meter radius instantly turned to vapor and the ground became a charred, black mess. Boom. The world held its breath as the golden flaming arrow roared, piercing the air, and illuminating everything in existence. In that dark world of snow and ice, only one flaming arrow reigned supreme. But that was not all. One arrow was merely the prologue. The follow-up change was what showcased the true state of the first form. The fiery arrow split into 10 miniature suns as bright as the primal light of creation's dawn. It was terrifyingly beautiful, carrying the essence of ruination and the blissful song of death. The 10 suns descended upon the earth, their aim, the oblivious gigantic boulders, far in the distance. From an outside perspective, the 10 suns eclipsed everything below it, disdaining the heavens and earth. Existence itself seemed very tiny compared to the blazing light of destruction. Boom. A thunderous crack echoed across the mountains, followed by the sharp hiss of air as the 10 suns administered cataclysmic punishment onto the earth. The gigantic, imposing boulders, 6 meters in size, exploded into small, fragmented stones that shuttled through the air like bullets. The snowy landscape was overturned into scorched earth, devoid of any moisture. A misty veil of vapor lingered around the devastated area, affecting overall visibility. It didn't take long before a portion of the ground turned to lava. This is better than I expected. Its area of effect is quite effective against an army of enemies, Zhao Wei analyzed the first form of the technique. If I hadn't set up the noise cancellation array, defensive array, sensory isolation array, and other reinforcing sub-arrays, people might have thought the sect was under heavy attack. He pursed his lips while thinking aloud. Good preparations saved me a bunch of useless explanations to offer. Now to the second form, Heartlock Explosion. The second form's foundation lay on one's mastery over true energy and extreme precision. Its success relied on the cultivator's level in archery Tao. Each archer had his or her unique understanding of the art of archery. Do you control the bow or does the bow control you? Are you and your bow one or two separate existences? Do you understand your target's anatomy? What's your intent? The second form was all about synchronicity between man and bow and finally, the target. The intent of the archer? Intent? The profound connection between the bow, arrow, and the wielder? Zhao Wei tightly gripped the flaming bow as he gained insights into the second form. As if in a trance, Zhao Wei drew the bowstring again. Focus. Intent. Focus your intent, he murmured as his energy coalesced into a blazing spear, the size of an average man. The odd thing about the spear was the lack of heat waves on its body. Zhao Wei had concentrated all the heat, killing intent, and momentum into one singular point, the spearhead. However, even that fact was concealed, camouflaged through exquisite control over energy. Heartlock. Zhao Wei released the string, allowing the blazing spear to devour sound and lock onto its target. The spear distorted light and heat, becoming visible and invisible, phasing out of existence and returning as it pleased. A thick ancient pine tree was the unlucky enemy as the arrow spear struck its icy bark, digging 50 centimeters into it. Explosion, he whispered. It only took an instance of dramatic silence and a golden flash of light before a quiet kind of explosion turned the tree into gloomy, gray ashes and tiny wooden remains. The second form was like a Trojan. Once a target was locked on and penetrated by the arrow, it induced a full-body explosion like a grenade stuffed inside someone's guts. Phew, I still have enough inner energy for the third form, existential incineration. Zhao Wei inspected his energy reserves. The technique required a tremendous amount of inner energy to create an equivalent level of devastation. The moment he conjured the last arrow, he felt his energy being sucked at a rapid rate. What a greedy third form. Show me what you've got then. Zhao Wei released the arrow that shot straight like a flaming comet or wheels of Helios. Like an incarnation of destruction, it incinerated everything in its path into ashes. Some rocks and trees on the ground didn't even get the chance to turn into ashes but were instead severed from existence. Wow, Zhao Wei murmured, his mouth slightly agape in awe of what he was witnessing. That final move had shattered a section of the array network fortified by layers of superimposed, perfectly crafted spiritual tier defensive arrays. The third form has the possibility of killing an early true spirit realm cultivator. But that's just a guess. It was then that a sense of lethargy washed over him, making him feel depleted. The third form had sapped even his mental energy, making him feel extremely drained. The flaming bow in his hand disintegrated into motes of light that were absorbed into heaven and earth. Now, how should I deal with this environmental devastation? Zhao Wei muttered to himself as he collapsed onto the ground. Propping himself up on his arms, he stared out at the apocalyptic landscape before him. That's too much work. I wish I had a spiritual automaton to repair the mess I leave behind. Anyway, I'll call the servants to deal with it. He finally concluded. After resting and donning fresh clothes, Zhao Wei knew the time had come to venture back into the world. He couldn't remain sheltered within the confines of the Broken Moon sect forever. The resources he enjoyed came with a price, and he had to earn them through his own efforts. Besides, a part of him longed for the thrill of adventure. The outside world was treacherous, its dangers indifferent to anyone who dared challenge them. But before that, Zhao Wei chose to head towards the blacksmith's forge first and then leave for the sex mission.